Journey into Etheria. Unravel the cosmic tapestry of dreams and the entwined fates of its elemental guardians in this epic tale of creation and harmony. As you go about your day, whether you're working, relaxing, or taking a moment for yourself, immerse in the enchanting saga of a realm where every dream shapes reality and echoes resonate across infinity. Let the story unfold in the backdrop of your imagination, where fantasy meets mystery in an unending symphony of celestial secrets. In a time long forgotten by mortals and immortals alike, when the stars were young and the cosmos sung the harmonies of creation, there lay a singular realm known as Etheria. This mysterious world nestled at the cradle of worlds, spun from the dreams of an ancient architect whose name had been lost to the ages. Its skies were painted with ribbons of indigo and gold, and its lands were rich with magic, untamed and fierce. Etheria was a realm of untapped potential, where mountains whispered the secrets of the earth and rivers carried the echoes of primordial songs. In the earliest days, the realm was wild and scattered, its essence unshaped and unpredictable. Yet within its heart, a powerful force stirred, the elemental guardians. Born from the core of Etheria's nascent spirit, they were the embodiment of nature's raw might. These beings each held dominion over the elements, and it was their task to shape the world into harmony. Alara, the guardian of earth, moved with the grace of ancient oaks, yet held the unwavering strength of stone. Her footsteps brought forth rolling hills and towering mountains. Zephyrus, the guardian of wind, danced through the skies, his laughter a gentle gale that sculpted the clouds and forged the firmament. Pyros, the guardian of fire, blazed with passion unmatched. His fiery touch ignited the barren lands, birthing warmth and light. Lastly, there was Narita, the guardian of water. She flowed with the serene wisdom of the seas, her essence weaving rivers and lakes that nurtured the land. Together, these four forged a grandeur in Etheria that eclipsed the beauty of any known realm. Yet their unity was fleeting, for the balance they wrought gave birth to the celestial circle, an enigmatic ordinance tasked with maintaining the essence of creation. This council was not comprised of beings as one might expect, but rather of stars, minds of pure light that hovered unseen yet ever present. They communicated in constellations, their truths written across the night sky for those with vision to behold. For an age, Etheria thrived, its beauty unparalleled, its harmonic chorus unrivaled. But as with all things bound by time and essence, the harmony was not to remain unchallenged. Deep within the core of creation, in the shadowed caverns beneath the earth where no light dared tread, something stirred. A presence long dormant, forgotten by the guardians, began to weave tendrils of shadow around the pure heart of Etheria. In the heart of the abyss, an ancient force awakened, a darkness that thrived in the absence of harmony. This was the Shadow King, an entity as old as the realm itself, whose power was not of creation but opposition. He had watched enviously from the depths as the guardians shaped Etheria, biding his time for the moment it might turn to his hand. As whispers of shadow spread across the land, the guardians could feel a change in the fabric of their world. The rivers grew colder and the winds whispered secrets of foreboding. Fire seemed to possess an insatiable hunger as earth itself trembled underfoot. They gathered at the sacred stone, a place where the boundaries between the physical realm and the spiritual veil were thinnest. It was Alara, the wise earth guardian, who spoke with gravity, her voice like a stone's sigh. There is an unease in the land. A darkness stirs and saps the strength of our bond. As the guardians debated, it became apparent that the celestial circle had foreseen the shadow's resurgence, but had remained silent, bound by the laws of balance. For every creation, there must be uncreation. For every light, a shadow. Dread pooled within Etheria as the Shadow King's influence spread, a creeping taint that the guardians could not entirely comprehend. They ventured into the fringes of the abyss, seeking the source of corruption, but its nature was intangible, a void that swallowed all manifestation. Then, in a night shrouded in an unnatural eclipse, Etheria's sky darkened. Stars vanished, not with stealth but with blinding flashes that rent across the cosmos. The guardians together fought against a darkness that threatened to unravel the very fabric of creation. In the aftermath, it was revealed that one of their own had fallen into the Shadow King's sway, Narita, the water guardian. Her ocean's heart had been tempted by the longing for depths unseen, echoing the Shadow King's call. Now she was lost, turning tide and storm against her kin. With the eclipse came the realization that the shadows were not merely an alien force, but a dormant part of the realm's very creation. And as the Guardians confronted Narita amid torrential tempests and roaring floods, they faced the mirrored truth of their own nature. Was balance an artificial thing created by their own hand? It was Pyrrhos, fierce and fiery, who first understood. The sun was not diminished by the night, nor was fire defeated by water. They were but parts of an eternal cycle. Flame and shadow danced in an ancient rhythm known only to creation itself. This revelation brought them to the ultimate truth, a secret hidden by the first dream. The realm of Etheria was not formed merely from the flourishing hand of light and life. Instead, it was birthed from the interplay of dreams and whispers, fires and shadows. Light and dark were not opposites, but two strands of the same tapestry. Thus, the Guardians' purpose was unveiled to be not arbiters of order, but stewards of the dance between creation and chaos. In that understanding, they reached for Narita, not with the fire of judgment, but with the gentle hand of acceptance. And in one resonant accord, she returned from the abyss, light intertwining with her shadows. Etheria was reborn in that moment, the realm resplendent in a newfound balance. The celestial circle shimmered with approval, their radiant gaze reaffirming the Guardians' journey. Thus, from the shadows came unity, from darkness a revelation that the realm, the stars, and its keepers were the echoes of the first dream, a melody threaded through light and shadow, never truly beginning nor ever truly ending. As the dust of revelation settled upon Etheria, an era of profound peace began to weave itself into the fabric of existence. The Guardians, their hearts aligned with the balance of both light and shadow, watched over the realm with renewed purpose. Each of the elements, now in harmonious concert, sang out their own unique notes in the symphony of creation. Alara continued to sculpt the land with her steadfast presence, nurturing the hills and valleys into a canvas of eternal life. Zephyrus, ever the playful artist, painted the skies with wisps of dreams carried on gentle breezes, while Pyrrhos warmed the lands with a compassionate flicker of his eternal flame. And restored to herself, Narita let the waters of Etheria teem with life anew, her tides a testament to the bonds of light and shadow. Yet even as the realm thrived, the Guardians felt a subtle tremor beneath the foundations of their world. Within the triumph of their unity lingered an unanswered question, one that softly hummed like an oud string in the silence of night. Where had the dreams gone, those crucial fibers woven into the realm's first tapestry by the original architect? The Guardians, in a moment of quiet contemplation, realized that an aspect of the dream that birthed Etheria was missing. Alara decided they needed to journey beyond the known edges of the realm, past the places where the ethereal essence of Etheria faded into the unknown cosmos. United by purpose, the Guardians set forth, their search guided by constellations that whispered of times and truths. In their quest, the Guardians traversed landscapes untouched by mortal eyes, lands where the veil between worlds wavered thin and ephemeral. They encountered creatures from myth-wisps of starlight that shimmered with secrets untold, and shadows of beasts whose eyes gleamed with reflections of forgotten constellations. At the apex of their journey, they stood before the Grand Mirror Lake, its surface mirroring the vast expanse of the heavens. Here, reflections blurring the lines between reality and dream coalesced. As the Guardians gazed into its depths, they beheld visions of Etheria's inception, a creation inscribed upon the universe's heart. The reflections revealed a time before time, when the original architect conjured Etheria from the first dream, a dream wrought from threads of endless possibility. In this vision, the Guardians understood. They were not merely creators' echoes, they were dreamweavers themselves, destined to forge and hold the dreams shaping the realm. In one shared, momentous realization, they saw themselves standing not just at the dawn of creation, but at all of its turning tides. Etheria was not finite, nor its purpose ended. It was a seed whose growth depended on the dreams yet dreamt and the stories yet told. Emerging from the sacred voyage, the Guardians returned to Etheria with their hearts and minds expanded. Henceforth, They began to foster the dreams of all those who dwelled within their realm, the mortals who walked the length of enchanted woods, the creatures that roamed both sea and sky, and the new generations of guardians born from the elements' eternal cycle. The tale of Etheria's birth and preservation became the core of its people's lore, told and retold through ages, the melody of the first dream echoing within every heartbeat. The guardians remained, custodians of tomorrow's unseen, their spirits interwoven with the realm's destiny. And so Etheria endured, a testament to the balance between light and shadow, the unfolding of dreams known to no limit. Every dawn that rose upon its lands brought with it the whispers of the cosmos, and the shadowed promise that creation was an eternal voyage, where each ending heralds a new beginning. In the heart of the realm, beneath the skies where stars penned stories upon the heavens, Etheria awaited not just to be dreamed, but to be dreamt within a realm alive, breathing with possibilities as vast as the cosmos itself. The dance of the realm continued, a timeless wonder shared by venerable stars and the first echoes of dream alike, a testament inscribed in the legacy of the first dream. As the guardians of Etheria embraced their newfound understanding, the realm itself seemed to respond with a vibrancy not seen for ages. Life flourished in ways both simple and wondrous. Rivers sang brighter, and the wind carried the laughter and stories of its people, as if weaving them into the very fabric of the land. Yet, amid this profusion of life and lore, there emerged another enigmatic presence, a sentinel, whispering along the edges of collective consciousness. This was the Keeper of Echoes, an ancient spirit said to have been there since the cosmos first twinkled with creation's breath. Its purpose was to gather and preserve every song, every tale, every dream dreamt within Etheria's borders, for these were the realm's enduring legacy. The Keeper was an entity woven from the very stardust that birthed Etheria. It manifested as a shimmering figure flickering with the glow of distant galaxies, an ethereal librarian of sorts, tasked with safeguarding the soul of the realm. Yet even with its presence, a mystery lingered. What was the true nature of the echoes it kept? What wisdom lay in the tales it gathered through the ages? It was on a night when the twin moons hung low in the sky, casting their argent light over the realm, that the Keeper reached out to the guardians. In a gathering shrouded in the gentle luminescence of a celestial embrace, the spectral figure spoke, its voice resonating with the symphony of the stars. "You have seen the first dream," it intoned, echoing softly yet resplendent with an authority older than time. Yet the heart of Etheria is not merely in its beginning, but in its echoes that bind the past to the present, dreams to reality. The guardians listened, hearts open to the wisdom imparted. The Keeper unveiled a deeper truth. The echoes were repositories, not just of stories, but of the choices and hopes of every soul that walked the realm. In them lay the dreamer's power to influence, alter, and shape the world around them. Here was the pulse of Etheria, a living testament to the dreams shared among all who dwelt within. The Keeper, perceiving their wonder and curiosity, extended its hand, weaving a tapestry of echoes before their eyes. Within its threads shimmered visions of past lives, ancient voices speaking in the dialect of longing, love, strife, and triumph. Each was a story that had contributed to the realm's tapestry, a kaleidoscope of existence echoing across time. These revelations imbued the guardians with an even deeper comprehension. They were not just stewards of elements, but custodians of dreams. Etheria, like a great book of ethereal leaves, was authored by many hands. Every deed, whisper, and resolve held the power to alter its course. Empowered by this insight, the guardians approached their stewardship with a renewed sense of purpose. They encouraged the realm's inhabitants to pour their dreams into the world, weaving their tomorrows with the essence of hope and imagination. Craftspeople inscribed tales into their works. Musicians painted the air with melodies that danced upon the wind, and poets captured the soul of the stars within their verses. The realm's farthest reaches echoed with vibrant life as never before, echoing not just the radiant glories of creation, but the shadows that gave depth and meaning to the light, a testament to the first dream and its eternal voyage. As years stretched into centuries, Etheria's legacy of dreams grew vast and varied. Stars continued to sketch the celestial saga across the night sky, while the dreamers of Etheria wrote their own upon the ever-expanding canvas of the universe. And thus, the story of Etheria's creation, its guardians and the keeper of echoes, endured a tale of cosmic possibility set forth upon the wings of dreams, a realm ever-blooming, echoing the timeless symphony spun by the first dreamer and all those who dared dream thereafter. The legacy of the first dream, alive in the heartbeats of Etheria's denizens, thrived as the ages passed, each moment an echo that enriched the realm's ever-expanding narrative. Under the guardianship of the elemental keepers and the unyielding watch of the keeper of echoes, Etheria basked in an eternal balance where dreams and reality intertwined seamlessly. Yet, as with all tales bound to time, change stirred once more within the fabric of the realm. Whispers of an enigmatic occurrence began to ripple through the air, borne on the wings of zephyrs and carried by the murmuring brooks. It was said that there appeared a new constellation in the heavens, a collection of stars that shimmered with unfamiliar brilliance, painting symbols unseen and unknown, a celestial cipher awaiting discovery. Astrologers and sages alike turned their gazes skyward, seeking meaning in these astral glyphs. The new constellation, whispered to have emerged from the arch of the known universe, seemed to pulse with a rhythm that mirrored a heartbeat of unearthly resonance. It set a lingering ripple in the ether, a thrumming note that caught the attention of dreamers and guardians alike. Moved by curiosity and an unspoken urgency, the guardians once more assembled, their eyes reflecting the starlit tapestry that now bore these fresh, incandescent secrets. Narita, with ocean's wisdom, posited the constellation's message as one of growth, an omen heralding an era of new dreams and renewed wonder. Yet, it was Zephyrus who suggested that the constellation might serve as a beacon. There, among the stars, might lay clues to another layer of the cosmos's grand design, a hidden path that could lead to realms beyond or truths more profound. Determined to unravel this celestial riddle, the Guardians resolved to journey astral-ward, their path set by the starry guide. They embarked on wings borne by dreams, traveling through the cosmic expanse, where time and space wove an elaborate tapestry of colors and shadows. Their voyage transcended the known boundaries, carrying them to a threshold where the tangible gave way to the ethereal, a place where another realm brushed against the skins of reality. Here, the Guardians discovered something wondrous and unexpected, a nexus of worlds interconnected by the same dreams that caressed their homeland. In this cosmic crossroads, a council awaited an assembly of beings who shimmered with the light of constellations. These were the Star Weavers, the ethereal architects responsible for the dreamer's design across countless realms. They welcomed the Guardians as kin, recognizing in their essence the flame of dream's eternal echo. The Star Weavers revealed a revelation to the Guardians. Etheria was not alone. It was one among many realms woven together in an intricate dance of dreams, each contributing to the universe's grand symphony. The new constellation was an invitation, a call for Etheria to partake in the celestial chorus and weave its dreams into the universe's broader tapestry. Upon this realization, the Guardians understood their realm's position within the cosmological design, a vibrant note in the timeless symphony spun by the first dream. The echoes of every dream, every heartbeat within Etheria resonated beyond its borders, contributing to the beauty and chaos of boundless creation. Empowered by this celestial knowledge, the Guardians returned to Etheria with newfound resolve. They engaged not only with their own realm, but shared stories and dreams across myriad realms. Through these shared echoes, bonds flourished, elder tales were traded, and new legends began to flourish amidst the cosmos. The knowledge passed from one star speaker to the next, from one dreamer to their mirror image in another realm, linking them all in one vast choral narrative, the boundless echo of Etheria's genesis, now harmonizing with the dreams spiraling across infinity. And so, the tapestry of Etheria was woven ever grander, a testament to its place within the endless continuum, an infinite echo where every soul could find their note, contribute their verse, and where every dream could linger long after stars themselves ventured beyond the horizon of time's own dream. As the Guardians wove their newfound understanding into the fabric of Etheria, the realm itself began to hum with a resonant energy that touched every leaf and stone, every heart that beat within its borders. The realization that Etheria was but one vibrant strand in a vast and intricate web of existence infused its people with a profound sense of connection to each other, to their realm, and to the cosmos beyond. The Guardians, now known as the Dream Keepers, embraced their role as both stewards of their world and as emissaries to the myriad realms that lay beyond the stars. They became adept at harmonizing the echoes of dreams from across the cosmic tapestry, drawing from the rich reservoir of endless possibility that flowed from the universe itself. Under the guardianship of these dream keepers, Etheria thrived as a beacon of light and shadow, a living testament to the boundless potential of dreams. The land became a cradle for storytellers and dreamweavers, each crafting their unique narrative threads into the realm's collective soul. The stories were shared not only amongst the denizens of Etheria, but reached distant realms through ethereal channels, weaving an even more magnificent tapestry across the universe. From this sharing, an era of enlightenment emerged, where the boundaries between dream and reality became fluid, and the potential for discovery stretched beyond even the horizons of imagination. Etheria became a wellspring of inspiration, its essence a guiding light for those who wandered along the paths of dreams. The Dream Keepers, ever watchful, nurtured the realm with care and wisdom. Alara tended to the lands, ensuring the bond between earth and sky remained strong, fostering life in all its complexity. Zephyrus carried the whispers of those seeking purpose, guiding them with the gentle winds of fate. Pyros, a flickering beacon of hope, illuminated the path for those seeking solace from night's shadows. And Nerida, with ocean's grace, cradled the dreams of all whose spirits drifted upon the currents of possibility. In time, the realm witnessed an awakening of sorts, where even the simplest beings found within themselves the spark of creation, their dreams interwoven with the cosmos's infinite echoes. This awakening heralded a transformation. Etheria was not just a receiver of dreams, but a creator of them. Here was a realm alive with the breath of imagination, where drudgery found beauty and whispers of hope transformed into resounding clarion calls across the very stars. With each new constellation that graced the night sky, Etheria listened and responded, its heartbeat attuned to the rhythm of the universe. The dreamers within, whether bound by earth or spirit, discovered their capacity to unveil wonders beyond the conventional, to shape, to inspire, to sustain the sparks of life in realms untold. And so, within the vast expanse of time and cosmos, Etheria continued to evolve, ever nourished by its place within the universal story. From the small flicker of the first dream, it had blossomed into a beacon of endless potential, its legacy one of eternal dreaming and creation. In this cycle of beginnings and endings, Etheria lingered as a radiant melody within the symphony of existence, its verses reflective of every voice that sang, every whisper that called, woven into a continuation of dreams that danced forevermore across the tapestries of time and space, one realm among many, yet undeniably unique in its vibrant echo. As Etheria's song echoed through the cosmos, it became a guiding star for worlds both near and far, weaving its melody into the heart of countless realms. The Dream Keepers, imbued with the cosmic wisdom acquired from their journey, planted seeds not just of creation but of understanding. They realized that dreams were not just stories told within the quiet tapestry of night, but were the essence of change, the potential of tomorrow's dawn. In Etheria, this understanding sprouted into a movement, the Order of the Echoes, a collective devoted to exploring the boundless possibilities within the realm's dream-stitched fabric. The Order sought to harness the power of dreams consciously, helping people across Etheria to unlock the latent potential sleeping within their souls. Members of the Order traveled through the lands, imparting wisdom, helping to mold dreams into reality. Despite their benevolent intent, whispers along the edges of Etheria foretold of a disturbance, a subtle imbalance emerging from the very act of casting dreams into form. There lay the risk of dreams interwoven and dreams made real, tipping the balance, pulling taut the threads of fabric until tautness threatened to tear. The Dream Keepers called upon Etheria's greatest minds, scholars, mystics, and dreamweaver, enabling a gathering of wisdom at the vigil of stars. There, beneath the watching eyes of the entire celestial sphere, they debated and deliberated ways to maintain harmony between dreaming and becoming. The Keeper of Echoes, that ancient guardian of lore and legend, stood among them, offering clarity through stories of worlds past, illustrating where heavy-handedness in crafting dreams had led to new pathways of chaos. Its voice, an ethereal music, called for unity and balance, reminding them of their own forgotten capacity for restraint and introspection. In light of these teachings, the Dream Keepers taught those within the Order of Echoes to weight their dreams in tandem with a sense of harmony, to balance the fervor of creation with wisdom's embrace. They extolled the virtues of humility, reflection, and the honoring of dreams not just realized but imagined. For not all dreams are the harbingers of reality. Some are simply the architects of potential, a starlit canvas on which the cosmos could inscribe its next story. The realm of Etheria adapted, its people embracing these teachings to ensure that their dreams were woven with patience and care. Harmony was restored, and the advent of this new understanding saw the land flourish in ways previously deemed impossible, each woven dream a testament to creation's delicate dance. Seeing the success of their endeavors, the Dream Keepers in the Order of Echoes cast their vision further afield, extending beyond Etheria, assisting to weave the fabric of unity and dreams in neighboring realms. This cosmic collaboration saw a network of dreaming realms come into being, a constellation of civilizations linked through shared purpose and dreams designed to enhance all. The Guardians knew their purpose endured along a never-ending, ever-evolving path, guiding Etheria through the challenges and triumphs of shaping the infinite echoes of the universe. Together, they and the realm's denizens stood at the confluence of creation itself, an eternal promise of what had been, what was, and what might still become. As poetry inscribed itself upon the stars and whispers flowed within the gentle grasp of twilight winds, Etheria remained a sanctuary and sentinel of dreams, forever a part of the anthem of the infinite, daring realms to dream anew within a cosmos resplendent with possibility, where every soul could forge their melody and enduring legacy of the first dream.
Welcome to Legacy of Eldergrove, a tale woven with shadows and secrets. Join us as we delve into a hidden world where a courageous young woman uncovers her ancestry entwined with a clandestine vampire society. As the veil between darkness and light grows thin, our protagonist must navigate alliances and betrayals. Enjoy this captivating dark fantasy story while you relax or multitask, be it during a walk, cooking, or simply unwinding with your mind adrift in a realm of ancient mysteries and eternal night. The Heart of the Veil, Legacy of the Sunlit Betrayal. Part Shadows over Eldergrove. The wind howled through the ancient pine, carrying the whispers of those long forgotten. My footsteps were mere echoes in the vast silence of Eldergrove, a forest shrouded in perpetual twilight. Shadows clung to the trees, moving with a life of their own as the silver moon cast its ethereal glow upon the forest floor. I was mere days into my 21st year when I received the letter. It was a crinkled parchment sealed with an unfamiliar wax crest, a bat with wings spread wide. The message inside was as cryptic as the symbol. Without delay, make haste to the village at the wood's edge. Destiny awaits. My parents had always been superstitious folk, often warning me against venturing too far into the unknown. But curiosity was a flame that scorched my soul. I could not quench it, even when fueled by unease. The village of Eldergrove was as ancient as the trees surrounding it. Its cottages stood like specters in the night, and the air was thick with tales of lost wanderers and unseen things. It was there that I was to discover my destiny. Upon arriving, I was greeted by Elizabeth, an elderly woman whose eyes were like dark pools of forgotten stories. She spoke of a calling, a summons from those who lived beyond the light in the depths of the forest. She bid me join a gathering of souls who would unveil secrets hidden for centuries. As the moon climbed higher, I found myself standing before a circle of strangers, cloaked in mystery. Their faces were hidden beneath masks carved with delicate filigree. I was entranced. Drawn into their world, as though under a spell, Elizabeth stepped forward, lifting her mask to reveal eyes that glinted with something I could not name. She spoke of a society locked away in time, bound by an allegiance to shadows and secrets. Swiftly, the others removed their masks, revealing smiles sharp, and knowing I felt my heart race, Asa fans wearing a silent call, for in that moment we were united by a shared truth. We were not just children of the night, but the inheritors of a legacy that thrived in darkness. Within the depths of Eldergrove, our tale began. the first of many secrets unfolded, and the realization dawned that our fates were entwined tighter than I ever imagined. My journey had only just begun, and the shadows of Eldergrove whispered promises of mysteries and revelations yet to come. Part: The Secret of the Crimson Veil. In the days that followed the gathering beneath the moonlight, I learned of the world hidden beyond the veil of normalcy, one that pulsed with life as vibrant and shifting as the very shadows that cloaked it. The society was known simply as the Crimson Veil. Anami whispered in reverent tones by those who bore its mark. Elizabeth became my mentor and guide. Her stories were woven with threads of history, tales of ancient clans and forgotten alliances. Each revelation was a piece of the ever-expanding puzzle. I found myself piecing together my own lineage, my past all intertwined with the very fabric of the veil. I learned that not all within the shadowy embrace of Eldergrove were all eyes. The society was a delicate balance, a web spun of power and intrigue, where allegiance was paramount and betrayal lurked in the corners of every shadow. As I delved deeper, I discovered the teachings of the veil. Their practices were shrouded in mysticism, the forgotten magics and old rituals designed to bind and protect. I found myself caught between two worlds, the one I had known, a life of sunlit simplicity, and this new existence filled with the pull of an intoxicating darkness. One evening, beneath a canopy of stars, Elizabeth entrusted me with an ancient tome. Its pages were worn with a jet, the ink faded, and the language a script I had never encountered before. She told me it contained the foundation of our society, the dark arcana that enabled our kind to thrive. It spent hours deciphering its mysteries, the words revealing secrets that were as intoxicating as they were perilous. One passage spoke of a ritual, the ritual of blooded oaths, a binding ceremony conducted only once every century. It seemed I was destined to partake a revelation, both thrilling and terrifying. As I studied the tome, sense of foreboding took root in my heart. Shadows seemed to move with greater purpose, tales whispered of dark forces longing to rend open the delicate balance web belonged to. In the silence of Eldergrove, the forest itself seemed to hold its breath, watching, waiting. Our next gathering approached, each of us prepared to step into the dark embrace of our shared legacy. I was no longer an outsider. I belonged to the shadows, and in return they embraced me, son of their own. But with these secrets of the Crimson Veil unraveled, so too came with a chilling realization lurking just beneath the surface of this newfound world. The more I delved into its mysteries, the more I understood that power came at a price, and the shadows shelved their own set of rules that could not be broken without direct consequences. The path before me was set and my choice already made. From the heart of Eldergrove, I was called not only to uphold the secret of the Crimson Veil, but to confront the dark destiny that awaited in its wake. Part: Dance of the Moonlit Blades. Our gathering came under a sky weighted with stars, their luminescence casting a silver sheen over the clearing. It was here, in the heart of Eldergrove, that the ritual of blooded oaths would bind us forever to the Crimson Veil. Hearts quickened, each soul bracing for the transformation that awaited. The clearing was surrounded by silent trees, their branches weaving a tapestry against the backdrop of the sky. Elizabeth stood at the center, a figure carved from shadow and moonlight. In her hands, she held a ceremonial dagger, its edge sharp enough to cleave the very air. I watched as each member stepped forward, blood oaths offered to the night. The dagger cut through flesh, the pain brief but grounding, a reminder of the life that thrummed within me. My turn came swiftly, the blade poised at my arm, a swift motion, and it was done me, blood mingling with that of countless others, our fates entwined in an unbreakable tapestry. With the ceremony complete, there followed a dance, a tradition as old as the veil itself. It was a dance of the moonlit blades, a celebration of power, balance, and unity. We moved as one, shadows flickering and weaving under the watchful eye of the ancient trees. Our movements mirrored the stories of those who came before, each step an echo of lives lived in devotion to the Crimson Veil. As I danced, a sense of belonging unfurled within me, raw and intoxicating. But lurking beneath the euphoria was the knowledge that danger walked hand in hand with this newfound power. The ritual had opened a door, one that could not be easily closed. The wind carried with it a whisper, an unfamiliar voice, promising retribution and ruin. I felt it draw near, a presence cloaked in darkness and deceit. It was a warning and a challenge, a reminder that the shadows had their fair share of enemies. Leaving the gathering, I could not shake the feeling of eyes upon me. Every shadow seemed to harbor unknown threats, and every gust of wind carried secrets just out of reach. The dance had ended, but the stakes were rising, each moment fraught with the weight of choices yet to be made. In the days to follow, I resolved to uncover the truth lurking beneath the surface of the veil. Determination burned within me, a flame that would not be extinguished until the light of understanding pierced the darkness surrounding us. For now, I remained in the embrace of Eldergrove, but something in the air promised change and unspoken promise, or perhaps a curse one I was yet to confront under the watchful gaze of the moonlit blades. Part, Whispers of the Blood Pact. The days slipped by like shadows at dusk as I delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the Crimson Veil. My nights were spent in whispered conversations with Elizabeth, her voice a steady guide through the tumult of this hidden world. My understanding grew with each secret she shared, each tale of betrayal and sacrifice woven into the tapestry of our kind. It was during one such evening, as the fireplace cast flickering shadows upon the walls, that Elizabeth spoke of the Blood Pact. A binding agreement older than the very trees of Eldergrove, it was said to have been formed to protect our society from the terrors that lurked beyond. But the whispers in the wind spoke of betrayal, Fisher threatening to crack the pact and rend apart the delicate balance we clung to. Intrigued and uneasy, I decided to seek out the truth of these whispers. My search led me to the deepest parts of Eldergrove, where the forest grew dense and unforgiving. It was there, amid gnarled roots and twisted branches, that I first heard the voices faint and distant, woven by the air itself. They spoke of dissent within the ranks of the Veil, of a group known as the Forsaken. Their aim was to unravel the Blood Pact and unleash chaos upon the order we had sworn to protect. It was a heresy, a challenge that threatened not only the Veil, but the very fabric of our existence. Haunted by these revelations, I found myself torn between duty and desire. The pull of the shadows grew stronger, their secrets more tantalizing, yet fraught with peril. Allies had to be chosen wisely, for betrayal wore many faces. Time moved forward, unrelenting, each passing day more precarious than the last. As the nights grew longer, the dangers surrounding Eldergrove became more palpable, the forest itself seeming to close in, as if in anticipation of an impending storm. It was during one such night that a stranger arrived in our midst, a figure cloaked in mystery and darkness. His name was Alaric, and in his eyes rested the weight of secrets I could not fathom. He claimed knowledge of the Forsaken, offering guidance and insight into their plans. Yet trust was a fragile thing, and I tread carefully, mindful of the danger in placing faith in a stranger's words. Alaric spoke of a time before the Veil, of rival factions and blood feuds, his voice rich with the timbre of ancient stories. It was clear that his presence was no mere coincidence, and I sensed that his arrival heralded a turning point in our tale. United by our shared purpose and lingering suspicions, we worked to unearth the secrets buried within the heart of the forest. Our efforts revealed truths that set the soul afire, and ominous portents of a climax that loomed on the horizon, threatening to shatter the world I had come to know. Thus began a new chapter in our struggle, where whispers of the Blood Pact served as both guide and warning, an ever-present reminder that the dance of shadows was far from over. Part, The Masquerade of Eternal Night. The air hung heavy with the promise of a storm, the kind that builds quietly until it bursts with a fury to match the restless heavens. I stood at the edge of the clearing, a spectator to the world of shadows as preparations began for the Masquerade of Eternal Night. It was a celebration, an age-old tradition that marked the solstice with revelry and solemn vows. Our village transformed under the gaze of the moon, cottages draped in silks and lanterns that flickered like fireflies in the night. The Crimson Veil embraced the celebration, a chance to reaffirm bonds and test the mettle of alliances. Yet beneath the veneer of gaiety lingered an undercurrent of unease, whispers of the Forsaken growing louder with each passing day. As evening descended, the villagers gathered in the square, each donned in elaborate masks that hinted at their inner selves anonymity, granting freedom to reveal truths concealed in daylight. My own mask was a delicate piece of artistry, a blend of midnight blues and silver filigree. Behind it, I felt the weight of an ancient destiny pressing against my very being. Amidst the laughter and music, I found Alaric moving between the guests like a shadow cast from the heart of the forest. His presence was magnetic, and as our paths crossed, his eyes met mine with an intensity that spoke of shared intent and burdens carried in silence. There is much to discover tonight, Alaric murmured, his voice barely rising above the crowd's cacophony. The Forsaken are not far. The masquerade offers them a perfect cover. His words sent a shiver through me. We spoke in hushed tones, our conversation interlaced with the festivities surrounding us. Alaric shared details gleaned from whispered confessions and hidden missives, weaving a tale of a plan that would see the blood pact undone before the night's end. The Forsaken intended to strike in the midst of celebration, cloaked in the anonymity the masks provided. As the dance of the masquerade continued around us, I felt the urgency in our task escalate, each moment filled with a perilous anticipation. We needed to identify them, to expose their treachery before the stroke of midnight, when the pact would be reaffirmed under the watchful eyes of Eldergrove. Our search led us through winding alleys and shadowed corners, where revelers laughed and danced, oblivious to the danger among them. Each masked face held potential betrayal, each laugh a haunting echo of the threat looming over us. It was beneath the bell tower that we found the masked figures huddled in clandestine conversation, their words laced with resolve and malice. Recognition flickered among us, pieces of a fragmented puzzle finally clicking into place. Betrayal was close at hand, and destiny demanded action. Alaric and I moved with a swiftness born of desperation, casting off the trappings of celebration to confront the Forsaken. As the clock neared midnight, the confrontation ensued, a dance not of festivity but of combat, blades whispering through the air under the watchful eye of the timeless moon. The masquerade of eternal night became a theater of shadows and intent, each heart pounding with the knowledge that the future of the Vale was cradled in the balance of our resolve. As our blades clashed with theirs, the truth shone clear. This was more than a struggle of survival. It was a battle for the very soul of Eldergrove. In the aftermath, as the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky, we stood together, masked no longer. The Forsaken were defeated, their threat temporarily doused but not extinguished. We had won a battle, but the war was far from over. The masquerade had ended, but the dance with destiny continued, each step bringing us ever closer to the heart of the mystery that bound us to the secret that could tear apart the world we fought so hard to protect. Part beneath the glass chapel, as dawn's golden light spilled into Eldergrove, the remnants of the masquerade began to fade, leaving in their wake a village cloaked in urgent resolve. The threat of the Forsaken, though quelled, lingered like a shadow stretching towards the future, driving us deeper into the heart of the mystery that bound the Crimson Vale. Elizabeth summoned me with a gravity that weighed heavy in her words. She spoke of a hidden sanctuary, a sacred place known only to a select few. It was the Glass Chapel, nestled in a secretive hollow deep within the Foresta repository of knowledge and power, safeguarded by the Vale for centuries. My task was clear: to venture into the chapel's depths and uncover the truths those walls had witnessed. Alaric insisted on accompanying me, a silent protector with eyes that missed nothing. Together, we embarked on our journey, treading a path obscured by time and untouched by the folly of man. The forest grew denser as we ventured farther, the trees closing ranks around us, their branches forming an intricate web laced with age-old secrets. Each step brought with it a sense of foreboding, as though the woods themselves were sentinels wary of our presence. When we reached the clearing, the glass chapel revealed itself a marvel of architecture, seemingly spun from dreams. Its walls shimmered with a translucent beauty, the glass capturing the light of the forest and weaving it into an ever-changing tapestry. Inside, the air was charged with energy, crackling with memories held in stasis from ages past. With each exploration, more questions arose. The secrets within the chapel seemed infinite, contained within tomes and scrolls preserved with deliberate care. As we delved deeper, we discovered traces of a forgotten alliance, a bond formed with an enigmatic order known as the Luminous Keepers Guardians of Ancient Wisdom, whose role intersected with our own in ways previously unimaginable. Those alliances could be the key to strengthening the Vale, Alaric mused, his fingers trailing over faded parchments. Yet it was not the Keeper's knowledge alone that the chapel guarded. It was something far more profound, a power entwined with the fabric of existence itself. Our exploration uncovered passages speaking of the chapel's core, a nexus of energies that balanced the delicate harmony between light and shadow. A potential weapon against the Forsaken, perhaps, but also a risk that could unravel the world if wielded recklessly. The discovery came with a price. We were not alone. In the chapel, an unsettling presence skirted the periphery of our awareness. The Forsaken had found their way, trailing us like wolves to the scent of prey. They sought the chapel's secrets for their own designs, a power to unravel the blood pact and plunge Eldergrove into chaos. It was there, beneath the shimmering arches, that our confrontation reignited. Shadows danced as clashing steel rang through the sacred space, each strike measured against the stakes held high. Alaric fought with the grace of one forged in darkness, standing as my ally as the chapel bore witness to our resolve. Victory was ours, but not without cost. The glass chapel stood as a reminder of what hung in the balance, a tether to histories shared and paths divided. As the dust settled, it became clear that the answers we sought lay beyond the chapel, within the legacy of the luminous keepers hidden in the mists of time. We emerged from the depths of glass and shadow with a determination forged anew. The secrets of the chapel revealed much and concealed more, but they pointed towards a horizon yet to be navigated, a future where trust and unity must guide us beyond the shadows of Eldergrove, towards the sunlit betrayal waiting in the wings. Part the heart of the veil. We returned from the glass chapel, with our minds heavy with the weight of revelations and our hearts steeled for the trials ahead. The village of Eldergrove, nestled in its timeless embrace, seemed an oasis of calm amidst the gathering storm. Yet we knew all too well that it was a calm that preceded inevitable upheaval. Elizabeth welcomed us back with a measured gaze, her wisdom a balm to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within. We shared our discoveries, laying bare the connections we'd unearthed between the Crimson Veil and the Luminous Keepers. Her expression shifted from surprise to resolute determination, as if the strands of history she'd long suspected were finally woven into a cohesive tapestry. "There is a way forward," Elizabeth explained, her voice steady with resolve. "The Keepers hold the key to reinforcing the Blood Pact. Their knowledge, once thought lost, could be the salvation we seek." Alaric and I knew what lay ahead. Our journey would take us beyond the boundaries of Eldergrove, to a summit where the Keepers might yet exist, their legacy hidden within the echoes of the distant mountains. It was a daunting quest, but one that offered hope if only we could persuade the Keepers to aid us. Our departure was swift, slipping away under the cover of night, with only Elizabeth and a few trusted members of the Veil aware of our mission. Our path guided us through forests thick with secrets and across rivers that whispered of ancient devotions. As days turned to nights and nights spilled into dawns, Alaric and I navigated the shifting landscapes, driven by a shared purpose that deepened with each challenge met and overcome. The journey forged an unspoken bond between us, one that transcended the urgency of our cause, a kinship new and yet innate. Eventually, we reached the foothills of the mountains, their peaks dusted in snow like the crowns of forgotten monarchs. It was here, under the vast tapestry of the sky, that we found traces of the Keepers, hidden among the ruins of an ancient temple that whispered of knowledge long guarded. Within its heart lay a chamber, the repository of the Keepers' wisdom, encoded in runes aglow with an internal light. There, under the shroud of time itself, we discovered a truth that framed our understandings anew. The Luminous Keepers held within their legacy the power not only to mend the Blood Pact, but to fortify Ida, relic capable of uniting darkness and light, weaving a balance that could stand undaunted against the chaos of the Forsaken sought to bring. Yet a choice lay before us, to wield that power alone, or to seek unity with our adversaries, a chance to build anew on the foundations of peace, unforeseen by those who harbored strife. It was a decision that held the fate of Eldergrove and the Veil in its grasp, a decision that must be made with wisdom and foresight. With the answers finally within reach, we turned back towards home, hearts burdened by the responsibility of what lay ahead. The shadows of Eldergrove may have borne their secrets, but it was love and unity, timeless and essential, that would guide us to the heart of what truly mattered. As the mountains vanished into the horizon behind us, I caught Alaric's gaze, a silent understanding passing between us. The dance with destiny was nearly complete, the final act set to unfold as we raced against time to save the world we cherished, from the heart of the Vale to its very edge. Part Legacy of the Sunlit Betrayal, the return to Eldergrove was marked by a change in the air. The village, peaceful as ever, seemed alive with a breath of anticipation, as if every soul within felt the turning of fate's wheel. Elizabeth welcomed us back, her eyes reflecting the light of newfound hope, tempered by the grim knowledge of the task at hand. The relic from the keepers was a Marvella crystalline sphere, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to hold the very essence of balance between shadow and sunlit warmth. Possessing it felt like harboring a piece of eternity, a fragment of a world where peace might bloom once again. Word spread quickly of our return and the promise we carried, drawing the Vale's council together within the ancient stone hall, the heart of our sanctuary. Faces familiar and new gathered in solemn assembly, each bearing the marks of hope, fear, and resolve. It was there, amidst the solemnity, that Elizabeth addressed us all, her voice a blend of authority and compassion, calling for unity in the face of looming conflict. She spoke of a chance to forge a new path, to amend past grievances and build bridges with those who had been adversaries, the Forsaken, whom we had struggled against for so long. The proposal was bold, a gamble that rested on the razor's edge of trust and betrayal. To extend an olive branch, even as the scars of battle remained fresh, seemed a folly to many, a risk fraught with danger. Yet the relic offered a chance for healing, capable of mending the rift that time had widened between us. As discussions unfolded, I caught Alaric's gaze once more, his presence grounding me amidst the tide of emotions. Together, we advocated for a new dawn, a brave step towards reconciliation that took root in the fertile soil of understanding. Yet trust proved elusive, old enmities casting dark shadows over the light of our hope. It was then that an unexpected ally emerged from the depths of Shadow One of the Forsaken, a figure cloaked in mystery, yet who stepped forward to offer their allegiance in the pursuit of peace. Their leader, a woman named Seraphine, spoke with a voice wrought from twilight dreams, her intentions clear. She and her kin had grown weary of endless strife, yearning instead for a world where both forces could coexist. The revelation sent ripples through our assembly, igniting a mixture of disbelief and possibility. With cautious hope, we forged an accord, pledging to unite our efforts in a ceremony beneath the same stars that had witnessed centuries of conflict. On the eve of the solstice, we gathered once more in the heart of Eldergrove, bathed in moonlight and the promise of renewal. Under the luminous sky, we enacted the ritual, pouring our shared intentions into the relic, a beacon that pulsed with life, binding sun and shadow into an intricate dance. The air hummed with energy as bonds long frayed began to knit together, embracing the legacy of a sunlit betrayal turned towards redemption. And with that, balance returned to Eldergrove, a newfound harmony weaving through the village like golden threads in a tapestry reborn. The Crimson Vale and the Forsaken stood shoulder to shoulder, marking a new beginning, a reconciliation that spoke of a future forged through understanding, bound as one in the legacy we had revived. As the first fingers of dawn painted the sky with colors of hope, I stood with Alaric and Elizabeth, the relic a shared testament to what we had achieved. The dance of destiny had led us here, to a place where darkness and light entwined, revealing not just the secrets of our past, but the boundless potential of what lay beyond a story waiting to unfold anew, not just in the shadows, but in the brilliant light of day.
In a realm where the elements themselves pulse with life and consciousness, an ancient balance once held the world in harmonious embrace. That harmony shattered, setting forth a saga where fragmented spirits, known as echoes, scattered across the lands. Here begins the tale of diverse heroes drawn together, each bonded to an elemental piece with the power to heal or destroy. As they embark on their quest to restore unity, prepare to delve into a story of discovery where courage confronts chaos and echoes of ancient wisdom weave through every breath. Sit back and let the richness of this fantasy sweep you away, whether you're roaming through daily tasks or simply seeking a journey of the soul. Part Whispers of the Echoes. Amidst the chaos, seemingly ordinary individuals awaken to extraordinary abilities as they find themselves mysteriously attuned to the echoes. From a daring young sailor who controls the tempestuous seas to a nomadic wanderer who feels the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, their lives are forever altered by a connection to forces beyond their understanding. Drawn together by the call of fate, they realize they must embark on a quest to reunite the lost echoes. Part Trials of the Elements. Pursuing their quest across treacherous landscapes, our heroes grapple with challenges set by the very elements they hope to save. As they venture into the molten heart of a volcanic wilderness and navigate the tempest-driven waves of a turbulent ocean, they confront the manifestations of imbalance. Through trials of fire, water, earth, and air, they learn the strengths that unite them and the weaknesses that threaten to tear them apart. Part Echoes of the Past. Guided by the echoes, the companions delve into the forgotten history of their world, uncovering centuries-old grudges between the elements and the betrayals that led to the spirits fracturing. As they piece together the fragments of ancient lore, the truth behind the elemental dissonance begins to surface. The power of the echoes unveils not only the past, but also new paths towards reconciliation and hope. Part Convergence of Spirits. The journey takes our heroes to the mysterious convergence, where the boundaries between elements blur and echoes meld into the fabric of reality. Here, the team faces a mighty choice: to maintain individuality or to embrace unity. Through the eyes of the echoes, they grasp the soul of the world, a tapestry of interconnected fates and the hidden sacrifices required to restore harmony. Part The Heart of Discord. The team discovers the catastrophic event that tore the spirits apart was no mere accident. A manipulative force, long forgotten, lurks in the shadows, thriving on discord and chaos. With the enemy now revealed, the group must confront their innermost fears and truths. Betrayals surface, and alliances are tested as they prepare for the defining battle, not just for the world, but for their souls. Part Awakening of the Elements. As the echoes begin to recombine, the elemental spirits stir, recalling the full spectrum of their power and memory. The environment responds in kind, gradually quelling the tumultuous fury. However, not all elements willingly re-embrace their purpose. Resentment persists that could unravel everything. The companions must inspire the spirit's true essence and reinstate an equilibrium of cooperative existence. Part The New Dawn. The once dissonant world is on the cusp of rebirth, yet the process of mending is not without scars. Our heroes, having faced the frailty and resilience within themselves, return with newfound wisdom and a shared promise of stewardship. The echoes are no longer just fragments. They become custodians of the planet's legacy and future. By accepting change and embracing the imperfect beauty of balance, they ignite a hopeful dawn where shattered echoes join to sing the melody of life. The journey takes our heroes from the heights of pristine mountain ranges to the depths of enigmatic ocean trenches. Their experiences weave together a saga of bravery, sorrow, laughter, and learning. As they venture further into unknown territories, they uncover more about themselves through the eyes of the echo pieces of a puzzle, revealing a picture they had barely glimpsed before. Alongside their path, they encounter beings ancient and wise, carrying stories and wisdoms passed through generations. Elders who remember the world before the echoes were shattered share their knowledge, teaching the heroes the intricacies of balance and elegant dance between energies, rather than a rigid truce. These lessons deepen the characters' understanding of their own intertwined destinies with those of the elements they seek to mend. As they progress, relationships grow and evolve amidst adversity. The daring sailor and the earth-connected wanderer find common ground in shared purpose. An enigmatic hermit who communicates with the wind becomes an unlikely mentor, guiding them with riddles that unravel the mysteries of their quest. Even the fire-hearted warrior, initially a loner, learns to trust the group, understanding that true strength lies not only in solitude, but in the bonds forged through shared trials. The group's resolve is put to the test when they confront the shadowy manipulator responsible for the elemental discordia being fed by the very essence of chaos and division. This insidious force is revealed to be an embodiment of mankind's historical neglect and abuse of nature, an entity that thrives on disharmony, one that the world has unwittingly nurtured through its own actions. Through unyielding determination and profound courage, the heroes face this embodiment of chaos, the climactic clash drawing out the raw, unbridled power of the echoes. This final battle becomes more than a struggle of might. It's a convergence of understanding and forgiveness, not only of others, but of themselves. By embodying the balance they seek, they can unlock their true potential, channeling the spirit's full power to heal the world. As the elemental spirits awaken to their complete forms, a radiant energy washes over the realm. Rivers flow serenely, forests burst with renewed life, the winds sing once more, and the earth stands firm yet nurturing. Each echo seamlessly rejoins the spirits, forming a vibrant harmony that transcends the world's prior state, for it is now enriched with the lessons of the past. With peace restored, the land basks in the glow of a new dawn. The alliances formed during the hero's journey evolve into lasting friendships, united by a promise to guard and preserve the harmony they fought so hard to regain. The legacy of the echoes is cherished, serving as a constant reminder of humanity's role as guardians of their world's fragile balance. In this reborn world, people and nature coexist with renewed respect and understanding. The once shattered echoes become a legend of redemption, a beacon of hope, inspiring future generations to honor, cherish, and protect the elemental harmony that sustains all life. Thus, a tale of fragments becomes a story of unity, where even the most shattered echoes have found their voice, resounding together in one cohesive melody that celebrates the vibrant tapestry of existence. As the sun rises over this newly harmonized world, the heroes stand at the edge of the peaceful valley, gazing toward the horizon with a mixture of wonder and quiet pride. Each carries within them the indelible memories of their adventure lessons of courage, humility, and the profound connectivity of all things. Their hearts are full, having witnessed the strength and beauty that emerges when diverse forces unite for a common cause. The daring sailor, whose bond with the ocean now speaks of both tempest and tranquility, decides to voyage again, bringing with her the stories of their journey to distant shores. She speaks not just of the fury of the seas, but of their potential for grace and life, her eyes ever scanning the horizon for new adventures and new friendships. The nomadic wanderer, ever attuned to the rhythm of the earth beneath her feet, finds solace in tending the lands, nurturing growth where once there was desolation. Her hands plant seeds, each one a symbol of renewal and commitment to the stewardship of the world. In every green shoot that emerges, she sees the legacy of their struggle, a living testament to balance. The enigmatic hermit, once a solitary wisp of wind, becomes a bridge between mankind and the elements. Through his tales and teachings, he fosters a deeper appreciation for the unseen forces that whisper through every corner of creation. His wisdom continues to inspire a new generation of guardians, sons and daughters of earth, air, fire, and water, who vow to preserve the balance won at so great a cost. Even the fire-hearted warrior, who once thought strength lay only in the crackling roar of flames, discovers warmth in community and peace in protection. His passion is now a guiding light, bringing hope and inspiration to those who would follow their own path of courage and commitment. As seasons pass, the tales of their journey become legend. The heroes return to their kin and communities enriched by the bonds they forged. They pass on not just the skills they acquired, but the understanding that even the smallest echo can reverberate across the world to spark change. The echoes, once merely fragments, now resound within every heart imbued with a message that true harmony arises not from unyielding unity, but from the beautiful diversity of life itself. In time, songs of their trials and triumphs fill the air, tales of laughter and tears interwoven with the rustling leaves and flowing streams, a never-ending reminder of the fundamental truth they uncovered, that shattered pieces brought together can craft something wondrous, emerging as a greater whole. Thus, the story of the shattered echoes of elemental harmony echoes on, carried on the winds and whispered by the earth, written in the fiery dance of flames and echoed in the depths of the seas. It becomes a part of the world, shaping the lives of those who would listen, and guiding the hands of those who would follow the melody of existence, forever playing in vibrant harmony. Years turn into decades, and the legend of the shattered echoes grows deeper roots within the lore of the land. The stories of old are passed down through generations in songs and tales, a poignant reminder of the balance that once hung by a fragile thread and the heroes who brought it back from the brink. The world thrives, its people living in the mindful awareness of the interconnectedness that underpins all existence. In the coastal villages, where the sailors' adventures became bedtime stories, children dream of voyages across endless seas, inspired by her courage and love for the uncharted. Ships now set sail not only for trade but for exploration, fostering connections across continents and encouraging a shared stewardship of the oceans. In the verdant fields and sprawling plains, the wanderer's legacy continues to sprout. Communities gather yearly to celebrate the festival of renewal, planting trees and sharing knowledge about the symphony of nature. Each new sprout and flourishing forest pays homage to the spirit of perseverance and growth she embodied. High in the mountains, where the reclusive hermit once spun his tales to wandering travelers, a new sanctuary rises, a place of learning and wisdom, where elemental guardians and human stewards train side by side. The hermit's knowledge becomes the foundation of a new order, one dedicated to preserving the teachings of the echoes and the balance they restored. In towns and villages, the fiery warrior's teachings of strength and compassion are celebrated with festivals embodying the dance of flames. Communities embrace resilience, learning to stand up for what is right while nurturing the fire of determination within their souls. His legend inspires others to find their inner fire, lighting paths through dark times. Through the tapestry of generations, the essence of the echoes intertwines with the rhythms of daily life. The hero's descendants and those inspired by their journey continue the vigil as guardians of the elemental harmony. They remain ever watchful, honoring the past while crafting a future woven with respect, care, and unity for both people and planet. The world, vibrant and alive, becomes a living testament to the power of reconciliation and the beauty found within diversity. The balance is forever dynamic, its melody ever shifting with the tides of change. Yet it is a balance sustained by a deep-seated understanding that true harmony lies not in perfection, but in the embrace of differences and the willingness to create and recreate connections with each passing moment. And so, as the sun sets on this serene yet thriving land, the shattered echoes of elemental harmony resonate eternally, a timeless song, carried forward through the hearts and deeds of all who dwell within the embrace of its resounding chorus, a legacy of unity amongst the myriad threads of existence. As the pages of time continue to turn, the world adapts, shaped by the lessons of the past and the hopes of tomorrow. The land that once trembled on the edge of ruin now stands as a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to confront chaos with unity and compassion. In every corner of this realm, the legacy of the echoes is celebrated through the Festival of Elements, an annual gathering where cultures and communities converge to honor the memory of the elemental spirits. These festivities burst with color and life as people from all walks join to dance upon the earth, weave tales of the past, and sing songs inspired by the grandeur of nature's tapestry. Artisans craft beautiful mosaics of fire, water, earth, and air, each one a vivid reminder of the symbiotic relationship between humans and the natural world. Works of art line the streets, from statues blooming with flowers to fountains that mirror the ceaseless cycles of the ocean, all serving as a living gallery of balance and creativity. Amidst these festivities, leaders gather not to dictate, but to listen. Wisdom from the heralds of the echoes informs decisions, respecting both the insights of ancient traditions and the innovation of modern thought. It is here that bonds grow stronger across boundaries, fostering a global community steadfast in its dedication to nurturing the harmony so dearly won. In the heart of the sanctuary, high in the mountains, the guardians of today and tomorrow are nurtured. Young apprentices learn not just the lore of the echoes, but the principles of empathy and stewardship that guide their every action. They train under the watchful eyes of seasoned mentors, absorbing the elemental wisdom woven into the very fabric of their world. Through every whispering wind and rustling leaf, every dancing flame and flowing stream, the echoes find voice in those willing to listen. The story of the shattered echoes becomes a guiding star, a symbol of resilience, urging everyone to look beyond the surface, to embrace their own inner strength and recognize their role in the greater harmony that cradles each life. And in the quiet moments, when the day yields to night and stars peek from the vast velvet sky, there's a collective breath of gratitude, a silent vow renewed by each person, promising to cherish the elemental balance and ensure its melody continues to flourish. Thus, the tale grows with each listener and becomes a living legenda story, eternally resonating within the heart of the world, as vibrant and dynamic as the elements themselves, forever singing the melody of life in shattered echoes, yet whole once more. Now, the story of the Shattered Echoes is more than just history. It's a foundation upon which communities build their dreams. Elders speak with reverence for the past, their eyes glistening as they recount the bravery and unwavering unity that restored their world. Through their tales, a profound truth prevails. The courage to face division with compassion can heal even the deepest wounds. In a quiet village, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, a young storyteller named Alara carries forth the legacy. She listens intently to the wisdom of her elders, her heart kindled with the fire of imagination and purpose. Through her stories, she hopes to keep the spirit of the echoes alive, igniting the hearts of those who hear her words. Traveling from town to town, Alara weaves her tales under starlit skies and sun-dappled meadows, creating a vibrant tapestry of storytelling that transcends language and culture. Her voice is both a gentle tide and a roaring wind, sweeping her audiences into the world of heroes and elements, of balance found and chaos conquered. In her narratives, she invites people to imagine their part in this timeless saga, encouraging them to embrace their unique ecosphere passions and talents, their kindness and courageous pieces of a larger mosaic. The stories she shares remind each listener that the harmony of their world relies on the contributions and dreams of every individual. As the Festival of Elements approaches once more, the air buzzes with anticipation. Communities prepare together, crafting intricate masks and costumes that symbolize their bond with the elements. Alara's tales become the heart of this celebration, drawing people from far and wide to partake in the unity and joy that the festival brings. During the festival, children laugh and chase one another through fields, their laughter mingling with the songs of nature. Families share meals beneath open skies, exchanging stories past and present that resonate with gratitude and wonder. Bonfires crackle with life as dancers paint the night with their movements, embodying the grace of the elements. At the festival's zenith, Alara takes the stage, her voice carrying over the gathered multitude like a river of words, fresh and flowing. Her tale crescendos to a poignant message, reminding all that the story of the Shattered Echoes is theirs to tell, to nurture, to live. As the festival concludes, embers drift skyward, carried on the night breeze like the whispers of the echoes themselves. The people return to their homes, hearts alight with rekindled purpose, their minds filled with dreams of a world united and harmonious. And thus, the echoes of the past weave seamlessly into the present, urging each generation to safeguard the delicate balance and cherish the beautiful diversity that defines their world. It is this enduring legacy, a melody of unity, courage, and hope, resonating eternally within the soul of the land, ever renewed in the hearts of its people. As the seasons cycle through their eternal dance, the tale of the Shattered Echoes becomes an inseparable part of life, etched into the rhythms of the world. The custodians of this story, people like Alara, become cherished keepers of a heritage that binds past and future. Across the lands, monuments rise to honor the elemental spirits and the heroes who restored them, each one a testament to the enduring power of collaboration and empathy. In cities and villages alike, new generations grow up with the tale as a guiding light. Children are taught to listen to the whispers of nature, to respect the world and its intertwined elements as they would their own kin. Education becomes a bridge, merging ancient wisdom with contemporary knowledge to forge paths toward innovation that align with the principles of harmony and sustainability. Intentions are shaped by the understanding that the world's fragile equilibrium is both a gift and a responsibility. Farmers work in accordance with the seasons, honoring the earth's rhythms and ensuring their impact nurtures rather than depletes. Craftsmen create with materials reclaimed and cherished, their hands guided by respect for the gifts of the land. In governance, leaders embrace a collaborative spirit, mindful of both the needs of their people and the integrity of the environment. Decisions are made with the awareness that every action sends ripples through the intricate network of life, weaving into a larger story that speaks of shared destiny. The sanctuary in the mountains grows into an epicenter of learning and connection, drawing seekers and scholars from every corner of the world. They come to study the secrets of balance, to learn the art of cooperation and the science of sustainability, and to embrace the values embodied by the elemental spirits. Within its hallowed halls, the guardians of balance pass on their knowledge, ensuring that the spirit of the echoes continues to inspire and guide. They teach that the strength of harmony lies in its embrace of change and diversity, that the edges and contrasts of each element, much like the facets of humanity, contribute to a more vibrant and resilient whole. And with each passing generation, the story of the Shattered Echoes remains a living, breathing entity, a guide and a promise, stitching the past and present to an ever-unfolding future. It is a promise to honor the land and its gifts, to celebrate the connections that bind us, and to persist in the eternal dance of harmony that graces this shared existence. This timeless tale resonates through every leaf, every breeze, every ripple across the waters, as a gentle reminder that even the smallest voice can echo through eternity, crafting a melody that unites the chords of life in a symphony of balance and hope. As the generations turn, the legacy of the Shattered Echoes continues to inspire and guide the people, echoing through the ages with unwavering resonance. The world flourishes under the watchful eye of those who steward the balance between humanity and the elements, weaving a rich tapestry of life where every thread plays its part. In distant lands and familiar places alike, people gather to share and celebrate this living story. Young and old come together beneath the starlit sky to recount tales of the heroes who mended the world, their voices rising and falling in harmony with the gentle lullaby of nature itself. These gatherings reinforce the bonds of community, reminding all that they are part of something greater. Alara's telling of the legend becomes a cherished tradition, a cornerstone of cultural heritage that illuminates the hearts and minds of all who hear her words. The story's profound message of interconnectedness invigorates initiatives and inspires creative endeavors, from towering works of art to delicate melodies echoing the spirit of the elements. In academia and governance, in homes and fields, the lessons of the echoes guide decisions and actions. Policies are shaped by a commitment to sustainability and mutual respect, fostering innovation and progress that honor the delicate balance of the natural world. The prosperity of the land is reflected in the health and harmony of its people as they walk the path of guardianship and gratitude. With each passing year, as the seasons cycle and evolve, the celebration of the Festival of Elements grows ever more vibrant. Communities from every culture, corner, and creed unite, letting their unique voices contribute to the universal melody of life. Dances mirror the swirl of flames and the flow of water. Songs echo the rustle of leaves, and smiles blossom like flowers kissed by the sun. The homage paid to the elemental spirits and their eternal guardians becomes a tradition as enduring as the mountains and as fluid as the rivers. This remembrance becomes a pledge renewed with every generation, a pledge to cherish the legacy of unity and balance, to nurture the world's beauty, and to honor the elements that sustain life. And so the tale persists, a beacon of light illuminating a path forward. It remains a testament to the strength that lies within unity, and a reminder that even shattered pieces can come together to forge something greater. The song of the Shattered Echoes continues to pulse through the veins of the earth and its people, a timeless narrative unfurling in vibrant harmony, inviting all to join its dance and carry its message into ever brighter tomorrows. In this way, the story of the Shattered Echoes of elemental harmony becomes not just a memory, but a living legacy, a mirror reflecting what was, what is, and what can be, urging the world ever forward with hope and grace. As time stretches onward, the realm once touched by the chaos of shattered elements becomes a beacon of unified resilience. The tale of the Shattered Echoes infuses every facet of life, a constant reminder of the enduring spirit of those who dared to restore what was lost. It thrives in libraries and lore, in the whispers of the wind and the root-bound wisdom of ancient trees. In every village and city, storytellers like Alara rise to tell the tale anew, each voice adding layers and depth, ensuring that it lives on in hearts and minds. Through their words, the legend evolves with each telling, capturing the imaginations of children whose dreams will one day shape the world. They gather in circles, wide-eyed and eager, to hear stories of courage, of unity, and of the vibrant dance between forces that echo within their very souls. The lessons of the echoes permeate culture and society, informing innovations that marry technology with sustainability. Communities thrive by harnessing the elements in ways that honor their essence, weaving solar paths and wind-kissed energy with reverence and gratitude. Cities grow in harmony with nature, their architectures breathing with life, embracing both the urban and the natural with seamless grace. New generations of guardians emerge from the sanctuary in the mountains, carrying forth the traditions with modern vision. Their hearts are steadfast, their resolve nurtured by the memories of those who came before. They stand as stewards not just of the elements, but of knowledge and wisdom, a bridge between past and unfolding future. And so the world turns, adorned with the legacy of the Echoes, a symbol of the strength found in diversity and the power of unity. The melody of the shattered echoes endures, carried by rivers and winds, its rhythm etched into the fabric of reality itself. In every sunrise and every sunset, in blossoms blooming and leaves falling, in the laughter of children and the gentle sigh of the earth as seasons shift, the story finds new life. It reminds all who listen that they are part of an endless saga, one that beckons them to cherish and sustain the balance woven through their lives. This enduring narrative, born of courage and connection, guides the world onward with a promise of harmony and hope, a forever echo of shared dreams and endless possibilities, resonating eternally within the heart of life itself. Welcome to the enchanting world of Melodoria, where music holds the magical power to shape destinies and unite hearts. Join us as we delve into a timeless tale of adventure and harmony, following a group of musically gifted adventurers on their quest to restore balance to a world disrupted by mysterious dissonance. As you go about your day, let the symphony of their journey weave through your thoughts, transporting you to fantastical lands where melodies bloom and harmony reigns. Whether you're relaxing with a cup of tea or tackling your daily tasks, immerse yourself in a story that celebrates the transformative power of music and the enduring spirit of unity. The cadence of truth, a melody rewritten. In the world of Melodoria, where music flowed through the very essence of existence, the onset of the prelude of dissonance marked the beginning of an unprecedented era of turmoil. In this realm, each individual was born wrapped in the shimmering notes of their unique inner song, a melody that defined their identity and unveiled their abilities. Yet a sudden cacophony had begun to rise, blotting out the symphonies of the soul and casting the land into chaos. In the heart of the vibrant city of Noctria lived Arya, a young woman whose inner song thrummed with an unyielding rhythm of determination. Her voice had the power to weave together the frayed threads of discord, but even she was feeling the pressure of the mysterious dissonance. The once harmonious city now writhed in unrest, its citizens battling unsettled dreams and fractured identity. As Arya watched the city unravel, she knew she could not fight this alone. She gathered a group of musically gifted adventurers, each one bearing a melody as distinct and powerful as her own. There was Lyric, a bard whose flute could call forth the gentlest breeze or the mightiest gale. Then there was Fife, an enigmatic drummer whose beats summoned the spirits of ancient legends. Along came Cadence, whose violin painted the air in vibrant hues of emotion. Their quest to uncover the truth began as the harmonic wanderers set forth from Noctria, venturing into lands where instruments sprouted from the earth like tulips in spring. Their journey took them to the enchanted soundscapes regions, where each step resonated with unknown tones and melodies crafted the very environment around them. Mountains hummed with low drones while rivers babbled in arpeggios. But it was not only the outside world they would traverse. The adventurers realized they must delve into the resonance of secrets hidden within their hearts. Their powers, forged from harmony, carried the weight of their own insecurities and doubts, and they would need to confront their fears to harness the potential within. As they crossed the boundaries of their reality, They entered the twilight canyons where the echoes of faded melodies lingered in the air. It was within these through discordant realms that they encountered a wisp of a song hinting at the presence of an ancient force. A keeper of secrets whose knowledge could mend the fraying threads their world was built upon. In a moonlit grove composed of whispering reeds and echoing boulders, they partook in their greatest trial yet. Here the symphony of awakening awaited them, a conduit through which their collective resolve would be tested. Music poured forth, unrestrained and dazzling, carving pathways into the fabric of the world itself. With newfound clarity, the adventurers pressed on, unraveling the cadence of truth with each note played and every tune shared. They began to comprehend the source of the dissonance, an echo of pain reshaped into discord, a memory of a bygone harmony yearning to be remembered. Finally, they stood before the heart of the unsettling rhapsody, a reflection of a voice distorted, a cry for recognition and passage. Yet this was more than madness. It was an overture, a forgotten requiem, binding them all to a deeper truth. And so in unity and understanding, they lent their unique melodies to a melody rewritten. Their combined symphony, the legendary anthem of creation, transpired across Melodoria, restoring harmony to all who listened. The world shifted, singing once more in a magical continuum of peace, a harmonious balance now steeped not only in music's power, but in the truths of the journeys taken together. The cacophony fell silent, and from silence there rose a new beginning, a world stitched from notes of hope and unity. As the final notes of the anthem of creation resonated across Melodoria, the air shimmered with a renewed vigor. The world breathed with a harmonious sigh, as if grateful for the restoration of its melodic essence. Across the mountains and through the valleys, people paused in their daily lives, their inner songs harmonizing with the great symphony that had drawn them all into an unimaginable yet profoundly beautiful concord. Aria stood at the forefront of the harmonious circle where the symphony had been completed, her eyes reflecting the light of new understanding. She looked at her companions, each of whom had played an integral part in the ensemble that had woven this new reality from the ashes of discord. Lyric the bard, with the winds at his command, had learned that the softest note could hold as much power as the loudest crescendo, and it was his subtle touch that had inspired unity in their group. Fife, the drummer, had discovered the gentle beats of compassion could summon not only spirits of legends, but the spirits of fellowship. And Cadence, with her violin, had learned that emotions expressed through music had the power to heal not only the world, but the invisible scars each person carried. Together they had faced trials that seemed insurmountable, and it was through these challenges that they had each grown not only as musicians, but as individuals. The dissonance that had threatened their world had forced them to confront their deepest fears and insecurities, transforming them into their most profound strengths. In the aftermath of the harmony, the lands that had once been marred by chaos now blossomed with the vibrant sounds of life. The trees sang continuously, the skies shimmered with harmonious whispers, and the rivers coursed with melodic energy, pulsing in rhythmic time with the heartbeat of the planet. Word of their profound achievement spread far and wide, tales of the harmonic wanderers and their legendary quest inspiring future generations of musicians to understand the power and responsibility that lay within their inner songs. Schools of melody, where young children learned to harness the uniqueness of their music, began to spring up throughout Melodoria, cultivating a new era where symphonic harmony was woven into the very fabric of daily existence. And as the harmonious circle slowly faded into legend, Aria and her friends continued their journey across the landscapes of their world. They became stewards of the musical realms, defenders of harmony, and nurturers of the art that held creation together. In the quiet hours of twilight, when the skies blazed with the colors of a day well lived, their melodies intertwined with the gentle lullabies of nature, echoing the heart of the anthem of creation. Their music became a bridge through time, transcending the boundaries of their own souls and touching the lives of those who would someday continue the symphony. Thus, the world of Melodoria continued to spin its intricate web of harmony, and as suns rose and fell, the melodies they had played in their youth lingered on. For in every note shared and every song sung, there was a piece of their story written across the tapestry of time, an endless song echoing forever onwards through the symphony of existence. Years passed in Melodoria, a land now thriving under the symphony of peace, restored by the efforts of the harmonic wanderers. The intricate balance between the melodic forces of the world and its people had been rekindled with a clarity and vibrancy that continued to inspire those who lived within its borders. Aria lyric fife and cadence, while still celebrated as heroes, had now become guardians of this harmonious legacy, sharing their experiences and wisdom throughout the land. The music schools they established blossomed into vibrant centers of learning, where young minds explored the nuances of their personal symphonies. As the students grew, so did the collective melody of Melodoria, weaving new harmonies into the world that resonated with the ever-expanding diversity of its inhabitants. The legacy of creation that the wanderers forged together became the bedrock of a future imbued with endless possibilities for understanding and unity. Aria, along with her companions, was often found teaching the next generation of musicians. Their lessons extended far beyond the technicalities of music, delving into the essence of channeling one's deepest emotions and understanding the magic they could unleash through their unique melodies. For Aria, the journey was both a process of teaching and a perpetual cycle of learning as she discovered new symphonies within the hearts of her students. Meanwhile, Melodoria continued to reveal its mysteries. The lands that the adventurers once traversed remained steeped in enchantment, their soundscapes still resonating with untold stories and hidden melodies. Ventures into the depths of the enchanted soundscapes became quests for those daring enough to seek yet untapped vestiges of the ancient magic that lingered there, whispers of a song that formed the world's foundation. It was during one such journey ventured by a group of Aria's students that a new discovery was made. In a secluded glen where the air shimmered with an ethereal harmony, they uncovered a dormant essence, a faint echo reminiscent of a lost melody. Curiosity piqued and voices interwoven, they began to compose new symphonies inspired by this ethereal resonance, adding their own chapters to Melodoria's timeless music. Aria, upon hearing the budding symphonies, realized that the echoes of the past were not remnants to be feared or controlled, but catalysts for innovation and connection. These melodies, long forgotten, stood as bridges between the ages, knitting together past, present, and future in a continuous loop of creation. Emboldened by these realizations, she proposed a grand festival, an annual celebration where musicians from across Melodoria would gather to share their music and stories. This event, named the Concordance, was a testament to the power of unity through diversity and a tribute to the ever-evolving symphony of the world. Guests from every corner of Melodoria attended, each contributing their unique melodies to create a vibrant tapestry of sound and spirit. Throughout her life, Aria watched as new waves of musicians rose, guided by their inner songs and the legacy that she and her friends had left in their wake. They carried with them the realization that the essence of Melodoria was not just in the grand symphonies composed, but in every note sung and every story shared, a melody that would continue to be rewritten with each generation. And so Melodoria thrived beneath a sky of harmonious resonance where every soul sang in unison with its own unrepeatable song. It was a symphony of existence, one that was destined to play on endlessly through the lives and dreams of all who walked its melodious paths. In this realm, where music held an unparalleled magical power, a new chapter was always waiting to unfold, the echoes of hope forever reverberating through time. In the years that followed, the Concordance became a cornerstone of Melodoria, both a celebration of the musical traditions that bound its people and a fertile ground for new symphonies to emerge. Each year, on the eve of its grand opening, musicians gathered in the heart of Noctria, a city now known as much for its gardens of singing flora as for its vibrant cultural gatherings. Under the shimmering luminescence of countless harmonic lanterns, the people came together from far and wide to share in the multidimensional festival of music. As the festival's reputation grew, so did the legends of those who attended. Young virtuosos and seasoned minstrels alike took center stage in a myriad of performances, demonstrations, and improvisational collaborations. Here, cataracts of new tunes cascaded through the multitudes, weaving together the old and the new in a continuous crescendo of resonance. Amidst this melodic tapestry, Arya continued her role as a guardian and guide, always eager to see the delight and inspiration on the faces of young musicians as they experienced the sheer magic of a world thriving on its diversity of sound. It was during this annual gathering that she shared tales of the journeys from her past, recounting to wide-eyed listeners the epic quest that had united the harmonious world and reshaped the destiny of Melodoria itself. One year, a particularly exceptional group of young musicians stepped down from the stage after a breathtakingly original improvisation, their inner songs harmonizing in unexpected yet perfectly blended ways. They approached Arya shyly at first, eager to ask about the places so entrancingly detailed in the history of the harmonic wanderers. Enthralled by their talent and passion, Arya decided to mentor these young prodigies herself, guiding them through the same enchanted soundscapes where she and her friends had once embarked on their legendary quest. As they traversed intricate valleys and whispered through melodious woodlands, Arya found herself marveling at their creative innovation and perceiving the beauty of old places through new melodies. In these adventures, Arya rediscovered the living essence of Melodoria, a boundless continuum of creative energy, unyielding and ever-renewing. The echoes of the ancient legends were now complemented by the modern symphonies of vibrant youth. One twilight, as the group reached a serene meadow where the wind carried faint harmonics, she paused, listening closely. The air around them resonated with the spectral hum of a melody identical to the powerful anthem of creation, a reminder of the world-unifying journey made so many years before. Emotions swelled within her, and she turned to her students' eyes glistening with the wisdom and hope of generations. With each note played, with each story told, Arya came to understand that the true magic of Melodoria lay in this unbroken continuum, where music not only shaped life, but also reminded those who created it that they were part of something much greater than themselves. It was through this realization that her heart sang with a renewed sense of purpose, confident that the endless symphony would continue forever, enriched through time by countless new melodies, harmonizing in the unfolding cadence of creation itself. And thus, beneath the canopy of stars, harmonically aligned, Melodoria's people lived and thrived their lives, set to the eternal score of the universe, where every soul's song contributed to the world's enduring masterpiece. A realm of infinite music and boundless magic, whose melody would play on forever through the hearts and dreams of those who dared to listen. In the evolving embrace of Melodoria, where each moment sang with untold possibilities, a sense of interconnectedness permeated every aspect of life. The melodies woven by its inhabitants served not only as a source of personal expression, but as threads that tied the fabric of society into a harmonious entity. This was a world where the whispers of the past blended seamlessly with the echoes of the future, crafting a living composition that was as diverse as it was profound. As the years turned into decades, Arya's wisdom and spirit became a guiding light for many. Her tale of how music united the once discordant lands became a cherished legend, a reminder of the power inherent in understanding and unity. The concordance continued to stand as a beacon, drawing talent from every corner of the world and serving as a testament to the enduring legacy of harmony. Music halls throughout Melodoria flourished, the walls reverberating with symphonies that told stories of triumph over adversity, of personal discovery, and of the everlasting bond between individuals and their environment. It wasn't long before the festival became more than just a celebration. It grew into a symbol of cultural identity and resilience. As the world flourished, so too did its inhabitants. Lyric the Bard, now a renowned elder, taught the importance of embracing change through music. The wind instruments he once mastered, now an extension of the emotional landscapes around him. Fife the drummer chose the life of a wanderer, spreading tales from land to land and reminding everyone of the rhythmic pulse that connected all beings. Cadence with her violin maintained a sanctuary where musicians in search of solace or creative exploration found a place to compose their dreams into harmonic realities. In the midst of this vibrant era, a new melody began to emerge, one composed through the hands and hearts of those who would carry the torch of harmony forward. Young musicians, inspired by the tales of Arya and her companions, started to wonder about hidden corners, unexplored soundscapes, and ancient songs waiting to be rediscovered. One such group, driven by curiosity and unwavering determination, embarked on a journey. They sought untold harmonies in the uncharted lands beyond Melodoria, where the edges of their map turned into blank pages eager for new notes. As their journey unfolded, diverse soundscapes revealed themselves, from silent fields where echoes danced beneath the moonlight to cascading cliffs that sang to the ocean tides. Guided by the whispers of legends and the teachings of their predecessors, these explorers unfolded new melodic pathways while keeping an ear tuned to the pulse of Melodoria itself. Their music wove a new layer into the intricate symphony, a bridge between the known and the unknown, an exploration of the infinite canvas on which the world played its timeless melody. In the heart of Noctria, beneath a sky alight with thousands of harmonic lanterns, Arya stood surrounded by the thriving symphony of her students, sons and daughters of Melodoria, who would continue the timeless dance of creation. In their voices, she heard the promise of a future resplendent with discovery and unity. And as the stars twinkled in rhythmic cadence with the world's lullabies, Arya knew a simple yet profound truth. The music would never cease to evolve or inspire. It was the eternal river flowing through the currents of existence, shaping and reshaping the landscapes of reality with each passing moment. Thus Melodoria sang on a land of endless wonders, unfurling its melodies in the lifelong dance of eternal creation, as the world and its people moved to the endless rhythm of a song that would never end. As the melody of Melodoria continued to weave its intricate tapestry, time seemed to dance in harmonious rhythm with the lives it touched. The lands flourished with an ever-present vibrancy, where nature itself seemed to compose new songs each day. Generation after generation, the people found solace and strength in their music, passing down the stories of their ancestors and adding verses of their own. In Noctria, the gardens of singing flora became a symbol of the blending of nature and melody. Each flower emitted a soft, ethereal note, an ongoing testament to the world's exquisite balance. The city, once a bustling hub of unrest, now radiated peace, with its towers resonating with harmonious echoes that reached the farthest corners of Melodoria. Arya, now wise with years yet still youthful in spirit, watched over this world with a profound sense of fulfillment. Each day brought her a new story, a new song, as her once young students grew into mentors themselves, continuing the cycle of music and unity. She found joy in the small moments, watching a child discover the first notes of their inner song, or listening to the symphony of 1,000 voices raised together in the heart of Noctria. On the horizon, a new age of explorers and musicians emerged, driven by the same spirit of adventure and wonder that had once guided Arya and her companions. They journeyed beyond known borders, into realms where sound became something new to experience and understand. Here they discovered soundscapes that resonated with unfamiliar harmonies, inviting them to engage in an eternal dialogue between the world and its inhabitants. In these uncharted territories, the young musicians found echoes of a past long forgotten, mystical notes hidden in the silence between stars, and low murmurs carried by the winds. They composed new symphonies unlike any heard before, drawing on the essence of this newfound resonance and adding innovative chords to the grand symphony of Melodoria. As word of their discoveries spread, the annual concordance blossomed further into a grand exhibition of cultural exchange and musical collaboration. Musicians from across the realm, united by the common thread of creation, gathered to share their sounds, ideas, and inspirations. Each performance, intimate and extraordinary, became a celebration of the diversity of Melodoria's sonic landscape. In the quiet moments between festival days, Arya reflected on the journey that had brought them all here. She saw the seamless interweaving of their histories, from the daring adventures of her youth to the present endeavor of exploration and connection. The music held them all in a single continuum, an ever-evolving opus that knew neither beginning nor end. And so, as the lanterns glittered above like notes suspended on a universal staff, Melodoria continued its melodious journey. The land thrummed with the symphony of existence, an intricate and timeless composition to which each living soul contributed its unique harmony. Together, They embraced the future, certain that as long as music flowed, the world would flourish in the boundless dance of creation, a melody unending, a song eternally sung. In the ceaseless embrace of Melodoria's harmonious rhythm, the land stood as an ever-changing masterpiece, a canvas upon which countless voices painted their dreams and discoveries. Through the gentle whispers of wind chimes and the lush tapestries of forest symphonies, the harmony of creation continued to evolve, a testament to the enduring spirit of its people and their love for the world they shaped together. Arya, now regarded as a venerable matriarch of melody, devoted her days to nurturing the vibrant legacy she had helped forge. Her home became a sanctum of learning, where aspiring musicians flocked to glean wisdom and inspiration. In its garden, an assortment of melodic flora bloomed in concert, creating a symphony of colors and sounds that delighted and inspired all who visited. Each evening, Arya shared stories beneath the starlit sky, a sky that itself seemed to resonate with the distant echo of the anthem of creation. She spoke of the challenges and triumphs of the past, of the foundations laid by those brave enough to seek harmony in their innermost songs. Her tales carried the weight of history, yet resonated with the lightness of new beginnings, encouraging her listeners to find their own melodies within the great composition of life. Meanwhile, beyond the familiar borders of Melodoria, the new generation of seekers plunged ever deeper into the mysteries of the world. Led by the notes of their hearts and the stories of old, they discovered realms where sound flowed like rivers, where mountains sang in sonorous choirs, and where every whisper of the breeze told a tale of ages long past. These explorers, with their hearts as open as their minds, returned with symphonies that reflected the beauty and complexity of these new soundscapes. From these journeys, they introduced innovations that enriched the resonance of Melodoria. Intricate instruments were crafted, blending traditional designs with elements inspired by the natural harmonics of the lands they had traversed. The fusion of time-honored melodies with these newfound sounds sparked a renaissance of creativity and collaboration across the realm. The annual concordance, by now a cultural cornerstone, thrummed with this newfound energy. Artists and musicians came together not just to perform and celebrate, but to learn from one another, expanding the ever-growing tapestry of Melodoria's music. In this gathering of minds and hearts, even the simplest of tunes found a place alongside the grandest operas, each note contributing to the ever-ascending crescendo of a world in harmony. And as the years continued their gentle march forward, Arya's legacy was mirrored in every corner of Melodoria. New generations embraced the ethos of connection and creativity, understanding that their songs, however individual, were part of a larger composition that spanned across time and space. Through it all, Melodoria thrived, a realm where music was more than sound, where every step resonated with purpose and interconnectedness, a testament to the enduring power of harmony within and beyond the borders of human experience. In this world of endless possibilities, every new dawn brought with it the promise of discovery, the allure of the unknown, and the comforting certainty that as long as music lived within the hearts of its people, Melodoria's symphony would continue to play a melody eternal, a song unwaveringly alive through the ages. As Melodoria's symphony unfolded through time, its people embraced every new chapter with open arms and eager hearts. The seamless dance of past and present, woven together through music, painted a vibrant and ever-expanding portrait of a world where every soul found its place within the grand composition. With each passing season, the music schools Arya once established blossomed into esteemed institutions of learning and innovation. Here, students from all walks of life explored the depths of their inner songs, guided by the harmonious teachings passed down through generations. These new custodians of melody cultivated an environment where the exchange of ideas and experiences became as natural as the music they created. Arya's home, meanwhile, transformed into a haven of reflection, a serene retreat where people came to reconnect with their spirit and draw inspiration from the tranquil symphony of the melodic gardens. On quiet afternoons, she would walk among the flowering notes, listening to the echoes of the past and the whispers of the future rustling in the leaves. She knew that even as she grew older, her legacy was an eternal chord, resonating brightly within the lives she had touched. Beyond the verdant fields of Noctria, the intrepid explorers who once ventured into the unknown continued to push the boundaries of discovery. Each journey opened new frontiers, unlocking sacred melodies embedded within the fabric of unexplored lands. In this ever-unfolding map, soundscapes of richer texture and more luminous harmony were found echoes of an ancient world that pulsed with life and creativity. Upon their return, these adventurers shared their insights and compositions, infusing Melodoria with a renewed vibrancy. Communities gathered to listen and learn, each performance an invitation to explore the interplay of tradition and innovation. Through these exchanges, the people began to understand that the world's symphony was boundless, a tapestry woven from infinite threads. The concordance, ever gathering in brilliance, became a festival that transcended mere celebration. It was a living testament to Melodoria's ethos, a transformative experience where participants not only witnessed, but actively engaged with the creation of music and art. Old friendships were strengthened and new alliances forged, as shared harmonies stitched together the social fabric of the realm. In this landscape of perpetual growth, unforeseen challenges and opportunities emerged. Beyond the collective joy and discovery, the quest for deeper understanding of the magic that lay in every note became essential. With humility and determination, the people delved into the intricate relationship between harmony and the natural world, recognizing the responsibility that came with their extraordinary ability to shape soundscapes. Arya, gazing upon this flourishing world, felt a profound sense of gratitude. She had witnessed the transformation of Melodoria from a land besieged by dissonance to a thriving epitome of unity, a realm where the symphony of life was an unending journey filled with wonder. And so, Melodoria's legacy continued to be composed by the hands and hearts of its people, each note, each story a reflection of the timeless dance of creation. The world, a limitless canvas, continued to offer new chapters for its ever-evolving symphony, a melody that would resonate endlessly, echoing with the dreams and aspirations of all who listened. Through it all, every soul sang on, contributing their unique harmony to an eternal masterpiece, a song that would never be silenced nor forgotten. Dive into the mystifying tale of Whispers of the Infinite Sky, a journey through an eternal storm that reveals ancient secrets and timeless truths. As you go about your day, let this story transport you across realms of thunder and lightning where whispers shape destinies and raindrops echo the chorus of existence. It's a fantastical adventure perfect for accompanying your moments of relaxation or intrigue, unraveling the threads of a story as vast and endless as the sky itself. The eye of the celestial storm, the silent song of eternity, part the whispers of the infinite sky. It began on an evening like any other. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a tapestry of swirling pink and orange hues across the sky. I was on the cliff that overlooked the vast ocean, the place where I always went to think and lose myself in the rhythmic crash of the waves. Yet that night there was a peculiar sensation, an almost electric charge in the air. I could feel it skitter along the surface of my skin, and I thought perhaps that was the first warning. But the sky was whispering, not of danger, but of something more curious, more compelling, or so I told myself at the time. The wind whipped around me, carrying those whispers in languages I could not comprehend, but felt deep within my bones. As the last traces of sunlight vanished, stars began to prick the night canvas, hesitantly peeking through, as though afraid of what was to come. I clutched my cloak tighter, seeking comfort from the brisk breeze, but soon found my thoughts drifting again to the oddity of the storm. It was said to be eternal, or so the legends had claimed. A storm that never ceased, never waned. An eternal storm that roamed seeking something or someone. Grandmother used to tell tales of the whispering skies, as she called them warnings of wanderers who had grown too curious or too bold. Those who dared sail beneath the clouded heaven were often never seen again, leaving whispers as their only imprint upon the world. It was whispered by the sea, by the trees, and by the wind, carrying their stories of warning. But as I stood there, shivering not from cold, but from anticipation, I felt that old yearning stir within me. What lay bravely beyond that ever-looming curtain of tempest? What secrets did the eternal storm guard so jealously? And why did its whispers call so alluringly to me personally? That night, the pull of the infinite sky was impossible to ignore. The storm moved with a grace that belied its ferocity, drawing in my fascination like a moth to a flame. Something deep, something primal beckoned, whispering of destiny and discovery. So the whispers from the sky grew louder until I could no longer deny them. They spun tales of adventure and mystery, binding my soul with an invisible thread to the very heart of the storm itself. Unbeknownst to me, as the whispers woven their magic, this was merely the beginning. The beginning of a journey that would upend everything I thought I knew about the world and my place within it. Fate, as it seemed, had chosen me to hear the whispers, to glean wisdom from them, to follow them into the depths of the unknown. A path that toward an eternal storm that did not merely rage, but watched, listened, and whispered to those who dared to heed its call. Part, the shadow of the relentless tempest. Determined to uncover the mystery behind the eternal storm, I rose with the dawn. Warm rays of sunlight did little to quench my restless spirit, still ablaze from the whispers echoing in my mind. They had not diminished while I slept, but transformed into vivid dreams of swirling clouds and lightning veiled in ethereal beauty. I journeyed into the village, intent upon finding answers, or at the very least, finding someone who would indulge my curiosity. As I walked through the bustling market, I could not help but notice the residue of the storm's whispers lingered here too. The skies, though clear, seemed to hum softly, perhaps, to those attentive enough to listen. At the edge of the market, near an old well, stood a figure I recognized, an old mariner named Elias. His tales were vast as the oceans he claimed to have conquered, and if anyone could guide me, surely it would be him. I approached, sensing the weight of his wisdom even before speaking. He studied me with eyes as piercing as the ocean's own gaze. "You've heard them, haven't you?" he asked without preamble, his voice gravelly like stones grinding beneath the sea. "The whispers. They've called you." I nodded, unable to conceal the urgency in my eyes. "And what of them? What do they mean?" A chuckle escaped his lips, though there was no warmth in it. "The storm guards its own. What it reveals is not for mortal understanding, though some like you are chosen to hear its call. What happened to the others? Others like me," I pressed, feeling the gust of possibility and peril sharpen the edges of our conversation. Elias' expression grew somber. "Most who chase the storm are never seen again. The few who return speak only of shadows about realms where wind and rain harbor spirits unknown to this world. Their tales are fragmentary, but if truth lingers within you, must discern it on your own." Despite the gravity of his words, I sensed a deeper truth. The eternal storm held answers to questions not yet formed, destinies not yet perceived. As I left Elias there at the market, I felt the storm's pull still constant. For the next several days, I prepared, assembling what provisions my journey might require. My heart danced between anxiousness and excitement with each passing hour, drawing me closer to the moment when I would set sail into those enigmatic heavens, at least the part of them that roamed so feverishly. On the eve of my departure, my thoughts returned to the whispers, those persistent melodies scrawled by winds across the sky. I understood now that to heed their call was to invite shadow to dwell in the heart of the storm, and to bring forth truths that might lay dormant within the soul. It was a journey not just of the body, but of the spirit. As I stood once again overlooking the ocean, I pledged silently to the storm and to myself. Whatever shadows awaited within its relentless heart, I would meet them with resolve and curiosity, ready to listen to what tales they might tell through the tempest's unyielding voice. Part, the heart of the thunderclap. The morning I set sail dawned with a serenity that belied the tempest lying beyond the horizon. The sea glistened like polished glass, reflecting the vastness of the sky with infinite clarity. My vessel, small but sturdy, bobbed gently at the docks, its wooden frame ready to ferry me into the unknown. Friends and villagers gathered to bid me farewell, their faces a mixture of worry and awe. Among them was Elias, his eyes holding a quiet respect tinged with concern. "Be swift but careful," he advised, pressing a small charm carved from driftwood into my palm. "This might guide you when nothing else can. It holds the whispers of those lost before you." Clutching the charm, I boarded the vessel, feeling the wind's eager embrace as it filled my sails. My heart pounded with the thrill of all that lay ahead, even as I waved a final goodbye to the familiar shores and faces. The journey had begun, and with each passing wave I felt the storm's pull growing stronger, its whispers more insistent and clear. As the distance grew, so did the sense of otherness surrounding the storm. The skies darkened subtly, forming a bruised halo around the horizon. The air hummed differently, electric and alive, charged with a presence that seemed to throb in tandem with my heartbeat. Days passed on the open water and the world transformed around me. The sun became an occasional visitor, streaking pale across a sky otherwise embroidered with cloud and shadow. The sea, spirited like a creature tethered to the whims of the impending storm, surged beneath my humble craft, testing its mettle. Yet beyond the physical challenges arose a deeper transformation, one that stirred within my soul. The whispers nested in my consciousness, unveiling a symphony of voices, dreamlike and vivid. I sensed stories they longed to relay, stories of eras unseen, of fates entwined across time's river, but I knew not how to decipher their ancient tongue. Eventually, the storm arrived as if summoned by my own reckoning. It billowed on the horizon, a darkened titan of fury and grace, a colossal wall of cloud throbbing with roiling energy. Lightning arced wildly through the atmosphere, painting the skies in jagged threads of silver. Thunder reverberated deep and resonant like a fierce drumbeat, announcing the heart of the storm itself. The gusts lashed out in a primal dance, flinging my vessel into its frenzied embrace. Yet amidst the tumult, I felt no fear, only awe and reverence for the storm's splendor. Here at its center, where the thunderclap was both heartbeat and hymn, I felt connected to the vast tapestry of existence. Each lighting strike illuminated not just the sky, but fragments of understanding awakening within me. And with that dawning came the understanding that the storm was no mere force of nature. It was a guardian, a keeper of tales too ancient to be voiced by words alone. Within its core lay the heart of countless stories, whispered eternally through the thunderclaps, through each ripple of rain, awaiting the few brave enough to listen and decipher its secrets. As I steered into the very eye of this relentless storm, my spirit poised upon discovery, the eternal storm, and I began a dialogue of sorts. It spoke in the language of thunder, sleek with the purpose of the ages, and I was its attentive witness, ready to embrace all that it had to reveal. Part, the dance of the unyielding winds. In the tempest's embrace I found a peculiar rhythm amidst its fury, a dance that wove through chaos with uncanny grace. The winds howled and surged, circling me with relentless vigor. Yet through their wild symphony there emerged an unexpected partner, a strange harmony echoing with vigor and whispered secrets. These winds carried stories long forgotten and dreams unfulfilled, spinning them through the air with playful abandon. I listened intently, realizing that this dance was an invitation, as much a call to action as the whispers had been. To truly understand the storm's nature, I needed to partake in this dance, to let the wind steer my soul as much as it did my vessel. Letting go of the tiller, I surrendered myself to the elements, trusting the storm to guide me. The winds twirled around, enveloping me in their embrace. It was a dance more profound than any I had experienced, born out of timeless nature ever evolving. Faces brushed past like whispers of ancient souls, etched within the storm's chaos, fleeting and ephemeral memories. They wore expressions that glittered with hopeful awe of discovery, yet also bore the ragged edge of longing. I reached out, sensing echoes of their joys and sorrows, understanding not through conversation, but through connection, an ancient communion. The dance revealed truths not easily discerned. Boundaries between past, present, and future collapsed into a single canvas painted by the tempest's artistry. Here within the storm, the linear threads of time unraveled and intertwined, unbridled by earthly constraints. A revelation unfolded in these winds, one that had balanced on the brink of my consciousness since my journey began. The storm's nature was more than guardian or specter of tales. It was a keeper of dreams, spun across the thresholds of possibility and despair. With each gust, I felt the presence of those who had ventured before me, their ambitions, struggles, and triumphs written in the storm's breath. The eternal storm remembered the voyages of those who dared to dance amongst its gales, and as I partook, I understood my own place within this grand choreography. The storm wanted me to see, for my path too was woven into the tempest, its unending journey. And I was a steward of these whispers, perhaps chosen to bear back stories, untold, unspoken truths carried upon the wind. I realized that the whispers had tied us together, not just my journey, but countless journeys weaving through the storm's dance. As the winds began to settle and the storm's fury softened, I returned to awareness, feeling transformed. The dance had unveiled more than secrets. It had shared wisdom etched across time. Whispers guided the dance's rhythm, and now my heart carried their echoes, crafted in the storm's vast forge. I stood beneath the now gently swirling clouds, the quiet eye of the storm, where the winds receded into softer murmurs, allowing the stories to breathe, to live. There beneath the wide expanse, I felt the dance still beating within me, fueling a newfound purpose, and I understood with clarity that the storm was ever present, ever patient in its pursuit of revelation. Part: The Secrets of the Lightning Keeper. As the storm's winds settled into a restless lull, the air thick with expectancy, I knew my journey was not yet complete. I had danced with the wind, now it was time to listen to the lightning, the silent keeper of profound secrets. The electric cracks blazing through the sky held truths buried deep within their blinding arcs, waiting for a soul brave enough to capture their essence. The heart of the storm was a curious place, a realm where fury nestled beside tranquility, a juxtaposition I found both unsettling and comforting. My vessel rocked gently at the center of this celestial theater where lightning reigned as both maestro and muse. Here amid the swirling clouds, I waited for the lightning to speak. With eyes fixed upon the horizon, I watched the dazzling display unfold, mesmerizing as much as it was terrifying. Each bolt was a stroke of brilliance, tearing through the sky, lighting up the world in spasms of raw power. But within those brilliant arcs lay understanding. And as I watched, I noticed a pattern emerging, a language crafted in light. The lightning spoke in bursts of intensity, vibrant threads connecting the heavens and earth, weaving a tapestry unseen by those outside the storm's embrace. There among the bolts I perceived shapes and forms, ephemeral glimpses of worlds adrift in this charged eon. They were visions of distant places and old worlds bearing names forgotten to attune wonders beyond comprehension. I recalled the driftwood charm Elias had given me, its surface etched with spirals echoing these very shapes formed among the lightning's dance. Gripping it tightly, I became attuned to the harmony, the clicks and hum of voices coursing through the storm, forged by a chorus older than time itself. The lightning danced, allowing fragments of clarity to whisper their secrets, buried beneath the skin of light. Tales of creation whispered on currents of electricity, stories of life transmuted from cosmic energy to material existence. With each flash, I felt those threads attach themselves to my awareness, unfurling a connection that bypassed reason, planted instead deep within the spirit's soil. In this bold theater of light and sound, I grasped an ancient truth. The storm was not merely an eternal cycle of fury, but a crucible from which dreams were tempered and stories woven anew. Lightning was the architect, and the storm its canvas painting destinies, with each crackling arc unfurling above. Absorbing the secrets engraved within gleaming bolts, I committed to memory the stories it sought to impart. I felt the majesty and weight of their promise firmly held within me, and resolved to honor them, to carry them beyond the storm's limits, to those willing to listen and understand. As I stood surrounded by the storm's brilliant epistles, the whispers that once drove me became a steady drum, fueling a resolve nurtured by the celestial lightning. Encased within its secrets was the knowledge of creation, of beginnings and endings intertwined, revealing a tapestry greater than any within mortal ken. When I finally turned away, sailing forth from the luminous cradle, I carried with me more than echoes of bolts and thunder. I bore the lightnings, layered truths crafted in countless millennia, sustained by the eternal storm's unwavering promise woven into the very essence of all that is, all that was, and all that will be. Part: The Labyrinth of Raindrop Echoes. Emerging from the tempest with lightning's secrets etched within my spirit, I found myself within the soft embrace of rain. The storm spoke not in the cacophony of thunder, nor the brilliance of lightning, but in the gentle patter of raindrops, a sound that seemed almost timid in comparison to what had come before. Yet within this subdued symphony lay its own mysteries, waiting patiently to be unraveled. The vessel drifted now as I looked across the shimmering expanse. Each raindrop kissed the ocean's surface, dispersing ripples that wove across the water like incantations whispered in hushed tones. I listened intently, recognizing the language of echoes dancing in the wake of each drop. I leaned over the edge of my vessel, reaching out my hand to catch the rain. It landed on my skin, trickling off my fingers in delicate trails. In that intimate touch, I felt their stories, tiny moments of the storm's journey captured within each droplet. Together, they formed the labyrinth, a journey through echoes spun within the liquid prism. The rain began to speak, revealing its own intricacies, tender secrets, conveyed not by vision but by truth, felt in solitude. Within the cold, crystalline embrace, I sensed stories of those who had once dared to dream beneath the storm's canopy, their hopes caught and swirled away into the maelstrom. I closed my eyes, allowing memories to speak through those gentle echoes. Within the labyrinth, moments unfurled, bathed in nostalgia and longing. Here was the fisherman who had encountered love on distant shores, a mother's lullaby shared beneath the vast expanse and lands beyond my imagining, seen and lost to time's river. The raindrops shared these persevering whispers borne across the worlds. They were tributes, tales of beauty, loss, and renewal, cascading through the ages, offered back to the ocean as rain. Their wisdom lay in their simplicity, in the acknowledgement that all beings created and concluded stories, starting anew. Listening carefully, I realized the rain was a bridge between realms, a conduit crossing heart and horizon, uniting souls through the eternal storm's ceaseless cycle. It offered solace and understanding, a reminder of life's rich tapestry woven together drop by drop. As the storm's rains began to diminish, their music had guided me through its labyrinth, showing me the interconnectedness of our existence, the seamless dance between touch and memory, thought and action. The echoes imbued me with reverence for each liquid note, however quiet a note only found beneath an infinite sky. With newfound perspective, I turned toward my journey's conclusion, my heart carrying the echoes of the storm's delicate symphony. The rain had imparted knowledge of connectivity, seen through delicate threads linking all stories together, each raindrop an invaluable shard of the whole. As the sky lightened, heralding the storm's parting, I held these reflections within my spirit. I knew the labyrinth of raindrop echoes existed beyond the horizon, beyond the present, an everlasting narrative told beneath the eternal watch of a storm, where all dreams distilled and flowed anew. Part, the eye of the celestial storm. With the rain's melodies still lingering within me, I entered the calm eye of the celestial storm, a realm of unnerving serenity, nestled within the chaos I had thus far traversed. Here I found clarity like none I had known before, a silence so profound it felt as though time itself had paused to witness my journey. The storm's heart was unlike any place I had experienced, eradicated of turbulence and noise, a pool of stillness amid the unfurling chaos. The skies above formed a great dome of swirling azure and silver, and beneath the vessel lay an ocean mirrored in perfect tranquility, softer than any I had ever seen. It was within this eye that I felt the whispers strongest, not as a pull or a call, but as an understanding and innate knowledge born from existence itself. Here the storm neither raged nor whispered, but observed in hushed anticipation. For the first time I truly beheld the storm's purpose. It was a keeper and storyteller, a guardian to the countless souls it had touched and transformed. Each whisper that threaded through the winds and every bolt of lightning that offered its searing truths converged here in the storm's silent heart as if awaiting my recognition. Without the din to distract me, I spent hours adrift in its embrace, wrapped in contemplation. In this calmness, I found myself reflecting upon all I had encountered, each insight offered to me by the storm's manifold voices. My journey had been not just about discovery, but about understanding the unity inherent in differing experiences bound together by an eternal force. There I stood at the eye, feeling for once truly a part of something greater. I understood that the storm's eternal cycle was both ending and beginning, shaping the weft of creation's fabric, and I was woven into it. The storm held memories of existence, of life's connections interwoven across times and realms, guided by the gentle hands of fate. and in that revelation, I felt the pure essence of the storm's gift. It whispered not merely of quests and dangers, but of unity and renewal, stories and dreams seeking continuity across the threads of time. These were its final teachings, love and balance amidst the tempest's mighty breath. As the eye began to wane, its tranquility fading back to the wild embrace of winds and thunder, I prepared for my eventual return. The journey with the storm had offered truths melded in wisdom and enchantment, deeper than words alone could convey. This voyage would soon be a memory, but its impact would steer my path long after I left the horizon. No longer a wanderer but a messenger, I set my course, guided by the stories born not by my own, but by the celestial eye of the storm. What had begun on a quiet night, listening to whispers on a cliff, had unfolded into a timeless dance, revealing the songs of eternity etched into the soul, not only mine, but all who dared to dream beneath the infinite sky. As its feathery embrace released me, the celestial storm remained on the horizon, not as an ending, but an eternal presence, carrying whispers onward softly, shaping the world within its tender eyes. Part, the silent song of eternity. The journey back from the heart of the storm felt both like a farewell and an invitation to a new beginning. As my vessel sailed away from the celestial eye, the fury of the tempest following in my wake gradually softened, allowing sunlight to pour through the now scattered clouds. The sea resumed its familiar rhythm, the gentle, undulating waves carrying me back towards my home and the life that awaited beyond the horizon. Yet I was not the same as when I had first ventured out, so eagerly drawn by the whispers of the storm. The voices that had once been mere echoes on the brink of perception were now harmonized within me, creating a symphony of understanding and connection. I carried with me the knowledge of memories left untold, stories gathered and renewed by the eternal journey that the storm itself embodied. As I approached the shores of my village, the landscape appeared changed, not in its physicality, but through the lens of my transformed perception. Everything seemed more vibrant, the colors of the sea and sky more profound, anchored by the knowledge and secrets I had unearthed within the tempest. The villagers greeted my return with warmth and curiosity. Elias was there among them, his weathered features softened by a knowing smile. As I stepped back onto familiar ground, I realized the stories I had gathered were not meant to be kept to myself. They were pieces of the broader tapestry of life that needed to be shared, passed on, like the whispers among friends waiting for interpretation and understanding. Weeks turned into months, yet the storm's lessons continued to guide me as I wove its truths into the fabric of my everyday life. I spoke of the dance of the winds, the cradle of lightning, the labyrinth of rain, all narrated in ways that bound our local stories with the eternal echoes of the storm. And as I recounted what I had seen and felt within the heart of the celestial eye, I noticed something remarkable. The villagers, too, began to listen more carefully to the winds, began to recount their dreams in whispers that blended with those age-old melodies often hidden in plain sight across our shared landscape. In the stillness of solitude, when I once more stood upon the cliffs overlooking the vast waters, perhaps to listen to the dimming strains of my journey, I understood that whispers of the storm flowed endlessly through the threads of existence, weaving us all into its eternal song. And sometimes in rare flashes of moonlight, when the firmament crackled and shimmered, there was the faintest echo. The eternal storm remained ever present, and within it, the seeds of new stories rested tenderly upon the mother world below, cradling the essence of all life and whispering into the soul of eternity itself. In those whispers, in the silent song that rang through creation, I found my truest self reborn and united with a cosmos that spoke endlessly of wonder and possibility. And I, too, a listener and a keeper of tales, was forever its accomplice, carrying whispers full of hope, love, and purpose beyond any single mortal path or sky.
The drowned secret, embrace of the tempest part, whispers from the abyss. The night was an ink spill across the horizon as I stood at the edge of the old dock. The sea stretched out in front of me like a breathing, shifting creature. Its whispers carried on the cold wind that bit through my layers of clothing. I had been drawn to this place, as if the sea itself called out to me with a voice that was barely discernible from the howling gusts. This was how my story began, with a yearning for answers I could not yet comprehend. Old tales spoke of creatures that lurked in the depths, beings of such unspeakable power and mystery that generations had passed down their legends in hushed tones by firesides. I had heard them all during my childhood summers spent in the coastal village with my grandmother. She would sit me down with that weather-worn gleam in her eyes, spinning yarns about the vast and terrifying unknown beneath the surface of the water. But it was not the tales that brought me back to the shore as an adult. It was something far more personal, something that began in dreams. Dreams where the sea called my name, luring me into its folds with images both beautiful and deadly. I awoke each night, gasping for air, my skin slick as if soaked by the very ocean that haunted my sleep. The villagers avoided this place at night, warning of treacherous tides and sudden storms that could claim unwary souls. Yet here I was, listening to the sea's whispers, yearning to understand the connection I felt to this eerie place. My feet shuffled closer to the edge, the wood of the dock creaking under my weight, echoing in the stillness of the night. It was then that I first saw a shadow moving beneath the water, darker than the depths that surrounded it. My heart thundered in my chest as I leaned forward, eyes straining to catch another glimpse. The shape was ephemeral, there one moment and gone the next, teasing the edges of my perception. I blinked, and the sea seemed to exhale, a mist rising from its surface, shrouding me in its ghostly embrace. A voice as soft, melodic, yet undeniably clear drifted into my mind, bypassing the chaos of the winds. It whispered my name, drawing it out in a dulcet tone that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Come home," it implored, the words weaving into a siren song that beckoned me forward. The edge of the dock blurred with the boundary of the sea as I took a step closer, the world narrowing to the rhythmic pull of the ocean and the shadow that danced beneath its waves. This was the beginning of my descent into the abyss, where reality and legend entwined in a dance as ancient as the sea itself. Little did I know the answers I sought would unravel not only the mysteries beneath the waves, but the very essence of who I was. Part The Tide's Lament. The days that followed felt like a waking dream, where the boundary between the tangible world and the one that whispered in the shadows grew ever thinner. I found myself returning to the dock, transfixed by the sea that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The fishermen and villagers avoided my gaze when I passed, sensing the change in me as surely as the shifting tides. My nights were invaded by visions, a kaleidoscope of color and motion beneath the waves, teeming with life, yet pervaded by an undercurrent of something darker. There was a presence, always just beyond my reach, a feeling that hovered on the brink of my consciousness. It was both exhilarating and terrifying in its intensity. On one of those nights, when the moon hung like a silver coin against the black velvet sky, I felt the compelling need to return to the water's edge. As I approached, the fog rolled in thick and argent, winding around my legs like tendrils. My heart quickened as I caught sight of the familiar shadow moving beneath the surface again, more defined now in its sinuous grace. I knelt, peering into the briny depths, when a glimmer of light caught my eye. A strange glow emanated from below, dappling the water with an otherworldly radiance. It was as if the stars themselves had sunk beneath the sea, scattered across an abyss of tangled shadows and shimmering secrets. Something stirred within the radiant depths, rising towards me. My breath caught as the form broke the surface, a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was magnificent, with scales of deep midnight and eyes that captured the light like luminescent orbs. Its body moved with an elegance born of eons in the sea. For a moment, we simply regarded one another, and I felt a remarkable sense of recognition, as if it had always been a part of me waiting to be discovered. It spoke not in words, but in a rush of emotions and images, a language of shared memories born on the current of time. I realized then that the legends had a grain of truth, that the creatures spoken of in old tales were not just figments of an imaginative past. They were real, woven into the fabric of the world, hidden in plain sight from those who refused to see. The creature leaned closer, its presence both calming and overwhelming. As its thoughts intertwined with my own, I understood the lament of the sea, the yearning for connection that bridged worlds. It showed me not only its world, but also glimpses of a forgotten legacy, a legacy that belonged to me. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. What I had always dismissed as dreams, fragmented images of an impossible existence, were memories of a lineage I had never known. My heart raced as I accepted the truth. I was not merely human, but a part of this ancient lineage that danced in the ocean's depths. I staggered back, the weight of this revelation settling into the marrow of my bones. The sea's voice whispered again, tender and insistent, urging me to embrace the truth and step into the world that had been waiting for me. I was caught in the tide's lament, the call of my ancestral home resonating in my blood. As I stood at the precipice of two worlds, I understood that my journey had just begun, with secrets yet to unravel and a destiny that lay hidden beneath the waves. Part shadows beneath the waves. The days that followed my revelation were a tumultuous whirl of conflicting emotions. Acceptance and disbelief tangled in my mind like seaweed in a storm. Each night, the siren call of the ocean grew stronger, an unrelenting crescendo that underscored my waking moments. I found solace in the crashing waves, their timeless rhythm echoing the pulse of something ancient within me. I combed through my grandmother's stories with a new perspective, seeking hidden truths in the myths and legends she had shared. Her words, once mere tales, were saturated with a deeper meaning, now echoes of an existence I was only beginning to comprehend. There was an undeniable connection between the whispered legends and the reality that unfolded before my eyes. Returning to the dock, I embraced the sea breeze as it tousled my hair and filled my senses with the scent of salt and freedom. The villagers' stares followed me like a shadow, their fear of the unknown evident and unspoken. Yet I did not waver. I was determined to unravel the mystery of my heritage and learn my place in this intertwined world of human and sea. The creature awaited me, its eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 moons. We communicated in silent harmony, words unnecessary in the exchange of thoughts and visions. I watched as scenes from an unfamiliar past came alive, each memory a strand weaving the tapestry of my lineage. In those moments, I saw the rise and fall of empires beneath the ocean's depths, cities of coral and stone where my ancestors once thrived. I grasped the burden and grace of a legacy hidden from the surface dwellers who remained oblivious to the marvels below their feet. Yet, not all was beauty and wonder. There were shadows in the depths, two dark currents that hinted at heretofore unseen forces, wings of doom hovering unseen until it was too late. A lurking danger that had only begun to stir beneath the waves, awoken by the knowledge that now rippled through me. I realized that my emergence as a bridge between these worlds had set events in motion that could not be undone. There was a weight to the choices I would need to make, choices that carried the potential to reshape both worlds forever. In that moment, doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Night after night, I returned to the creature, our bond strengthening with each encounter. I learned of the dangers hidden in the deep, the whispers of forgotten gods, and the wrath of creatures who resented the world above the sea. These beings were the true shadows beneath the waves, drawn to power and mischief, challenging the delicate balance I was now a part of. A storm brewed within me, turbulent with questions and underlying fears. As I navigated my dual existence, my heart clenched with the knowledge that the path before me was fraught with the unknown. Yet in this intertwining dance of disposition and destiny, I felt an exhilarating sense of purpose. Standing on the shore, I watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, surrendering to the embrace of night. The ocean sang its eternal song as the shadows crept closer to shore. I resolved to face them head-on, even as the darkness whispered of the trials that would surely follow, hidden beneath the waves yet ready to rise. With the future uncertain, but the path before me clear, I chose to embrace my heritage and prepare for what lay ahead. The sea called to me with a siren's melody, and I answered with a voice of my own, rising strong and confident through the darkness. Part: the forgotten deep. The call of the sea had become an anthem echoing through my very soul, a constant companion as I ventured deeper into the mysteries that lie beneath. Day by day, the line between my life on the surface and my ties to the ocean blurred ever further until they seemed one and the same. It was a strange yet liberating feeling, embracing both worlds while straddling the precipice of an evolving destiny. One evening, as the bleeding light of the setting sun melted into the horizon, I found myself drawn inexplicably to the shore. The anticipation in the air was so thick I could almost taste it. The sky above mirrored the restless sea below, an omen of the secrets that waited to be revealed. My heart raced with the knowledge that the time had come to descend into the realm of my ancestors, the forgotten deep, where light dared not intrude. The creature greeted me as I approached the dock, an understanding passing between us that we were to go further than ever before. Its eyes shimmered with an intensity that spoke of stories untold, a history etched in the ebb and flow of the tides. With a deep breath, I accepted the silent invitation and stepped forward, feeling the cool embrace of the water as I waded into the depths. The sea enveloped me, and I surrendered myself to its vast expanse, trusting in the connection that had been forged through countless nights of shared dreams and visions. The creature swam beside me, a graceful guide through the winding corridors of the deep. As we ventured further, the world around us transformed, the swirling currents revealing hidden wonders I had yearned to see for myself. Coral gardens of unfathomable beauty stretched before us, every hue and pattern imaginable converging in an intricate dance. A city emerged from the tableau, once vibrant and alive with the laughter of my kin, now lying in solemn silence, a forgotten enclave caught in time, echoing the whispers of a bygone age. The creature and I moved among the ruins, the silence heavy with secrets. With every step, my heart pulsed in rhythm with the ocean, drawing me towards the center of the submerged world. It was then that I found at the heart of the forgotten deep a chamber untouched by time, where shadows of the past still lingered. In the dim glow of the abyssal depths, I hesitated at the threshold, overwhelmed by the echoes of all that had been lost and waiting to be unearthed. The sea, indifferent yet knowing, whispered the remnants of the lives and struggles that had carved their existence into the marrow of the earth. Here, in this undersea sanctum, I learned of the sacrifice and resilience that had driven my ancestors to guard their world and Arsa legacy that now bonded me to the responsibility they had carried. I understood that I was a beacon, a link between humanity and the forgotten guardians of the deep. As I emerged from the chamber, the creature and I were greeted not with silence, but with the gentle cadence of the returning life awakened by our presence. A revelation carved in coral and stone, the certainty of companionship guiding me back to the world above, a foundation of strength as I faced the darkness that threatened to rise. Now, as I floated back towards the surface, the weight of the forgotten deep buoyed by my newfound resolve, I understood the power within me. I emerged into the starlight, invigorated and steady, knowing that the true challenge awaited, and I was finally ready to face it with open eyes and an unyielding heart. Part echoes of the Leviathan. Returning to the surface, I felt both rejuvenated and burdened by the profound connection forged in the forgotten deep. With the wind biting my skin and the familiar expanse of shoreline stretching out before me, I knew that the echoes of my ancestors now pulsed within my veins, an untapped power awaiting its time. But the shadow of the Leviathan lingered, an ominous promise of what lay beneath the sea's tranquil veneer. Whispers in the depths spoke of a being of unimaginable power, a remnant of an era when gods walked the ocean floor and commanded the tides with a mere thought. The Leviathan was a guardian and a harbinger, the incarnation of the sea's ferocity and its deepest sorrow. The villagers sensed the disturbance as surely as I did, their once silent curiosity morphing into palpable fear. They gathered in clusters under the shroud of night, casting wary glances at the water, whispering old prayers born from tales long forgotten. An ancestral memory, perhaps, was awakened in them, a collective recognition of the looming presence that threatened to shatter their world. By now, the sea was as much a part of me as the air I breathed. And yet, the Leviathan's unbridled essence challenged my understanding, crackling through the currents like lightning. This behemoth, with titanic eyes that witnessed the birth of stars and the fall of kingdoms, now turned its gaze upon me, marking the beginning of our confrontation. The wind carried its call one fateful night. Deep rumble felt more than heard, and I knew it was time. As I stepped onto the dock, the moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting a silver glow upon the rippling expanse. a stage set for our inevitable meeting. I felt the sea creature at my side, a silent ally, as I summoned every ounce of courage and the strength of my lineage. The ocean surged and foamed, as if churning with the anticipation of ancient souls and hidden forces. And then it emerged, the Leviathan, flowing like liquid night as it rose from the depths. The size was beyond comprehension, dwarfing the realm I had come to know, its scales glistening like obsidian under the moon's embrace. For a moment the world stopped as our eyes met. In that gaze I saw not only the primordial power of the ocean, but a kinship, a bond of purpose that transcended time and space. The Leviathan was no mere beast, but a guardian that watched over the balance of worlds, a mantle passed down through eons. And then it spoke, not in words, but in the language of the deep, resonant vibration that echoed within my core. It shared the history of the oceans, of a time when seashells whispered wisdom and life thrived in harmonious symphony. It spoke of betrayal, of vulnerability, and the darkness that had crept into the deep, threatening to unbind the natural order. As the Leviathan's memories intertwined with my own, I understood the task before me: to restore the forgotten bond between land and sea, to heal the rift that had widened into a chasm. I was chosen, not as a savior, but as a continuance of a chain that must never be broken. Our communion ended, the Leviathan submerged with a solemn grace, its presence lingering as a promise and a reminder of the duty entrusted upon me. As the night swallowed the horizon and the waves calmed to a gentle lullaby, I knew that I had set in motion the ripples of change, the echoes of the Leviathan guiding me forward. There was no turning back now, only the path ahead, fraught with shadows and light, where the strength of my spirit and the enduring legacy of the deep would lead me to confront what lay beyond. Part: A Siren's Song. The Leviathan's departure left behind an unsettling calm, its parting a prelude to the trials that awaited. The villagers, though oblivious to the specifics of the encounter, could feel a shift in the air, a foreboding presence lurking, unseen yet palpable in the hush of their conversations. The sea, once a silent companion, now thrummed with an unspoken warning. In the days that followed, I immersed myself in preparation, drawing from the knowledge imparted by my ancestors and the wisdom shared by the sea creature. There were stories yet to be unearthed, secrets charted in the forgotten songs of the ocean, songs that shaped and bent the fabric of reality. And it was to these echoes I turned, guided by a melody that wove through my dreams like a silken thread. One such dream led me to the cliffs that overlooked the expanse of water stretching into infinity. The place where the siren's song resonated most strongly, a balm of serenity amidst the brewing storm. Though the sirens lived in legend, their song carried with it a promise of revelations unknown to land dwellers. Many had tried to follow their song only to meet their end in the sea's embrace. Yet in the melody, I sensed not danger, but an invitation, a call to unearth truths buried beneath layers of myth. The winds carried the song to me, a haunting lament entwined with hope and sorrow. I closed my eyes and let the music enfold me, the notes vibrant and alive, leading to a secluded cove hidden from prying eyes. The path before me was precarious, strewn with jagged rocks and lapping waves, but the song imbued my steps with a grace I never knew I possessed. As I reached the cove, the song reached its crescendo, a symphony of voices, powerful yet poignant, carrying stories of love and rebirth, of sacrifice and serenity. It was a tapestry woven with the essence of the sea itself, a testament to the bond between it and its inhabitants, sirens whose existence defied the distance between lore and truth. From the shadows, a figure emerged, and my heart leapt at the sight. She was ethereal, with hair like sea foam and eyes that held the wisdom of ages, her presence as natural as the tides. She sang with a voice that transcended the physical, a siren whose song echoed the shared history I had come to understand. We spoke in the language of the waves and the whispered wisdom of the deep. The siren revealed the balance that had been disturbed, the harmony once lost when the worlds above and below severed their bond. The dark undercurrents, whispered fears, and unfulfilled destinies all were hers to witness and to mend. The siren's song was a map etched in sound, leading me to the heart of the turmoil, the origin of the darkness that threatened to overturn the stability we all sought to protect. I learned of the rogue entities that sought to exploit the fracture between our worlds, forces that thrived in chaos and fed on despair, drawing strength from rifts unhealed. As the night drew to a close, the siren's song guided me back to shore, our encounter a moment suspended in time. An understanding passed between us, the torch of unity was now mine to bear, the song our shared oath of harmony. With my path clearer, I embraced both my humanity and the legacy of the sea with newfound resolve. The siren's song resonated within me, a beacon to guide me through the currents of fate. And as I returned to the village beneath the first light of dawn, I knew the melody of the sea would forever be my compass, steering me towards a future where unity and balance awaited. Part: The Drowned Secret. The siren's song lingered in my mind, buoying my spirit as I navigated the challenges of bridging two worlds. Its melody was an unerring guide, a beacon that pierced through the uncertainty surrounding me, but beneath its soothing cadence, new layers of intricate harmonies unfurled, urging me to delve deeper and uncover the submerged truths that awaited my discovery. The village remained in the grip of tension, the once peaceful countenance of its inhabitants now marred by fear of the unknown. Whispers of curses and forgotten gods spread like wildfire among the people, casting a shadow that stretched its fingers into every corner of their hearts. Yet amidst the brewing turmoil, I bore the weight of the siren's oath, a silent promise to mend what had been broken. Driven by an urgent pull, I ventured to the edge of the cliffs once more, drawn towards an isolated inlet where the rocky face met the tempestuous sea. The air was charged with an energy that seemed to resonate from the very earth, as if urging me towards revelation. A path of jagged stones led me deeper into the realm of the drowned Secreta place, where land met water in a timeless embrace. With each step, the echoes of hidden knowledge reverberated through me. Stories of battles fought and lost, victories uncelebrated, and spirits drowned beneath the weight of ages. It was here, in the sanctuary carved by time, that the veils lifted to reveal truths that had long lain obscured. The remnants of an ancient altar stood in the center of the cove, its worn stones etched with symbols that hummed with a life of their own. As I approached, I sensed the presence of those who had once called this place Secreta connection too deep to sever. Here, history was not just recorded but kept alive, breathing in harmony with the ebbs and flows of the ocean. I felt the presence of the creature beside me, constant as the tides, its consciousness intertwining with mine as we approached the heart of the altar. And then I saw an ethereal glow emanating from within the stones, pouring forth memories of a pact forged by my ancestors, a bond that safeguarded both the world above and the deep below. The visions unfolded, revealing a history of unity, where humans and creatures of the sea stood as allies, defenders of a fragile equilibrium. But the world had changed, and so too had the hearts of men, leading to the fragmentation of what once was whole. The pact was abandoned, its promise cast aside, allowing chaos to seep into the void left in its wake. As I absorbed the knowledge, I realized that the secret drowned beneath the sea was not one of power, but of reconciliation, a call to restore what had been lost, to heal the divisions wrought by time and neglect. It was an invitation to reclaim our shared stewardship of the earth, to wear the mantle of protector with the pride and humility it demanded. The glow subsided, leaving me with a profound understanding of my purpose, the chance to stitch together the torn fabric of coexistence, guided by the siren's melody and the enduring strength of my lineage. I was the conduit through which past and future intertwined, the keeper of the drowned secret that lay beneath the waves. With these revelations etched into my very being, I emerged from the enclave, the dawn breaking over the horizon. The village awaited, rife with tensions yet teeming with potential for renewal. Armed with the truth uncovered, I would face the growing darkness with unwavering resolve, and the promise of rebirth a chance to bridge the worlds once more and breathe life into the future through the power of union. Part: Embrace of the Tempest. As dawn painted the sky with hues of fiery orange and gentle blue, I stood at the threshold of a new beginning. The echoes of the drowned secret resided within me now, a powerful reminder of the responsibility I bore to forge a bridge between the fragmented worlds. The siren's song had not only revealed the path but also fortified my resolve, a constant rhythm that empowered my every step. The villagers sensed the ripples of change, cautious eyes watching as I made my way along the familiar paths of our coastal haven. Fear entwined with curiosity in their gazes, the ancient dance of light and shadow reflected in their hearts. I knew that revealing the truth would not be simple, for healing rifts demanded more than words. It required action, bravery, and belief in the impossible. The sea whispered in support as I gathered the villagers at the water's edge, the breeze playing with strands of my hair like ghostly fingers. With the waves lapping at the shore and the fragrance of salt filling the air, I shared the tale of our shared history, the covenant renewed by my journey into the depths. The siren's melody wove through my words, a testament to our interconnected fates. The darkness loomed ever closer, a tempest waiting beyond the horizontal storm that threatened to engulf all we held dear. The Leviathan's warning echoed in my mind, urging haste and unity before the rising forces brought chaos to bear upon the world. For it was not mine alone to fight. This battle required solidarity, the villagers joining hands with the creatures of the sea to stand against the encroaching tide. Doubt flickered across their faces, a wariness that had kept them safe for centuries. And yet, the sincerity of my conviction stirred something within Thamum, recognition that old legends fearfully whispered might yet hold truth. I saw the flicker of hope ignite in their eyes, a spark that softened stone hearts. Our voices rose in unison, a chorus that echoed over the waves, a plea, a vow, and an affirmation fueled by newfound resolve. The sea responded, its guardians emerging from the depths, creatures who had long hidden their presence from human eyes, now here to affirm our shared destiny. They had always been there, watching and waiting for the moment when division might give way to alliance. In the days that followed, we prepared humans and creatures alike for the storm that threatened to unravel the delicate balance. Knowledge carried by the siren's song guided our efforts, our unity forged in the fires of necessity. The Leviathan would soon test the bond we so desperately sought to mend. And then the tempest came, a cacophony of tumultuous winds and raging seas, the very earth trembling beneath its fury. Beneath the curtain of chaos, the shadows emerged, the dark forces driven by desires long left unmet, chaos their chosen dominion. We met them on the shores and in the depths, defenders both old and new united in cause. The bond uniting land and sea gave us strength through the siren's melody, the Leviathan's gaze, and the whispers of the forgotten deep. It was a battle etched into the fabric of time, the tempest an opportunity to prove that harmony could withstand even the darkest storms. Embark on an epic journey through time and space, where the line between madness and divinity is as thin as a whisper. This tale of a reluctant champion adeptly carries the balance between ancient gods and mortal realms, perfect to accompany you as you go about your day, whether you're driving, working, or simply seeking a captivating escape. Let the woven tapestry of destiny and cosmic revelations guide your imagination. Join us as we venture into a world of fantastical medieval realms where every step shapes the fate of galaxies and every choice determines the echoes in eternity. Revelations in the Veil of Madness. The balance of worlds unveiled, whispers of the forgotten deity. I had always been drawn to the ancient tales of gods and heroes, as if the very essence of the words called to some hidden part of me. It was in one such ruin lost to time where my journey truly began. The village elders often spoke in hushed tones about the temple ruins that lay just beyond the northern forest, where the stones seemed to shimmer under the moonlight. Superstition ran swift through the village veins, and few dared to venture near, but my curiosity knew no bounds. I remember the air being thick with anticipation and mischief as I crossed the threshold of the entrance. The stone guardians, tall and intimidating, stood watch like silent specters of a bygone era. With each careful step deeper into the temple shadows, I felt time itself unravel around me. Murals adorned the walls depicting scenes of grandeur and glory, gods weaving destinies and men humbling before their might, a silent tribute to their forgotten tales. As I reached the inner sanctum, my gaze fell upon a peculiar stone altar. It was there that whispers came to life, echoing a symphony of chaos and madness sweeping through the stillness. Those whispers spoke a language long lost to civilization, but the meaning carved itself into my mind as though it had always been there, waiting for me to awaken it. Kneeling before the altar, I traced the strange symbol etched into its surface, my fingers trembling as if moving of their own volition. And then it happened. The world around me shuddered as if waking from a great slumber. Colors swirled and sounds blended into a euphoric cacophony as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. In that moment, I realized I had become the vessel for a force unlike any other. The whispers were his voice, the mad god forgotten by time now sowing seeds of his rebirth through my very being. Conflicted and afraid, I stumbled back from the altar with a chilling realization etched into my core. My place in this world had irrevocably changed forever, tied to the fate of a god whose purpose had been stolen by madness and time. As I emerged from the temple, the first light of dawn kissed the horizon with tender warmth. The shadows receded behind me, their whispers lingering in my mind. A secret pact had been forged between mortal and divine, the weight of destiny resting heavy upon my shoulders. How would I reconcile this newfound connection to the mad god? What path lay before me, ensnaring not just my own fate, but that of an entire world reshaped by whispers of the forgotten deity? The answers were as elusive as the figure shrouded in the dancing shadows of my dreams, where madness and divinity entwined. The quest for the divine relic. The days that followed my encounter in the ruined temple felt like waking from a peculiar half-dream where reality and madness intertwined. The village elders watched me closely, their wise eyes catching the subtle changes as though the air around me had altered. Yet none dared to speak of it. Only I knew of the whispers that coursed through my veins, unceasing, relentless, urging me towards something beyond comprehension. I set out on a journey, driven by an inexplicable force and the need to know more about the mad god whose essence I now bore. It was clear from the whispers that I was not the only one seeking this knowledge. A divine relic had been scattered across the lands, and its pieces could amplify or shackle the power within me. Through bustling towns and desolate landscapes, my search carried me, with tales of the relic swirling like a storm. Stories of warriors and sorcerers who had once wielded such power briefly transcending mortal bounds caught my attention. The relic pieces were said to be imbued with the essence of the deities themselves, threads of divine creation woven into the fabric of our world. In the shadowed corners of taverns and ancient libraries, I learned of one such piece hidden within the labyrinthine tunnels deep beneath the Ebon Peaks. A friend met along the way, an enigmatic scholar with mismatched eyes, eager for adventure, decided to join my quest. Together we made our way to those perilous heights, guided by the map of fated lore he had clutched carefully in his hands. The climb was arduous and unyielding, a test of endurance and mettle, with each step carrying us further from the world below. As we descended into the earth's embrace, the oppressive darkness closed around us like a living entity, its chill seeping into our bones. The whispers surged within me, vibrating with energy, as if recognizing we had crossed a critical threshold. In the very heart of that forgotten labyrinth, we found the relic glistening as though carved from stardust itself. It pulsed with an ethereal brilliance, and in its presence, visions of creation and chaos unfurled before my mind's eye. The mad god's power beckoned a siren's call in a language unintelligible yet understood innately. Yet the relic was not unguarded. From the shadows emerged a creature born of stone and malice, its eyes glowing with ancient spirits bound to eternal duty. Time stilled, and in that moment of confrontation I felt the whispers surge, a guiding force unharnessed. Our struggle was fierce and frantic, the air ringing with clashes of steel and stone. With a final flourish, weaving divine instincts with mortal skill, I struck true, shattering the beast's ancient enchantment. As it crumbled to the earth, defeated, the relic hovered between us, radiating warmth and promise. Securing it within my grasp, a strange harmony settled over the chaos within. It was as if I had found a piece of myself long forgotten, lost across eons, now returning with the gentle hum of forgotten melodies. With each step out of that labyrinth, light crept back into our world, yet the darkness of untold secrets lingered still. The quest for the divine relics had only begun, an odyssey where destiny and madness wove an intricate tapestry. What did it mean to be the harbinger of a god's will, troubled by half-remembered dreams and ancient chaos? The answers, ever elusive, unfolded like a map across the horizon, igniting a path not only for survival, but a chance to redefine the very cosmos, as whispers guided my soul caught between the quiet of mortal fears and the roar of a mad god's desires. Shadows of the mad god's wrath. Leaving the Iban Peaks behind us, my companion and I ventured into lands marked by desolation, where winds carried echoes of sorrow and ruin. The air was thick with foreboding, an oppressive shroud foretelling of trials yet to come, as the relic pulsed against my chest like the heartbeat of an ancient star. With each step, the whispers inside my mind grew stronger, their insistent cadence whispering of worlds beyond our own reality. News of our quest had spread far and wide, and with it so too did rumors of the mad god reborn through mortal soul and divine relics. Whispers found willing ears among those eager to grasp the power held within my grasp, seeking either its destruction or their own ascension. We pushed relentlessly across the rugged landscape, where shadows danced in menacing patterns, concealing foes who lay in wait. One such adversary emerged from the depths of night like a specter shrouded in midnight wraith-like and driven by a savage ambition. His name was Elric, a zealot, draped in robes woven with symbols of fallen constellations, wielding arcane arts, twisted by the maddened whispers that called to him. His followers thronged in his wake, hungry for the chaos promised a new order birthed from the dust of man's fall. Our confrontation was inevitable, a dance orchestrated by fate in the heart of a ruined city, frozen in eternal twilight. Elric's voice was a confluence of storm and nightmare, echoing the beckoning of madness across the ruins as he declared himself champion of a darkened god's will. The battles that followed tested my resolve in ways beyond measure, as Elric unleashed nightmares and sorcery born of divine remnants, twisted beyond recognition. Stone collapsed beneath our feet with a thunderous roar, and shadows entwined like serpents seeking to drag us into oblivion. Yet within the disarray, a truth revealed itself. It was not just a fight for survival or dominance over divine relics, but a clash between the very essence of choices driven by ambition, fear, and hope. The whispers within provided clarity, a direction through chaos, balancing on the edge of destruction and creation alike. Every incantation cast by Elric was a reminder of what could become should the mad god's power be unleashed untamed. My own resolve fed into the whisper's rhythm, weaving light through the storm of shadows. With every surge of energy, the relic resonated with my soul, a harbinger of cosmic recognition, binding together a future sculpted by the willing hand. Finally, the inevitable moment arrived. It was not brute strength or cunning that won, but the will to embrace what the whispers had become, an understanding of balance that guided my hand. With the relic at its height of power, I weaved light and shadow not as opposing forces but complementary threads. Elric's assaults faltered, unraveling into starlight and ash as balance restored what chaos had tried to claim. Amidst the fallen city's silent witness, the aura of divine judgment dissipated, leaving an echo of potential yet unexplored. As dawn's fingers reached across the heavens, illuminating the path we must continue, I felt the whispers recede, their lament replaced by the quiet resolve of destiny not yet written. Our journey demanded much of us, yet the aftermath revealed its own rewards, newfound strength in alliance with realms unknown. This chapter closed, bathed in the dawn of understanding, a revelation that power need not be madness, but a harmonious symphony orchestrated by mortal hands. Yet with each breath, the shadows of the mad god's wrath still lingered as new whispers wove their tale across the tapestry of fate's design. Architect of chaos. The journey that unfolded after our skirmish with Elric seemed adorned with both tranquility and ominous prelude. Each step held a paradox of serenity, as if the world itself had paused to draw a breath before the storm. My companion and I traversed lush meadows and silent woodlands, seeking the next piece of the divine puzzle scattered across the realm. As towns rose and fell behind us, their stories echoing across fields untouched by chaos, my mind was a constant whirl of thoughts. The whispers quieter now hummed with expectant energy, calling me toward a destiny I scarcely understood. Each sense of peace was overshadowed by the knowledge that only time hung between the quietude and resurgence of a god reborn. We journeyed to a city known for its intricate labyrinthine streets, a marvel of engineering that tangled with the landscape, a city old as history itself. It was here we were to meet an ancient order of scholars said to hold understanding of the gods' ascent and the cosmic dance between madness and reality. This society, bound insular and elusive, wielded knowledge like a shield against ignorance. Upon arrival, the whispers intensified, guiding me through the city's maze with uncanny precision, drawing us to a hidden enclave deep within. The scholars were gathered awaiting us, a council of elders cloaked in robes, woven with stardust, their eyes reflecting wisdom undimmed by time. At their center stood a woman radiant as moonlight and ageless, even as weariness shadowed her features. She was known as Alaris, an architect of legends revered across ages. Her voice was like a melody, unsung, welcoming, and rich with knowledge accrued through centuries. We spoke of the relics of gods and men bound by choices made at the dawn of creation. Alaris's eyes were fathomless pools of understanding, carrying the weight of secrets and foretellings as she recounted the origins of the mad god's descent into chaos. Her revelations revealed a paradigm where gods were not distant entities, arrogant and unattainable, but beings intricately tied to the will of the world itself. Madness had consumed him not through mere intention, but out of imbalance, a world tipped too far into the realm of mortals, driven by ambition, untethered. As the council deliberated, I felt their words resonate with the whispers, a soft affirmation of truths, yet unknown. Alaris spoke of the architect of chaos, a being neither malevolent nor benevolent, but a harbinger of balance, once overlooked, long forgotten. At the heart of the discourse, an offer emerged. The scholars, through rituals of arcane intricacy, could create a tether bridging God and mortal, a bond that might grant me mastery and insight into divine madness should I prove worthy. The risk was immense, yet the whispers gently urged, compelling me toward this symbiosis, promising illumination at the cost of enduring the untamed storm. With the council and the enchanted city as witness, I accepted the embrace of this new destiny. Guided by Alaris and the scholars, the ritual unfolded in a dance of light and thought, claiming me as its vessel of harmony or ruin. As the ethereal energies surged through my veins, I saw glimpses of 1,000 worlds spiraling across time, where shadows held entire realms bound yet balanced among the stars. The mad god's essence was there intertwined, a force both malleable and insistent, a part of the greater astral rhythm. I understood then the legacy that we carried, not merely as mortals, but as custodians of what we create. We could choose how the mad god's story might end or begin anew, a cycle vast and endless in scope. When the ritual ended and silence returned to the stone chamber, the world appeared anew, vibrant, with potential paths unseen. I had glimpsed the vastness of what lay beyond madness, the architect of chaos becoming a whisper, now drawing me further into an unfolding cosmic odyssey where choices wove tapestries unseen. I stepped from the enclave back into the city's labyrinth, ready to face the shadows that whispered of futures yet untold, and a mad god's voice murmuring across the corridors of fate. The reluctant champion's odyssey. With the architect's wisdom etched into my soul, we departed the city woven in shadows, our path now illuminated by the flickering embers of newfound understanding. My companion and I journeyed anew across verdant landscapes, carpeted with the whispers of ancient secrets and unspoken vows. The burden upon my shoulders had shifted from one of survival to a pilgrimage, where the line between bearer and guide blurred through the relentless tide of destiny. The winds that caressed these lands whispered of unrest, their intangible fingers tracing the edges of prophecy yet unfulfilled. As the days folded into nights, I found myself dwelling upon the choices set before me, the relentless inquiry echoing whether I was master of my fate or merely a pawn upon the board of celestial intrigue. Our journey led us to a kingdom renowned for its enduring resilience, its people scarred by the passage of many conquerors, yet unyielding against the turning tide of overlords. It was here we sought respite, a brief sanctuary within the castle's imposing walls, fortified against both siege and despair. The king, a man of stoic countenance and burning resolution, offered us shelter, captivated by the vague shadows of destiny flickering about our frames. Within those grand halls, I was consumed by the tales of chivalry and valor, shared oaths in the castle's great hall. The memories of warriors who had borne swords for a realm most beloved became as vivid and haunting as the whispers themselves. With each spoken word and solemn vow, I felt the weight of my own journey grow entwined with the collective history of legends long past. Yet the shadows of the mad god chose no time to rest their tendrils, stretched across the land seeking the relics with unquenchable hunger. In the dead of night, a dream as vivid as it was terrible descended upon me. I beheld the mad god towering over realms, dissolving into ruin, a blend of chaos and despair etched in every shadow-filled crevice. Awakening with a jolt, breathless and chilled as if the walls had closed in around me, I knew my time to linger in the castle had come to an end. The choice was at the foreshelter, and the safety of stone walls or the vast horizon calling with the force of destiny unmet. Gathered before daybreak, we prepared to depart the castle's sanctuary. The king, his gaze reflecting the steel of resolve, offered me a blade, a weapon, forged in ancient fires, tempered by repeated justice, a symbol of kinship and allegiance esteemed across the ages. As dawn's light crowned the horizon, we set forth, leaving behind the echoes of stories woven into stone. A reluctant champion fraught with purpose and burden, I carried with me the whispers growing stronger with each step, guiding us toward the places where fates collided. Every path ahead required strength, born not from valor alone, but from the acceptance of chaos as a seam of creation. It demanded the balance of divine madness within a mortal frame, against the backdrop of a world yearning to breathe free of tyrant God's rule. Our quest intertwined now with the people we encountered as one, echoing each step with a realization that I bore not just relics or whispered destinies, but the hopes of many, the willing thread of a future born anew should I find the way. The Odyssey continued, ever testing the limits of creed and resolve, in a world ripe with possibility and fraught with shadows of what may come. And at its heart, a silent prayer lingered, that the song of stars guiding my journey would one day find harmony with the whispers I had pledged to bear until the mad god's final breath. The shattering of celestial bonds. Beyond the kingdom of resilient stone, our path wound through landscapes marked by both beauty and ruin. The air shimmered with a tangible tension, as if all of creation paused in anticipation of what was to unfold. With each step, my heart beat in time with the whispers which seemed to grow louder as we approached the edges of the world known and the precipice of the unknown. The road then led us to an ancient forest where towering trees stretched toward the heavens, their roots entwined with the magic of eras long past. Here the air was thick with the scent of earth and mystery, as if the very ground hummed with life untold, reaching deep into the earth's memory. It was here the whispers directed us, drawing us toward the core of creation, where another piece of the divine relic lay hidden beneath the canopy's embrace. We delved into the forest, guided by starlight and instinct, until we reached a grove unlike any other. At its heart stood a monolithic stone altar, carved with symbols of celestial dances and cosmic scales. The relic rested upon it, a shard of creation itself, pulsating softly in the dim half-light as though acknowledging its kinship with the heavens. Yet as we approached the relic, shadows stirred around us, swirling into form with a malice I had come to recognize as the mark of the mad god's influence. They were wraiths born of chaos, remnants of shattered stars, and malignant intent bent on destruction, imbued with whispers dark and twisted. In the clearing, surrounded by the living echoes of forgotten realms, battle erupted in a flurry of ethereal energy and mortal will. Every swing of my sword was guided by the silent chorus of whispers, urging me to find balance amidst the chaos, seeming to illuminate pathways best unseen. Even as shadows sought to overwhelm us, a new strength born of clarity surged through me, not just for survival, but for the preservation of what could be. In that moment of confrontation, the boundaries of self and God blurred, becoming less a struggle against the madness and more a melding of purpose with possibility. Bound by the whispers and relics kin, I understood in a vivid realization the mad god's madness was not merely chaos, it was a reflection of imbalance, a testament to celestial bonds strained beyond their design. The choice of rebirth or ruin lay before us, weeping beneath the stars so ancient and indifferent. With each wave of power drawn through the relic, light met shadow, unifying into a single harmonious accorda melody of creation, rewriting itself, a testament to what we could become together. In that moment, the remnants of shadow faltered and vanished, rent asunder by the light of truths found. As the last whispers of battle faded into the forest's quiet embrace, the relic gleamed with renewed purpose. It was a symbol of our journey and the strength of our resolve, born of choices made beyond the scope of mortals or divine, endlessly intertwined. With the relic secured, balance restored within its celestial dance, we emerged from the forest transformed. Our souls carried the indelible mark of the divine Sibyl, entwined with destiny and chaos, resplendent and whole. The road ahead was still uncertain, marked by countless horizons and challenges yet to be met. But as we ventured forward, the whispers within were no longer a burden, but a tapestry, woven with potential, revealing pathways where the bonds between realms might forever be reimagined. We continued our odyssey, nourished by the knowledge that each step forged into the world before us held the promise of a rebirth so wondrous and profound, a dream shared by gods and mortals alike, in a dance unending beneath the watchful gaze of stars reborn. Revelations in the Veil of Madness. Our journey took us ever closer to the heart of the unraveling threads where the world trembled on the brink of transformation. Each day brought us nearer to a place where reality and dreams merged into something only whispered about in the tales of old. It was a landscape imbued with awe and trepidation, a realm where the boundaries of existence flickered like candle flames caught in an unpredictable wind. The whispers, now a constant symphony in my mind, led us to the foot of a mountain, ominous and ancient, its peak lost in the clouds that swirled above like ethereal currents of forgotten knowledge. It was here the final piece of the divine relic was said to rest, a fragment of the mad god's essence woven into the fabric of the world itself. Together, my companion and I began to ascend the mountain, its paths twisting and perilous, as if testing our resolve to ascend beyond mortal planes of understanding. The air crackled with energy, unseen forces converging upon us, as though aware of our quest and the destiny we carried. Higher we climbed, where the very air was thinner, and the songs of the winds were a chorus of memory and possibility. Each step felt as though it drew us further from our earthly tether and deeper into the veil of madness itself. It was as at the peak where reality gave way between shadow and light we beheld the final relic. There stood a being, not man nor beast, a figure crowned with the stars, who seemed both guardian and prisoner of this sacred place. It was the mad god, or what remained of him, a remnant both noble and broken, as if the very cosmos wept for his fall. In the presence of this divine specter, I felt the full force of the whisper's surge, a cacophony of emotion and revelation. The mad god's eyes met mine, an infinite pool of sorrow and enlightenment, where madness was not solely chaos, but an attempt to reshape what had once been lost. The final relic lay at his feet, a crystal woven from starlight and shadow, radiant and inscrutable. Its power called to me, completing the tapestry of whispers laced within my soul. To take it was to embrace the mantle of a god, or to risk succumbing to the spiral of madness it could unleash. In that moment of choice, the light around us shifted. I understood the mad god's true nature and embodiment of every choice, untethered from balance, every tear in the weave of creation yearning to heal. He was not simply foe, but a reflection of what we might all become should imbalance reign unchecked. With decision unwavering, I reached for the relic, not to conquer the divine, but to unite it within the harmony we had forged throughout our journey. The whispers blended within a single harmonious note, as if the universe itself paused to bear witness. The moment my fingers closed around the relic, light erupted in a kaleidoscope of creation and destruction. The mad god, understanding my intent, nodded, once his form dissolving into stardust upon the winds, a benediction, a warning, and a celebration of what we had overcome. In the wake of the storm stood I, no longer merely a vessel nor slave to chaos, but something new, a guardian of balance, a reclaimer of dreams lost to shadow. The whispers became a gentle hum, reminiscent of stars singing from eons afar, guiding my next steps. Descending from that sacred place, a new dawn stretched before us, a horizon unbound by the edges of what once was. We carried not relics nor burdens, but the spark of endless possibilities, emboldening each step as we wove the tapestry, righteous and whole. The veil of madness, once a shroud, transformed into a cloak of revelations, casting light upon every shadowed path and pledge, toward a future untamed and limitless beneath the canopy of the awakening sky. The balance of worlds unveiled, descending the mountain, bathed in the newfound light of understanding. The world felt ripe with possibilities, vast and uncharted. Our journey had taken us through darkness into the core of cosmic truths, where the line between madness and divinity became clear. It was here, within the echoes of that ascent, we knew our quest was nearing its true purpose. The world around us responded to the echoes of our newfound balance. The skies shimmered with the gentle glow of potential, and the ground seemed to hum with life beneath our feet. Our presence was like the coming of spring in a land long cloaked by winter, an awakening stirred by the chorus of stars that had borne witness to the harmony we had forged. Our destination called with quiet insistence a convergence point where mortal realms and celestial forces intertwined, forever altered by the tides of the mad god's influence. It was in a valley cradled between mountain and sea, where the threads of destiny were said to be woven anew, where ancient powers awaited to be aligned and renewed. As we approached the valley, each step resonated with purpose and certainty that could only be granted by the divine communion we carried within. The whispers, now woven seamlessly with my own thoughts, tugged at the edges of comprehension, guiding us with a whisper of gentle insistence toward a gathering of centuries-old stone spillers of a bygone era of faith and dreams. In the center of those stones, a circle etched with runes of power, dormant yet brimming with expectation, awaited. It was a nexus, a place where the celestial and the terrestrial converged, binding them through the pursuit of equilibrium. Here our journey would culminate in a ritual as old as time itself, a dance orchestrated by the hands of fate across the realms. My companion and I stood within the circle, feeling the energy pulse beneath like the heartbeat of worlds beyond sight. As the final relic was placed at the center, reality began to shimmer around us, blending boundaries until time seemed to expand and contract with the grace of the cosmic winds. In that sacred circle, I could feel the presence of souls yet unseen, those who had once sought the balance, now held in my hands, a chorus of hopes and dreams from every corner of existence. The power surged through us, binding together mortal and divine in a harmonious symphony of creation known only in the whispered language of the stars. In reverence, we spoke words older than time, invoking the balance within, calling forth the forces that had once cast the mad god into despair, aligning them within the sphere of a brighter future woven by mortal hands. The ground trembled, and the air was filled with light and shadow, wrapped in a celestial embrace. And in that moment, the last of the mad god's chaos relinquished its hold over the realms, transformed by a choice to unite what had been and what would be. The whispers within me resolved into a melody, pure and unfettered promise, abundant for a world nestled between night and dawn. As the energies settled and the circle returned to quiet, my companion and I stood aware we had become more than mere travelers of destiny. We were guardians in a universe reborn, holding the remnants of a mad god's story, not as a threat, but as a testament to the enduring struggle toward balance in the universe's grand cosmic odyssey. The valley soon quieted, but the world around thrummed with a living pulse of potential and peace, a reflection of balanced realms under the vigilant gaze of stars forever shining above. Our odyssey revealed a truth indelible and profound, that change need not breed madness, but promise a future where gods and mortals could dream as one. As we prepared to depart, a new journey unfolded, not merely of worlds to save, but of endless wonders to explore, a journey where every whisper bore the weight of creation's tender possibilities beneath the tapestry of eternity, unveiled and boundless.
Welcome to the enchanting tale of the Silver Grove, where a disgraced knight embarks on a journey through an enchanted forest, drawing together rival mercenaries in search of a mythical sanctuary said to grant immense power. As they venture deeper, the grove reveals their darkest fears and desires, weaving a rich tapestry of courage, camaraderie, and redemption. Join us as we traverse this mystical land filled with danger and discovery, all while you engage in your daily activities. Let the world of fantasy unfold around you, painting vivid images in your mind as you listen. Whether you're relaxing, working, or on the move, allow the magic of this story to transport you to a realm where unity triumphs over darkness. Sit back, relax, and act. As I stepped into the dimly lit entrance of the enchanted forest, I felt the oppressive weight of the trees surrounding me. They stood like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches twisting towards the sky as if attempting to clutch it. It was here that the stories spoke of the Silver Grove, a sanctuary of power that many had sought but none had returned from. I shuddered at the thought of those lost souls, their fates sealed within the depths of this mysterious place. I was no longer the knight I once was. The disgrace that hung around my neck like a chain kept me from standing tall among my peers. The tarnished armor I wore was a reminder of my past failures. Yet now I found myself in the company of rival mercenaries, a motley crew of skilled warriors, each driven by greed and ambition. They were a bickering bunch, but desperation had bonded us, and I had no choice but to guide them through the heart of the forest. With each step, the atmosphere thickened. I sensed that the grove was watching us, its presence heavy and suffocating. It was unsettling how the trees seemed to shift, whispers weaving through the leaves that made it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. We pressed on, tension rising as rivalries flared up, particularly between Calder and Vesper, the two most skilled but headstrong members of our party. Their clashes echoed through the forest, punctuated by the mocking laughter of unseen spirits. As we ventured deeper, shadows danced in the twilight, twisting into shapes that stoked the fears we harbored. Each apparition was a reflection of our innermost struggles. I felt the creeping touch of dread as my past unfolded before me, visions of battles lost, comrades fallen, each moment gnawed at my spirit. I could see Calder wrestling with his conscience, flashes of betrayal brewing in his eyes as he faced his own demons. Vesper, on the other hand, fought against her longing for power, her ambition bleeding into something dark that I could sense erupting like a storm. It wasn't long before the grove unveiled another secret. As we camped for the night, I uncovered a deep connection between the land and its inhabitants. The whispers grew louder, coaxing me to confront my history. The forest was revealing not only the fears, but also the desires we had buried over the years. The knights I had once fought alongside began to appear to me as specters, their faces twisted in accusation. They were my shadows, and I could not escape them. Ultimately, we reached a clearing where the tree canopy opened to reveal the faint glimmer of moonlight. In its center, a massive tree stood, ancient and wise, a reminder of time long forgotten. It was the heart of the grove, pulsing with a rhythm that resonated in my bones. But as we approached, we discovered the cost of our desires could lead to peril. Visions of power flashed before us, and one by one, my companions fell into temptation, each faced with choices that revealed their true natures. Calder, consumed by his jealousy, attempted to seize a fragment of the forest's power. Vesper grappled with visions of grandeur, an overwhelming desire to dominate and never relent. In both cases, they chose paths that led them further into darkness, leaving me to confront not only the enemies in my crew, but the forest itself. The trees began to close in around us, their branches weaving into barriers that separated us from the way back. The grove's magic turned malicious, feeding on our despair and regret. I knew that if I did not act quickly, we would be lost forever, trapped in the web of our own making. At the climax of our confrontation, I realized the truth that resonated within Meth. True treasures we sought were not the riches promised by the Silver Grove, but rather redemption and the courage to face one's past. With a resolve I thought I had lost, I took a stand, calling my companions to join me in resisting the grove's corrupting influence. We fought against the darkness entwining us, and in doing so, we found a flicker of hope within ourselves. As dawn broke, the forest's enchantment began to wane. We emerged from the grove transformed. The weight of our burdens lifted, revealing a shimmering truth. We were not defined by our past, but by our choices in the present. In the end, we did not find the power we sought, but rather the strength to walk away. While we were wounded, scarred even, we faced a new beginning forged in camaraderie. Together, we left the Silver Grove behind, its whispers fading as we stepped into the dawn of a new day. It was a day of redemption filled with lessons learned. Facing one's past is essential to forging a better future. Though the grove would forever remain a part of our story, it was the end of our journey in the shadow of its haunting trees. We finally had the chance to write our own chapters, free from the echoes of the past. As sunlight streamed through the trees, casting a warm glow upon our path, I could scarcely believe we had made it out. The whispering wind that had once chilled my bones now felt like a gentle caress, as if the forest itself acknowledged our survival. Each step I took felt lighter than the last, a far cry from the weight that had pressed down upon me in the grove. The memories of my fallen comrades who had become phantoms in the forest lingered in my heart but no longer held me captive. The group, battered and weary, trudged on, an unsteady bond forming between us through the shared struggle. We had ventured into the heart of darkness, and although none of us had returned with treasure in hand, we had unearthed something far richer: understanding and the rare gift of trust. As we navigated away from the grove, I stole glances at my companions. Calder remained sullen but not defeated, the battle within him gradually giving way to a resolve to seek genuine honor once more. Vesper walked with a newfound humility, her ambition tempered by lessons learned within the grove. Around midday, we reached a clearing that opened up to a glimmering lake, its surface reflecting the blue sky above with captivating clarity. The sight filled me with hope, reminding me that beauty existed beyond the suffocating darkness we had just escaped. I signaled for the group to rest, a collective agreement met with grateful nods. Laughter intermingled with the chirping of birds as we settled by the bank, and for the first time on our journey, it felt as though we could breathe freely. As we lounged by the water, I took the opportunity to share my own story, the disgrace that had haunted me. I spoke of the battle that had led to my fall from grace, the betrayal that had shattered my spirit, leaving me adrift. Each word I spoke peeled back another layer of the burden I carried, the vulnerability fostering an unspoken camaraderie among us. In sharing our truths, we grappled with our pasts, and I could see the doubt that had clouded Calder's eyes begin to lift. Vesper, too, reflected on her choices, realizing that her hunger for power had cost her much more than she had anticipated. After our time by the lake, we found ourselves making plans for our paths forward. Perhaps it was the outlet of our truths or the shimmering landscape that inspired it, but the air was thick with potential. We would no longer be mere mercenaries drawn together by greed. Instead, we would forge a new destiny. Together, we could rebuild our lives, finding meaning in alliance rather than rivalry. Thus began our new journey, not to seek fortune or fame, but to right the wrongs of our pasts. Calder suggested aiding local villages plagued by bandit raids, and Vesper spoke of lending her skills to those who could not defend themselves. My heart swelled as we brainstormed ways to do good, each idea seeping deeper into our shared goal. As dusk approached, we packed up our camp and trudged forward. The bond between us felt firmer than before, yet I could not shake the nagging feeling that the Silver Grove, in its own twisted manner, had woven us together. It was a reminder of how far we had come and how much still lay ahead. Our first village appeared on the horizon, smoke curling up from chimneys and the sound of laughter floating on the wind. Yet, as we drew closer, a sense of dread cloaked the scene. We could see villagers cowering in fear, clutching their loved ones, eyes filled with trepidation. As we approached, the local chief, a stout man with kind eyes, rushed to meet us. "We are grateful for your arrival, but trouble stirs," he informed us, urgency carved into his brow. "A band of marauders has laid claim to our lands, and we live in fear." My heart quickened. This was our chance to make a difference and test the resolve we had found within ourselves. Together, we stood in solidarity, a powerful force against the shadows of our past and the darkness threatening this place. That night, we devised a plan. Each of us contributed ideas, weaving together our individual strengths. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the villagers joined us in preparing for the confrontation to come. It felt almost bizarre, yet exhilarating. We had become guardians rather than mere rivals. When dawn broke the following day, we stood at the edge of the village, our numbers bolstered by the brave villagers who dared to take a stand alongside us. I could feel the transformation within myself, a surge of purpose like a banner unfurling in the wind. As the sound of hooves approached and the marauders appeared like dark clouds on the horizon, I steadied my breath. What lay ahead was uncertain, but this time, I was not alone. The Silver Grove had taught me that strength could be found in facing oneself. And now, as I faced the marauders, I felt ready to confront any shadows that threatened to consume us. With my new companions at my side, we prepared to face our destiny, and in doing so, I knew we would emerge stronger than ever before. As the marauders charged toward us, the tension in the air reached a palpable peak. It felt like the approaching storm just before thunder rumbled. I could see their rough faces illuminated by the rising sun, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice. They had come to claim the village, but unknown to them, they were standing before a united front forged in the fires of our own trials. The villagers stood beside us, fear etched on their faces, but determination lit a spark within them. I could feel the rising tide of resolve among my new companions. Calder's posture shifted from uncertainty to fierce determination, and Vesper's eyes sparked with a drive I had not seen before. We were no longer merely a band of misfits. We were a team, ready to protect those who could not fend for themselves. Calder took command, recognizing the moment as a catalyst for leadership. He quickly rallied the villagers, giving them simple but effective commands. "Hold the line," he shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony of noise. "We fight for our home today." As the marauders closed the distance, I focused on the rhythm of my breath, entrusting it to a sense of calm that emerged from deep within my spirit. I could almost feel the ceaseless whispers of the Silver Grove, the lessons it imparted to us swirling in the air like leaves caught in a playful breeze. As the enemy approached, I drew my sword, its blade gleaming in the sunlight, a reminder of the knight I once was and the one I was becoming. I felt a surge of energy course through me with each beat of my heart, bolstered by the camaraderie forged in our shared darkness. The initial clash was chaotic. Steel met steel, shouts mingled with cries of pain. For a brief moment, I lost myself in the chaos, weaving through the marauders with swift precision. Each step was a dance, and with every foe I felt weight dissipating the past I had once carried, fading like distant echoes. Vesper moved like a shadow, her agility unmatched as she flanked the marauders, using their own recklessness against them. She dispatched one with a deft slice, then twisted away, encouraging a nearby villager to join the fray with her combat experience. She embodied the strength of purpose rather than power, and it was inspiring to witness. Calder was a whirlwind, fueled by the heat of battle. He defended our flank with precision, his strikes decisive, as he dispatched attackers one by one. I could see in his eyes a glint of the knight he had once been. The honor that lay beneath the layers of jealousy and regret began to bloom. Even the villagers fought valiantly, wielding pitchforks and wooden staffs with surprising bravery. Their fervor ignited when they saw fellow villagers joining the fray alongside us. We stood together, guardians of a place we had all decided to protect. As I fought, I felt more alive than I had in years. The connection between me and my companions deepened. Each battle cry became a call to arms, not just for survival, but for the vision we had for our future. I glanced over at Calder, who gave me a determined nod, his expression one of unyielding resolve. Vesper's laughter rang out as she taunted an opponent, drawing their attention away from an inexperienced fighter. Yet amongst all the chaos, it was then that I saw their leader, a towering figure adorned in ragged armor who commanded authority, issuing orders that echoed against the tumult. He stood at a distance, watching the fray unfold with a menacing smirk, as if he reveled in our struggle. Something deep inside urged me forward. This was my chance to confront not just an enemy, but the fear and disgrace that had overshadowed me for so long. With fierce determination, I surged through the throng of marauders, cutting a path toward him. My every step was a reminder of my past, but with each swing of my sword, I reclaimed part of myself. He noticed me coming for him and sneered, raising his own weapon with arrogant confidence. "You think you can stop me?" he taunted, his voice booming over the battlefield. "You are nothing but a fool." I could feel the murmurs of the Silver Grove echoing within me, centering my focus. "I am not the fool I was," I declared back, my voice steadied by newfound clarity. "I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine, not just power, but a sense of purpose." Our weapons clashed, ringing out against the chaos that surrounded us. Each strike felt like a caged bird breaking free, the grace of my movements inexorably tied to the spirit of the grove and the lessons I had learned. With every parry and counter, I felt the shadows of my past falling away, revealing strength I had long forgotten. The battle raged on, but it began to turn in our favor as the marauders began to falter under the onslaught of our unity. Calder and Vesper joined me, their own skirmishes forcing the marauders into retreat. And then, in a surge of adrenaline, I saw my opening. With a final strike, I disarmed the marauder leader, knocking his weapon from his grasp. He stumbled back, shocked that a single defender could turn the tide. "Yield," I commanded, my blade steady, positioned across his throat, an ultimatum stark against the embers of his arrogance. The leader's smirk faded as he glanced back at his retreating gang, fear replacing his bravado. "Very well," he conceded with a sneer. "You may have won today, but I will return." With that, he turned and fled with his remaining warriors, vanishing into the morning mist. The battle had ended, but the victory tasted bittersweet. We would remain vigilant and ready for whatever lay ahead. Cheers erupted from the villagers as they surrounded us, their joyful cries reverberating through the air. In that moment, amidst tears and laughter, I felt a sense of achievement that transcended the fight. We had faced down the darkness together, emerged from the shadows, and forged a connection irrevocably tied to our hearts. As night fell on the village, we celebrated our hard-won victory around a warm fire. My companions and I shared stories and laughter, every word shared weaving us closer together as comrades. The Silver Grove may have tested us, but in the end, it did not break us. We had risen from the ashes and sparked a new beginning, filled with hope and purpose. The light of the fire flickered against our faces, illuminating not just our features, but the bond we had formed. I felt something renewed within me. The night I had lost was slowly coming back. No longer haunted by the past, I now looked forward to a future untethered from disgrace. In the days that followed, we continued to protect the village, forging our path among those who had once only been strangers. Together, we learned that true power lies not in what a person can claim for themselves, but in the strength found in unity and in facing one's past with courage. In every sunset and each dawn, I found beauty, purpose, and the steadfast reminder that together we could achieve anything, even in a world fraught with darkness. The Silver Grove had transformed us, and as we ventured forth, we carried its lessons in our hearts, ready to craft our own stories, forged not just in battle, but in camaraderie and redemption. The days that followed our victory were marked by an unexpected peace, shrouded in a gentle warmth that wrapped around the village like a protective cloak. The villagers began to thrive again, the sound of children laughing and playing filling the air where fear had once reigned. I found myself growing fond of this place, the simplicity and beauty intertwining with the purpose I had long sought. Each morning I awoke with a fire in my spirit, not merely as a knight, but as a protector of something truly precious. Calder and Vesper took to their roles with surprising fervor. Calder took charge of training the villagers in combat techniques, determined to ensure they would never be caught off guard again. Every morning I joined him in these sessions, witnessing firsthand his transformation from a man plagued by jealousy to a true leader worthy of respect. Each thrust of a sword and every sharpened technique he demonstrated were not just for the here and now, they were his methods of redemption. Vesper took a different approach, channeling her earlier ambition into nurturing the village garden, teaching the townsfolk about herbs and healing practices. The bounty that grew there served as a testament to her strength and resolve, metamorphosing her ravenous hunger for power into a desire to protect and heal. Her laughter echoed across the fields, the sound infectious as she encouraged those around her. As for me, I found solace in the role of a mentor myself. Gradually, I began training the younger knights who looked to me for guidance. It felt remarkably cathartic. In passing on my experiences both light and dark, I found clarity, an understanding that no one was defined solely by their mistakes. Each child's eager gaze was a reflection of my own growth, as I helped them wield the swords I had once clumsily swung in my youth. Yet as days turned to weeks, a chill began to creep into the air, a lingering unease that dulled the exuberance of our newfound life. Rumors of the marauder leader's return swept through the village like wildfire. His threat loomed ominously over us, casting a shadow that threatened to unravel our hard-earned peace. During one of our evening council meetings, the village chief confronted us, his expression grave. "We need to be ready. We have no doubt he will return with more numbers, looking for revenge." A murmur threaded through the gathering, and I felt unease settle over the space, a familiar tension tugging at my heart like the pulling of a dark tide. Calder, standing tall at the forefront, stepped forward. "We have trained our people. We are no longer the frightened villagers of before. We have the power to fight back. We must prepare for a stand against them." His impassioned words rallied the villagers, and a newfound determination sparked in their eyes. Vesper, too, value shining through, added, "We can use the forests to our advantage. They know this land as well as we do, but we have learned its secrets." I felt the potency of our unity charge the air as we discussed possible strategies to fortify the village. The thought of battle again pulsed in my veins, a familiar drumbeat intertwined with the spirit of the grove and all it had taught me. There was strength in me, yes, but strength soared when shared. Meanwhile, I knew we had to go on the offensive. We needed allies. I remembered the exchanges we made in the neighboring town, not too far from us. Scouts sent in advance reported back that the town had successfully repulsed bandit raids before. It was there I sought to form alliances, gathering those who knew how to fight and those discontent with the marauder leader. With the agreement of the village council, I set forth with Calder and Vesper. We ventured into the unknown again, our hearts thrumming with the electric pulse of a familiar fear, but also with the vibrant hope of what we had achieved together. With each step outside the village confines, I felt the weight of the forest behind me, the echoes of the silver grove whispering new truths. It took time to reach the neighboring village, but when we arrived, I was greeted with wariness. The townsfolk eyed our tattered armors and sun-scratched faces, skepticism thick in the air. I understood their hesitation. I had been them before, mistrustful and fearful of outsiders. Calder stepped up, his stature towering as he emblemized the strength we had cultivated. "We come with urgency. There is a marauder threat unlike any you may have faced. We seek your help, not for ourselves, but to rid this region of the darkness brewing." The village leader, a stout woman with deep-set eyes that sparkled with wisdom, listened intently. After weighing our words, she allowed us to present our case. We discussed training in detail, shared our experiences battling the marauders, and sought to forge not just an alliance, but a commitment among warriors who too had faced their own shadows. It felt fitting, powerful, as if we were weaving a fabric of resistance against the adversities that lay ahead. In the end, her consensus was clear. A plan was birthed that bridged our two villages. They trained us in their techniques, secrets passed down through generations, further sharpening our resolve. As days faded into nights, we prepared for the inevitable confrontation that loomed on the horizon. In the flickering torchlight, we forged bonds not just as a shield against marauders, but as comrades bound by a shared purpose. Each moment spent together solidified our trust, and the weight of the past began to shimmer like a distant memory. Eventually, the day came when we received word. The marauders were gathering, emboldened by their leader's desire for retribution. A cold shiver trickled through my spine. This was the moment we had been training for and dreading alike. I could feel the Silver Grove's whispers urging us forward, a tantalizing reminder that strength lay not solely in muscle and blade, but in the unity of purpose and heart. On the eve of the battle, we gathered under a blanket of stars. I stood with my comrades, their faces determined, and the weight of responsibility settled upon us all. "Tomorrow we face our fears," I said, my voice steady but filled with gravity. "But we are not just fighting for ourselves. We are fighting for each other, the lives of those we have sworn to protect." The fire crackled softly as we prepared for the dawn of reckoning. With each soul around me, I felt the remnants of the Silver Grove echoing louder, reminding me that the journey of redemption was just as crucial as the battle we would fight. In that moment, I knew we would emerge victorious, not merely because of our strength, but because we had faced our past together and chosen to write a new story, one built on courage, integrity, and camaraderie. We settled into a restless sleep, the weight of the upcoming clash resting heavily on all our hearts. but the threads connecting us glimmered brighter than ever before. Together, we formed an unwavering shield, and in the face of adversity, we would shape our destiny beneath the stars. The dawn would bring either victory or loss, yet I nestled with the certainty that together we had already won. Dawn broke with a stunning brilliance that illuminated the sky, casting hues of gold and crimson across the land. As I awoke, I took a moment to breathe in the calm before the storm. The village lay nestled in the embrace of the morning, the tranquility marred only by the palpable tension of what lay ahead. The camaraderie we had built felt like a tangible shield surrounding our hearts, fortifying us against the fear that threatened to creep in. Calder, already awake, stood near the fire, his face set with determination. He turned to me as I approached, a fire igniting in his eyes. "This is it. We're ready. We have to be ready." I nodded, feeling the weight of our mission pressing against my ribs. "Yes, we will fight together as one. We'll stand our ground and defend what we've built." Vesper joined us, her hands deftly tying her hair back. "We've come too far to back down now. Remember the strength we found in each other. It will carry us through this." After a simple meal shared among comrades, the atmosphere shifted, morphing from solidarity into a steely resolve. We gathered together, each warrior, both seasoned and untrained, forming a unified front. The villagers who had once trembled in fear were now filled with a fierce determination, a fire igniting within them that could no longer be suppressed. They knew the stakes, they had felt the despair of loss, and this time they stood tall. As we marched toward the outskirts of the village, the landscape transformed, a visceral reminder of the battle to come. The streets that had once thrummed with laughter were silent now, as if holding its breath in anticipation of our clash. I could see children's drawings on the walls of homes, bright colors contrasting against the impending darkness of the day ahead. And then we reached the edge of the village, where the land opened up into a field edged by the forest. I could see them gathering in the distance, the marauders, a wild and formidable mass, dark against the rising sun. The sight of them sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, memories of the last time we had faced them brushing against my mind. This time would be different. Calder stepped forward, assuming his role as our commander, his voice echoing across our ranks. "Today, we defend our homes. We fight for those we love. We've trained for this. Trust in one another, and we will emerge victorious." Cheers erupted from our ranks, and the sound was a symphony of hope that intertwined with the crisp morning air. As I surveyed our makeshift army, I felt the bonds of loyalty binding us tighter, the essence of our shared struggles fueling our resolve. Each warrior, armor clanking, eyes ablaze with purpose, the embodiment of a unified front. The marauders began their advance, their numbers intimidating, but the fear that would have gripped me before was now replaced with a searing determination. As they drew closer, I recognized the marauder leader at the forefront, a figure I had faced before. He strode forth with that same arrogant smirk, but this time, I felt no fear. Instead, it fueled my desire to protect those around me. I turned to Vesper and Calder, a fierce look in my eyes. "We fight together. Remember our training. Every strike counts. We're not just defenders, we are this village's shield." As the marauders arrived at our line, their jeers echoed loudly, taunting us with crude insults. They were underestimating our unity. It would be their downfall. The air was thick with anticipation, and then, with a rapid flare of violence, the lines collided. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang like a battle hymn, a cacophony of grit and purpose. I charged forward alongside my companions, my heart pounding fiercely in my chest, each breath steady as I wielded my sword. I was lost in the rhythm of the fight, moving with a fluidity I had not considered possible. The marauders were fierce, but our training allowed me to anticipate their moves. I could see Calder at work, rallying our villagers, guiding them through the chaos and shouting encouragement as he engaged the enemy with ferocious skill. Vesper flitted through the melee, her movements swift and precise, swiftly dispatching foes while always moving to protect those who were struggling. Amid the tumult, I found myself face to face with the marauder leader once more. His confidence had diminished, replaced by incredulity as I approached, my sword raised high. "You again," he spat, fury seeping into his tone. "Yes, me again," I replied, my voice steady. This time, we're not the same as before. We clashed, our blades singing a song of fury as each strike resonated with the echoes of my past. Memories of failure and disgrace collided with the fervor of newfound purpose. The silver grove's whispers urged me forward, reminding me of the strength born of unity, courage, and overcoming darkness. With each engagement, I felt the spirit of my past comrades wrapping around me, guiding my hand as I fought not for myself, but for every person who had ever faced the shadows. And then, with a final thrust of my sword, fueled by determination and resolve, I disarmed him, the sound of his weapon clattering to the ground resonating like a tolling bell. He staggered back, vulnerability threading through his bravado, and I closed in. "Yield," I demanded, my blade poised threateningly. "You threaten the lives of our people no longer." The Marauder leader's arrogance evaporated, replaced by palpable fear. "You may have won today, but know this, I will return," he hissed, backing away, retreating into the throng of his disbanded forces. Behind us, we heard the wild groan of our fellow villagers, roaring in triumph as they began pushing back the Marauders, enacting vengeance for every act of terror the leader had thrust upon them. With their leader backing down, the Marauders all but fled from the field. For it is true what they say, fight as much as one wishes. But fear of the inevitable can break even the strongest of wills. As the dust settled and silence fell over the battlefield, a wave of exhilaration surged in the air. We had done it. We had triumphed together. The cheers of our comrades and villagers echoed in unison, enveloping us in a sound that resonated deeply within my heart. Amidst the celebration, I turned to Calder and Vesper, pride swelling within me. We did this together. Each of us played a part, contributed our strength. This is more than a victory. It's proof that we are stronger united. Days turned into weeks as the village healed from the scars of battle, each moment marking a step toward growth. We buried our fallen comrades, honoring their memory, and began to rebuild what had once been shattered. The village thrived alongside us, the laughter of children mingling with new plans for the future. We sought out more alliances with neighboring towns, determined to foster strength and resilience amid the uncertainties of the world. In sharing stories, we discovered kindness among the scars, and bonds formed that extended beyond mere defense. As I watched the sun dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over our village, I could feel the presence of the Silver Grove surging through my spirit, a reminder of the journey I had taken, the bridges formed over the chasms of darkness. In finding redemption, I had also found something perhaps even more profound, a place, a home, among those who had chosen to fight for one another. The journey was far from over, but as I stood with my comrades Calder, Vesper, and the village community, I understood that together we could weather any storm. The future lay ahead, bright and full of promise, and I knew in my heart that together we had become the guardians of this realm, the protectors of light against the encroaching shadows. We would write our own stories and create a legacy of hope that would resonate for generations. In the months following our victory over the Marauders, the village transformed in ways I never thought possible. Where once there stood fear and uncertainty, now stood resilience and hope. We worked tirelessly, but it felt invigorating to build something meaningful alongside those who had become family. I watched as the crops flourished under the care of the villagers, and as the laughter of children echoed through the streets, I realized how precious these moments were. One afternoon, I found myself walking through the village, my heart light and content, when I stumbled upon Calder and Vesper by the edge of the community garden. They were bent over the earth, planting seeds amidst the rich soil. The garden had flourished greatly under Vesper's guidance, not only a source of sustenance, but a sanctuary of healing. "Look at this," Vesper exclaimed, her hands stained with earth as she pointed to a cluster of vibrant green shoots. "This will bloom beautifully. Just wait." Calder chuckled as he wiped his brow. "You say that about every plant. But you're right, things are coming alive here. I believe life has a way of pushing through, even in the darkest of times," I chimed in, remembering how we had once battled against despair in the very same village. Just then, a child scampered past Yusei girl named Leora, her laughter ringing like the sweetest of chimes. She paused, dropping to her knees by the garden and examining a sprouting seedling. "Are you planting magic, Vesper?" she asked, eyes wide with wonder. "Indeed, we are," Vesper replied, kneeling beside her. Every plant has its magic. They bring light and life to our world. The girl nodded eagerly, her imagination ignited. Can I help? I want to learn to grow magic too. A warmth enveloped my heart, seeing the joy and innocence that thrived here, now something that had been nearly extinguished. We all want to learn how to create magic in our lives, I said gently, kneeling down beside them. But sometimes it requires hard work. Leora grinned, her enthusiasm infectious. Then let's work hard together. The sight of our community banding together felt monumental, and as I joined in on the planting, I reflected on the rich tapestry of connection we had woven in the aftermath of conflict. I had once strayed from my purpose, cast aside by my burdens, yet here I was, fostering hope with every seed sown. As the sun dipped low and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, a thought began to grow in my mind, like the plants around us, the idea of holding a festival. Celebrating life, unity, and the recent victories seemed not just appropriate but vital for our community spirit. I gathered Calder and Vesper that evening after dinner, seeking their thoughts. What if we hold a festival of renewal? I proposed, my heart racing with excitement. A time to celebrate those we lost, the resilience of our village, and the bonds we formed. Calder's eyes lit up, a grin breaking across his face. That sounds amazing. We can have games, storytelling a true reminder of what we stand for. Yes, Vesper chimed in enthusiastically, her imagination already running wild. And we can showcase our garden. Everyone can contribute dishes made from the harvest, and it will be a feast. And so, the preparations began. The villagers rallied together, their spirits soaring as we set about gathering materials, crafting decorations, and planning performances. It's a festival that would commemorate the magic of life and the strength of our community. As days turned into weeks, anticipation buzzed in the air. Children poured energy into crafting colorful decorations. Older villagers shared tales of courage interwoven with sorrow, wisdom spilling from their lips like rain nourishing the earth. I felt pride swelling within me as I took part in these moments, each one a stepping stone in our journey toward healing and renewal. The day of the festival dawned bright and clear. Laughter danced among the stalls, artisans showcasing their crafts, and faces adorned with bright colors. Music played, drawing people together, and as I wandered through the festivities, I felt the weight of my past finally lift. At midday, we gathered at the center of the village, where a makeshift stage had been constructed. The air vibrated with chatter and excitement. I stood before the crowd, my heart racing, the community surrounding me, a tapestry woven from countless stories, love, and resilience. On behalf of our village, I began, my voice steady as I spoke. We gather not just to celebrate our triumphs, but to recognize those who came before us, those who fought for this land, and those who sacrificed for our future. Each of us has a part to play in this tapestry we weave together. Applause erupted, underscoring the truth of my words, and I continued. In times of turmoil, we learn who we are. We learn that strength lies not just within ourselves, but in the connections we form with one another. Let today be a reminder of hope, resilience, and the beauty that arises from unity. With each word, I saw faces light up, smiles blooming like the flowers Vesper had planted in her garden. The festival rolled on, laughter ringing like a symphony, hearts lifting with every shared moment. Children shouted with delight as they darted through the festivities, laughter blending with joy as they played games. Neighboring villagers who previously nursed skeptical hearts now mingled effortlessly with us, forming bonds that transcended the shadows of our pasts. As the sun sank lower, casting golden rays across the grounds, I took my place with Calder and Vesper around a bonfire that flickered invitingly. The flames danced like spirits woven from tales, drawing us closer in the circle of stories. Each person offered a piece of their heart remembrances of those they had lost, triumphs and dreams for the future. Vesper spoke of our garden, sharing her passion for healing and the delicate touch of nature. Calder shared a humorous recount of mishaps during training sessions that brought forth laughter and warmth. When it came to my turn, I felt the spirits of my fallen comrades surrounding me once again, their whispers guiding me. I am reminded of the journey we took, the shadows we faced, and the bonds we formed. This village is more than just a place. It has become my home. No longer do I carry the disgrace of my past. Together, we have reclaimed our lives, standing shoulder to shoulder against the darkness. As I spoke, I looked into the eyes of those around me, villagers, allies, friends, each face a spark of light against the backdrop of night. Let us never forget what we overcame together, the magic we still hold in the garden we are planting together. The fire crackled loudly, flames reaching toward the stars as if echoing my words. A newfound sense of purpose bloomed within me, a realization that we were more than just survivors. As the night unfolded, performances sprung forth, grappling with themes of love, loss, and resilience. Music soared, laughter surged, and as the stars twinkled overhead, we danced together around the fire, surrendering to the night, celebrating life in its myriad forms. In that moment, I realized that although the shadows of the past would always be a part of our story, we had chosen to cast light upon them. Together, we would continue to weave our tale, creating a narrative rich with courage, love, and the unwavering hope that tomorrow would bring. So we danced until the dawn, hearts intertwined in a celebration of life. In this moment, among comrades turned family, I understood this village was no longer a fading ember. It was a flame that would shine brightly against the darkness, powered by the magic we forged in unity. The Silver Grove had changed me, and now we had all become guardians not just of this land, but of each other, and this would forever be our legacy. As dawn painted the horizon with gentle strokes of pink and lavender, the echoes of laughter from the festival lingered in the crisp morning air. The night had felt eternal, each moment a celebration of resilience and hope, and as I gazed around at the remnants of our revelry, I felt a deep sense of gratitude swell within me. The villagers were beginning to stir from their slumber, yawning and stretching beneath the soft light of day. I found Calder and Vesper already awake, seated near the embers of the bonfire that had dimmed during the night. They were exchanging stories, their faces glowing with the warmth of camaraderie and joy. "Good morning," I called as I approached, the happiness of our shared previous day sinking into my bones. "I think the festival was a resounding success." "It truly was," Vesper replied, brushing her hair from her face. "I feel as if we turned a page in our story. There is a new spark in the village." Calder nodded, a satisfied grin plastered across his face. "People are already talking about making this an annual event, a time to remember and rebuild." As the sun crested higher in the sky, illuminating the village with its golden brilliance, I joined them by the fire, our hearts warmed by the memories of the night before. The village buzzed with energy as families began cleaning up the aftermath of the festivities, laughter spilling out like confetti through the streets. After some time, I suggested we take a stroll to see the village in the soft morning light. Together, we wandered through the streets, exchanging greetings with villagers, the ease of familiarity palpable in the air. Flowers in the garden stood tall, their colors vibrant, a testament to Vesper's efforts and the love our community had nurtured. As we walked, I noticed a figure approaching from the outskirts of the village, a tall, lean man, dressed in worn leather, a scar running along his jawline that hinted at a life spent in battle. The atmosphere shifted as he drew nearer, an air of caution surrounding him. Calder instinctively shifted into a protective stance, while I felt the familiar flutter of tension in my chest. "Who are you?" I called out, trying to gauge his intentions. The man halted a few paces away, his posture relaxed yet firm. "My name is Rowan," he said, his voice rich and steady. "I come from the neighboring town of Eldenwood. I heard word of the festival and the strength you wield here. Curiosity piqued within me. What business brings you to our village, Rowan?" "I've traveled far," he continued, "to offer our aid. News of your victories has circulated beyond these borders. The marauders you defeated have been regrouping, and they threaten not just your village, but others in the region. I seek to unite all of us against them, harness our strengths, and prevent further bloodshed." I exchanged glances with Calder and Vesper, the gravity of Rowan's words settling heavily upon us. It had been a while since we had felt the looming threat of marauders, and this news sent a ripple of apprehension through my veins. "The desire to unite against a common foe resonates with what we've built here," I said. "But we must carefully consider our next steps. What sort of help can you offer?" Rowan leaned closer, lowering his voice as he shared his thoughts. "We have trained fighters who have lived through their own battles. If you allow us, we can bolster your defenses and collaborate on a plan to eradicate the marauders once and for all. The prospect of forging such a partnership filled me with hope, yet invoked caution, the memories of our previous struggles still fresh in my mind. It will not be a simple alliance. We must build trust among our people, and they have to be resistant to past shadows. Trust is built on shared experiences and a common cause, Rowan replied with earnestness. I understand the weight of your concerns, but I have seen the strength of your village. You have done remarkable things together. If you will allow us to stand beside you, we can create an alliance that will not only defend our homes, but also foster lasting bonds. Calder stepped forward, his resolve solidified. Let's bring him back to the village. We need to consult the council and the villagers. If we are to face this threat, we will do so together. With a nod of agreement, we turned back toward the village, Rowan following closely behind. The air was thick with potential, and I felt the echoes of the Silver Grove thrumming in my chest, reminding me of the lessons I had learned, the importance of trust, the strength of community, and the necessity of forging bonds in the face of adversity. As we made our way to the village square, I gathered a small assembly of villagers, including the council members who had guided us through many trials. The crowd murmured with curiosity as I introduced Rowan, outlining his offer and the concerns that had driven him to seek our alliance. Fellow villagers, I began, standing tall before them, we have fought hard for what we have. Each of you has contributed to our strength, and we stand united against any threat. Rowan comes with an offer of alliance against the marauders who seek to return to our lands. While we must tread with caution, I believe that joining forces with others who share our cause is worth considering. The crowd absorbed my words, whispers weaving through those gathered. Rowan stepped forward, his tone earnest. Together we can defend our homes, share knowledge, and ensure that no child here knows the fear of losing everything again. A debate ensued, voices rising, some villagers eager to engage while others held doubts. I felt a wave of concern rise within me. I knew the shadows of distrust could easily cloud judgment. Yet I had seen the power of unity firsthand, the strength formed through shared hardship. The choice is yours, I said, speaking from my heart. But I trust that we can leverage our strengths and build something beautiful amidst the fear. We have awakened a spirit of resilience here in our village. Let's not allow the marauders to sunset that flame. Gradually, a consensus began to form. The villagers spoke among themselves, weighing the gravity of Rowan's proposition against their own experiences. After a collective discussion, the village chief rose and addressed the gathering. I believe this alliance has merit, he declared, his voice steady. We must embrace responsibility not just for ourselves, but for all those who would stand against darkness. Let us invite Rowan and his people to aid us. Strength is found not only in numbers, but in the bonds we forge together. Cheers erupted amid the crowd, a sense of hope igniting anew. Together we would cultivate a deeper connection with Eldenwood and foster strength that would resonate throughout the region. In the days that followed, Rowan integrated himself into our community, sharing stories and experiences and earning the trust of our villagers through shared work and common goals. We began training side by side, exchanging combat techniques, healing practices, and strategies for defense, a melding of our strengths born from adversity. As the responsibilities of our new alliance settled in, I felt a renewed purpose in my heart. The echoes of the Silver Grove reminded me that every step we took together forged a path into the light. We were standing not just for ourselves, but for the hope of tomorrow. But even amidst the hope, I knew that the specter of danger loomed on the horizon. Preparations for the marauders would have to continue, and vigilance would be key. Together, Eldenwood and our village began to form a united community, ready for whatever dark tide might come, armed with the magic that lay in unity, resilience, and trust. And as we trained, fought, and worked alongside one another, the dawn of a new chapter opened before Say chapter, filled with promise and the unwavering spirit of guardianship that would define our legacy. Together, we would face any shadow, and amidst the challenges, we would emerge stronger than ever before. The roots we planted would ensure that hope would continue to flourish, nurturing the dreams of tomorrow. As weeks melted into each other, the alliance with Eldenwood grew stronger. The new relationships forged weren't merely tactical. They blossomed into a tapestry woven with friendship and mutual respect. The lessons shared between our villagers and Rowan's people were invaluable. We trained harder, pushing one another to be better, to build a strength that would see us through any storm that threatened our peace. During training sessions, I often caught glimpses of children from both villages laughing together, Eldenwood's young warriors mixing with our own, taking the weight of the world off their shoulders, if only for a moment. Their laughter buoyed our spirits, allowing us to remember that there was still joy to be had amid the preparation for battle. One sun-drenched afternoon, I found myself in the meadow with Calder and Rowan, arms raised to deflect the blows of practiced swords. The sparring practice was proving to be more pivotal than I ever expected. The clashes of wood echoed through the golden grass, a sound I took great comfort in a rhythm of resilience. Rowan's movements were commendable, swift and precise. Calder matched him each step of the way, both fierce and focused. In this newfound camaraderie, crafted from our alliance, I felt a deep sense of purpose. We were not just training to defend ourselves, we were training to protect our families, friends, and the ideals we stood for. As the sun began to sink low, casting long shadows across our training field, I called for a break, wiping the sweat from my brow. "What do you think our next steps should be?" I asked, looking between the two of them. "We know the marauders will not sit idly by. They will strike again. We need to be prepared." Rowan took a thoughtful breath, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I propose we study their pattern stake note of where they've struck before, understand their strategies. If we know how they think, we can counter them more effectively." Calder nodded, his brow knitting in agreement. "We can send out scouts to gather information. Reinforcement through knowledge is just as crucial as our training." "Then let's assemble a scouting team," I said, feeling a spark of energy surge through me. "We need people who know the land and can move unseen." The three of us gathered for a brief moment, delegating responsibilities as we set our plans into motion. With every detail lined up, I watched our alliance solidify with purpose. No longer would we be merely defenders of our own villages, we were now protectors of a shared future. Days later, two teams were formed, one to scout enemy territory and gather information, and another to focus on defensive preparations. I found myself leading the scouting party alongside Calder, Vesper, and a few trusted warriors from both villages. The gravity of this mission weighed on me, but the camaraderie and collective strength of our united front provided solace. As we traversed the familiar paths of our surroundings, I felt revitalized. The woods seemed to breathe with us, enveloping us in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft calls of distant birds. Every twist and turn brought a sense of purpose, a reminder of the lives we aimed to protect. After several hours of careful navigation, we reached our destination, a ridge overlooking the valley where the marauders had once assembled. From our vantage point, the landscape spread before us like a canvas, whispering secrets of the land. We settled into our positions, cloaking ourselves behind the underbrush, awaiting sight of the marauder camp. As we kept watch, I felt an exhilarating wave of anticipation. What if we discovered something that could change the tides of our battle? Unity over the years had molded these bonds, and I was ready to take action not just for our villages, but for the future of every innocent life caught in the shadow of malice. Hours passed as we observed hidden among the trees, adrenaline surging through my veins. Even the sounds of clashing blades and ragged laughter carried on the wind, echoing a distant reminder of the battles yet to come. Finally, as dusk began to cloak the world in its beauty, we spotted movement, a group of marauders preparing for a raid. Their camp appeared disorganized, but there were enough of them to send pulses of concern through our ranks. "We need to move, gather information, and leave quietly," I whispered to the team, the urgency lingering in the air. "Get a sense of their numbers and see if we can discern any strategic plans. We cannot let them know we're here." Creeping forward, we moved as silent shadows among the trees, using the natural cover to hide our presence. I dared a glance at Calder and Vesper, who gave subtle nods, silently affirming our intent. It felt as if the world held its breath, stilling in anticipation alongside us. We circled the camp, careful to stay beyond the flickering firelight, listening intently as marauders spoke in low growls, their words painting a picture of their intent to strike at both our village and Eldenwood in a coordinated attack, likely taking advantage of our underestimation of their regrouping. Their plans rippled through me, igniting every fiber of my being. I turned to signal to Calder and Vesper, urging them to retreat cautiously. As we crept back toward the trees, my heart thrummed with urgency. The hope we had woven began to harden into determination. Once in the safety of the forest, I breathed deeply, revealing the gathered knowledge within me. We must return quickly and alert the others. We have limited time to formulate a strategy. We know their plans, and we can't afford to let them encroach upon our homes again. Calder nodded, taking the lead as we raced back through the woods, hearts pounding with the weight of our mission. Each step felt like a countdown, a rhythmic reminder of the battle soon to come. When we returned to the village, the sun had set, leaving behind a deep indigo sky that twinkled with stars, a stark contrast to the urgency hidden within our hearts. I gathered the council, Rowan, and our warriors in the village square, urgency hanging heavy in the air. "We have intel on the marauders," I announced, my voice commanding attention. "They plan a coordinated attack to overwhelm us. They intend to strike both our village and Eldenwood, utilizing our perceived weakness against us." Gasps rippled through the crowd while Rowan leaned forward. "Then our response must be calculated and swift. If we fortify both villages simultaneously, we can stand united against them." The council and warriors weighed the options, voices raised in discussion, ideas volleying back and forth. It became clear that we needed to transform our fear into strength to outmaneuver the tactics they intended to use against us. After much deliberation, our strategy solidified. We would create defenses along the borders of both villages, using natural barriers where possible while building traps and fortifications designed to slow the marauders' advance. With the warriors from Eldenwood and our own villagers working side by side, I could feel hope flaring into an uncontainable blaze. The night faded and was replaced by an ethereal dawn, which illuminated the tireless work we had put into preparing our defenses. Our focus was unwavering, the village brimming with a renewed spirit. As our final preparations took shape, I felt the energy of these moments settle deep within me. "This is our moment," I said to Calder, Vesper, and Rowan as we stood together, overlooking the joined defenses. "Together, we will not falter. We will protect what we have built." Rowan nodded, his eyes filled with fierce determination. This will be a new chapter for both our villages, one forged in strength and resilience. And as the light crested over the horizon, it marked not just the beginning of the day, but the approach of the battle that would define us. United, our hearts beat as one, ready to face whatever would come our way. The echoes of the Silver Grove surged within me, intertwining with hope and the spirit of guardianship, not just for ourselves, but for the lives we vowed to protect. With each breath, I felt the weight of destiny upon our shoulders. The shadows would come, but we would stand firm, a formidable force forged in unity and unyielding spirit. Today, we would show them who we truly were, a community unbroken by adversity, guardians of light against encroaching darkness. Welcome to the enchanting tale of Valoria, a floating merchant city suspended in the sky by ancient magic. Join us on a journey through this whimsical world where traders and adventurers navigate a tapestry of secrets, alliances, and dreams. Whether you are cooking, relaxing, or on a walk, allow yourself to be transported to a realm where the sky's the limit and every horizon holds the promise of wonder. Sit back, immerse yourself, and let the story of Valoria unfold, filling your imagination with the limitless possibilities of the clouds above. The storm over Valoria, a new dawn in the skies. Floating above the lands in a sea of clouds lay Valoria, a bustling merchant city that defied gravity and belief, held aloft by ancient magic and marvel. I remember the day I first set foot on this drifting kingdom, its wooden platforms swaying lightly beneath my boots as if reminding me that in Valoria one was always at the mercy of the skies. The arrival at Valoria was no mere crossing of a threshold. It was an immersion into an otherworldly bazaar where the scent of rare spices mingled with the cool crispness of the high-altitude air. I was a humble trader from the lowlands, and the tales of Valoria had always seemed more legend than reality. yet here it was vibrant and very much alive. From the deck of my airship, which had been precariously docked along the city's edge, I beheld an endless stream of merchants and artisans peddling wares from every corner of our world, and perhaps even beyond. Despite the city's splendor, my heart was a drumming cacophony of nerves and excitement. This journey was not just a venture of commerce, it was one of discovery. I was driven to uncover the secrets of the sky market, for whispers spoke of treasures passed through Valoria that could tip the scales of power in our realm. Navigating through the crowded streets of floating stalls and suspended bridges, I met Viola, a fellow trader, and a woman whose sharp wit and piercing eyes seemed to pierce the clouds themselves. Viola knew Valoria like the back of her hand, her knowledge and unspoken promise of safety in these unfamiliar skies. She spoke of the hidden corners where rare magic-infused fabrics were bartered, and of the clandestine meetings held by guilds whose names were never uttered under the sun. Yet Valoria was a realm of many faces, and my path soon wove into a tapestry of deceit and intrigue, leaving me entangled in the merchant's dilemma. Viola's alliance presented opportunities unyielding to those alone. Together we could change the destiny of our trade, yet it required a swift dance along the thin edge between trust and betrayal. My journey would take me deeper into heart of Valoria's mysteries, with whispers of the wind playing upon the sails at night, warning of unseen forces seeking to tip the balance. In this city above the earth, every deal made was a dynamic interplay of politics and peril, challenging the very soul of those who dared dream beyond their own borders. As the light of the day waned and stars began to fill the void above, the whispers spoke the forbidden trade, a clandestine market where only the bold or the foolish dared enter. Those who trafficked there dealt not in gold nor gems, but in influence itself, a currency far more potent and perilous here among the clouds. With each passing day in Valoria, my resolve hardened like steel, cast in the forge of determination. Viola's presence at my side was both a boon and a shadow, her familiarity with the city's secrets both a guide and a warning. Together we ventured into the heart of this ethereal domain in pursuit of the forbidden trade enigma wrapped in whispers and guarded by shadows. The entrance to this elusive market lay hidden beyond the public eye, obscured by the intricate maze of Valoria's alleys and moving platforms. Only those with a keen sense of the city's rhythm could find it, and Viola led the way, her footsteps as silent as the clouds around us. Beneath flickering lanterns of strange make, we found ourselves in a subterranean chamber suspended beneath the city, the air crackling with unspoken deals and veiled glances. Here, merchants from distant lands mingled with magicians cloaked in mystery, and their transactions defied earthly logic. Debates over relics and artifacts lost to time were as commonplace as haggling over ripe fruits in the open market above. It was in this place, shrouded in secrecy, that I realized the true nature of alliances in the clouds. Those who traded here were not bound by the mundane constraints of loyalty or kinship, but by mutual necessity. Each partnership a double-edged sword poised to tip at any moment into betrayal, its potential for treachery as expansive as the sky itself. Our venture into the forbidden trade saw us align with an enigmatic figure known only as the Sky Broker, whose reputation was as volatile as the winds above. The broker promised treasures few had seen, but his terms were steep, requiring sacrifices measured not in currency, but in the willingness to risk one's very soul. Together, Viola and I ventured deeper beneath the watchful eyes of those who would see us fail our footsteps, tracing lines of trust as fragile as morning mist. Then the skies darkened above Valoria, casting the floating city in the shadow of its own making. The storm over Valoria was a tempest both natural and political, a confluence of power and fury, threatening to uproot all who had found solace in the clouds. Whispers turned to shouts as the wind picked up ferociously, tearing through the stalls and rattling foundations that were never meant to withstand such assaults. In the midst of chaos, alliances shifted like grains of sand in the breeze, some disappearing altogether, while others were reinforced with newfound urgency. We found ourselves embroiled in a struggle to protect both the integrity of our trade and the city itself. realizing that the storm was but a reflection of the tumult within our hearts. As the celestial fury unleashed its might, a new dawn in the skies was promised, the moment when the storm would have passed, leaving behind a canvas washed clean for us to paint anew. It was a day that could mean rebirth or ruin, and in Valoria's earliest light, I knew that whatever the future held, my destiny was inextricably tied to this floating city, and its secrets bound by the winds that both cradled it in serenity and threatened to tear it asunder. The last remnants of the storm lingered in the crisp morning air as Valoria emerged from its wrath, a city scarred yet resilient. In the aftermath, the markets were heralded with an air of cautious optimism, traders slowly returning to their stalls with a renewed sense of purpose. I stood upon a skyward platform, gazing out at the expanse of clouds that seemed to ripple with their own life. A new dawn in the skies had arrived, and with it an opportunity to rebuild trust and strengthen the fragile bonds that held this floating city together. As the sun cast its golden light over the bustling streets, whispers of the storm's origin swirled just out of reach. Many claimed it was the manifestation of dissent brewing beneath Valoria's surface, an unrest that had taken the form of tempest as naturally as the changing wind. Others spoke of darker forces, unsettled by the forbidden trade, seeking to balance the scales of power in their own way. Viola and I found ourselves amongst these contemplations, our perilous venture having left us with more questions than answers. The sky broker's disappearance in the height of the storm had left a void in the clandestine market, their promises scattered like leaves caught in a gale. Our dealings had been precarious, yet within them lay the seeds of something greater, and I couldn't shake the feeling that both Valoria and its people were on the cusp of profound change. In the days that followed, the alliances formed during the storm were put to the test. Merchants once wary of one another began to weave new networks of trade understanding that survival in Valoria required cooperation rather than competition. The guilds shone under the light of transparency as deals once hidden found their way into the open market, drawn by the necessity to foster trust amid the tapestry of intrigue. Yet the road ahead was uncertain, and as I delved deeper into the heart of Valoria, I unearthed the truth about myself as much as the city. The floating platforms served not only as a marketplace, but as a stage for personal reflection, where every choice was mirrored by the vast emptiness below and the uncharted sky above. I realized that in seeking secrets of the sky market, I had unearthed elements of my own past and aspirations, revealing vulnerabilities masked by ambition. I pondered my journey from the lowlands to this ethereal realm and the dreams that had driven me forward, even as the clouds threatened to swallow them whole. Valoria, with its ebbs and flows of air and destiny, had become not just a destination, but a crucible of revelation, a place where the boundaries between the earthly and the ethereal blurred into something more profound. As I stood there, tethered to the city's pulse, I knew the time had come to forge a new path, one that embraced both past lessons and future aspirations. Valoria would continue to float in the endless skies, a testament to the unbreakable spirit of its people and their unwavering defiance of nature's laws. And so would I, yet another soul seeking balance in the space between air and sky, chasing dreams carried on the wind. In the weeks that followed the storm, life in Valoria began to weave its way back into a semblance of normalcy, though the undercurrents of transformation still thrummed beneath the surface. The markets bustled with renewed energy, their vibrant colors a testament to resilience and rebirth, and the air was filled with the melodies of distant lands, as if the city itself were singing a song of healing and hope. Viola and I walked amongst the stalls, our eyes ever watchful for both danger and opportunity. The alliances we had forged were not indelible, and they required nurturing like young seedlings struggling to find their footing in rocky soil. Trust, I had learned, was a delicate flower in Valoria, one that could be crushed under the weight of pride or suspicion. Yet as we moved through the throng of merchants, I realized that the city had somehow become a part of me, its rhythm synchronizing with the beat of my own heart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky shimmered with hues of amber and violet, Viola and I ascended to one of Valoria's highest platforms. It was a place of reflection, where the world seemed to pause and the vastness of the sky stretched infinitely above and below. Here, every breath felt like a communion with the winds, a reminder of the city's lofty perch above the earth. As we stood on the precipice of the platform, Viola broke the silence that enveloped us. Her voice was soft yet carried the weight of profound contemplation. She spoke of her past, of choices driven by necessity rather than desire, and of the dreams she had kept hidden beneath layers of practicality. Her words resonated within me, and I found myself sharing stories I had long buried, tales of aspirations ignited by the flickering embers of ambition. In that moment, atop Valoria, we were no longer merely traders seeking fortune and glory. We were kindred spirits, bound by the winds that carried our hopes and our fears away into the ether. The city had taught us that amidst its swirling chaos lay the essence of possibility, that within its floating embrace, one could confront the tempest both without and within. As the stars began to twinkle in the vast canopy above, I knew that my time in Valoria had been but the beginning of a journey that stretched beyond trade routes and currency, reaching into the very heart of what it meant to seek, to strive, and to dream. And so, as the floating city continued its perpetual drift across the heavens, I bade farewell to the shadows that had lingered in the corners of my spirit. Valoria, with all its mysteries and marvels, had given me more than I could ever have bargained for. It had given me the courage to seek the skies, to embrace the dance between gravity and escape, and to chart a course through the unknown with wings unfettered by fear. For as long as Valoria floated in the heavens, so too would my spirit rise, forever tethered to a realm where the sails of dreams were ever unfurled, and the horizon was boundless. With the dawn breaking gently across Valoria's ethereal fade, the hustle of the market resumed its symphony, a convergence of voices, laughter, and bartering that had become the lifeblood of the floating city. Encapsulated in the breath of a new day, I felt the world around me come alive once more, each moment vibrating with a sense of possibility. Yet, beneath the bustling thought of Valoria, something deeper pulsed, a kind of awakening that accompanied the city's revived momentum. New alliances, forged in the crucible of adversity, began to bear fruit, and a sense of community unfurled across the platforms and gardens, like morning mist melting under the warm caress of the sun. Viola and I found ourselves drawn into discussions with traders and guilds alike, our previous endeavors, though shrouded by risk, having bestowed a measure of respect upon us. As we walked together, our conversations carried an air of purpose, the topics ranging from logistics of trade routes to philosophical musings on the nature of power and ambition. Through those talks, we uncovered deeper truths about Valoria's structure, a living entity powered not only by the magic that kept it suspended, but by the intricate dance of those who navigated its systems and secrets. It became clear that the city's thriving heartbeat depended upon the delicate balance of trust and ambition, a balance that echoed within each of its inhabitants. The role Viola and I played became woven into the tapestry of Valoria's societal fabric, culminating in our collaborative effort to foster a mentoring guild, a place where new traders could learn the delicate art of negotiation, sustained by wisdom passed through shared experience. The guild began to shine as a beacon of learning and aspiration, a promise of guidance for those seeking to carve their path among the clouds. Even as the city swayed under our feet, whispers of its growth reached beyond the ever-present clouds, inviting new and adventurous souls to its high-flying streets. Valoria's allure as a place of prosperity and mystery only grew, attracting those who had either heard tales of floating fortunes or yearned for a taste of freedom, far detached from the constraints of earth. But behind the scenes, beneath the perfumed air of prosperity, remnants of the storm's shadow still lingered, subtle reminders that equilibrium within Valoria was always precarious. As sure as the city floated, its foundations were built on very human fears and frailties, susceptible to the same turbulence that tugged at the wings of individual dreams. With each passing day, as clouds magically painted and masked or presented new canvases, I felt both apart from and a part of Valoria's alluria dichotomy that spoke to the transient nature of life above the earth. My place here began to shift as if the winds themselves whispered of locales yet unseen, a calling to explore and expand upon the knowledge I had gathered. Thus, as I stood one final time atop the highest platform, Viola by my side, under the expanse of a star-kissed dome, I understood that my journey with Valoria was a chapter in a much larger narrative, a laying of groundwork for what could become a legacy not only bound by sky but infinite possibility. With a heart tethered by gratitude, I bade the city farewell, knowing its spirit would sail within me eternally. As I embarked on my next voyage, the horizon stretched limitless beyond Valoria, unfolding into uncharted territories filled with mysteries and dreams waiting to be penned into existence, each a story floating, suspended, timeless in the eternal winds. As I readied my airship for departure, a mixture of emotions swirled within me excitement tinged with a bittersweet sadness. Valoria, with its soaring platforms and vibrant soul, had become more than a mere city to me. It had been a teacher, a companion, and an inspiration. Yet, the call to venture forth resounded in my heart like a siren song, promising discovery and growth beyond the familiar embrace of the known. Viola stood beside me on the deck, the morning light casting a warm glow upon her determined face. Our farewell was not of sadness, but of mutual understanding, that paths, though diverging, were forged in the same destined light. She spoke of her plans to nurture the guild we had formed, envisioning a haven for those who dared to dream as we once had. Her commitment to Valoria's future was unwavering, her passion as boundless as the sky itself. With a final lingering glance across the sweeping vista of the floating city, its wood and sails bathed in the golden hues of dawn, we clasped forearms, a gesture of solidarity, and shared journeys yet untold. Then, with the gentle surge of magic that had become second nature to me, my vessel lifted from its moorings, the wind filling the sails with a vigor born of freedom. As the city slowly receded into the distance, becoming a jewel set upon the vastness of clouds, I felt a quiet exultation wash over me. The airship sailed through the heavens, guided by both skill and a whisper of enchantment, charting a course towards lands unknown. The sky stretched infinitely around me, a boundless expanse where reality and imagination melded into a tapestry of endless possibility. Each cloud was a canvas, each breeze a breath of potentiality, urging me onward to places where rivers of stars carved new paths through the midnight. I knew not where the winds would carry me, what lands awaited, or what stories lingered just beyond the horizon. Yet, in that uncertainty, lay the allure, a promise of adventure, of challenges to be met with resilience, and of legends waiting to be written by those brave enough to seek them. Valoria's echo resided in my heart, a constant reminder of what had been and what could be, a testament to humanity's indomitable spirit to rise above, to seek beyond the confines of ordinary existence. And so, with wings unfurled and a soul ablaze with purpose, I journeyed onward into the vast, welcoming embrace of the infinite sky. In the heart of that celestial sea, I understood that wherever I went, whatever horizons I would chase, Valoria's magic would always be with me, a guiding light in the universe's endless tapestry of dreams. Days turned into nights as my airship charted a course through the vast, endless sky, a compass set by instinct and curiosity rather than known maps. The stars above became my companions, blinking with quiet wisdom, as if daring me to unravel their ancient mysteries. Each dawn painted the heavens anew, a canvas of colors mixed by the hands of unseen deities, infusing my journey with wonder. As I sailed beyond Valoria's distant silhouette, there was a tranquility to the rhythm of my voyage, a harmony found in the cyclical dance of day and night. The world became at once expansive and intimate, with the boundaries of my existence defined by the horizon's elusive line. The winds whispered stories of lands touched by magic, of kingdoms ruled by ethereal beings, and of treasures buried deep in forgotten grottos. Eventually, the pulls of my journey brought me to a realm whispered of in moonlit tavern tales, a kingdom at the edge of the world where the ocean kissed the skies. The city of Astrea, with its towers woven of crystal and dreams, glimmered on the horizon, its splendor held aloft by both marvel and myth. It was said that Astrea was a sanctuary of wisdom, where knowledge was etched into the very stones by hands long passed into legend. As my vessel descended toward Astrea's docks, I felt a thrill deep in my bones, a resonance matching the keen of the winds that guided me here. Its people welcomed me with open arms, their eyes alight with stories waiting to be exchanged, crafted in the art of song and scroll. In their presence, I sensed an ancient kinship between Valoria and Astrea, as if both cities were part of a lineage connecting the realms above and below. With each passing day, I delved into Astrea's heart, unraveling secrets that whispered in its crystalline corridors and echoing caverns. Grains of forgotten history shimmered like dust caught in the morning sun, revealing threads that wove through the fabric of time itself. Here I found mentors who spoke not of the past's shackles, but of its keys, unlocking potential within me as limitless as the skies we traversed. Yet amidst Astrea's luminous facade, there lay shadows, just as there had been in Valoria. The kingdom grappled with challenges born of progress and tradition, palpable in the solemn council meetings held beneath opalescent domes. Here I encountered the same balance that held Valoria aloft, that precarious piece of trust and aspiration in constant negotiation with the winds of change. Thus, my journey continued, enriched by the knowledge and friendship collected in Astrea's embrace, a tapestry of experience that cloaked me against the chill of doubt. As I prepared to set sail once more, I bid Astrea's crystal towers farewell, their voices, a chorus of guidance, woven into my heart. My soul set alight by the dawn of new horizons, I embarked once more into the open skies. Every breath carried a promise of new legends to be inked across the firmament, with each cloud a testament to the dreams that dared take flight. For as long as the universe spun its web of stars into the night, I, too, would wander a seeker unbound by earth or fear lifted by the winds of eternal wonder. Bound by neither borders nor timidity, my journey stretched out along the horizon, an ever-evolving saga entwined with the mysteries of the vast expanses. As I sailed away from Astrea, the wind guided my vessel with a gentle insistence, propelling me toward lands where the air hummed with magic and ancient riddles whispered through the ether. The celestial map above shifted with the passage of time, constellations dancing a slow waltz that only the patient could decipher. By night, the universe unfolded its secrets across the sky in shimmering arcs of light, each star a beacon and a reminder of the boundless possibilities that lay before me. I charted courses not solely by known constellations, but through the invisible lines drawn by intuition and the whispers of fate. My quest led me through skies both placid and turbulent. There were times when storms would gather like vengeful spirits, their fury unbound as lightning wove brilliant tapestries across the darkened vault. In those moments, the balance of my ship felt as tenuous as the ephemeral peace found within Valoria and Astrea. But with each tempest conquered, I found my resolve sharpened and my spirit steeled, knowing that the way of the wind tested those who dared to dance in its domain. Along the way, I encountered islands adrift in the heavens, like pearls scattered across an azure sea. Each one bore its own secrets, and I would descend to explore, meeting those who called these isolated worlds home, learning their customs and sharing tales of my travels. Among them were scholars who spoke of ethereal sciences, adventurers with gold and glory in their eyes, and storytellers who wove dreams into the very air they breathed. Each encounter enriched the tapestry of my journey, adding depth to the multifaceted world through which I sailed. Amidst the navigation of these radiant archipelagos, I discovered an inner compass aligned not with cardinal direction, but with purpose. My path transcended the physical journey, delving deep into realms of self-awareness and awakening possibilities I had never dared to consider. The skies became both a mirror and a window, a reflection of my desires, an opening into futures unwritten. In time, as the song of the stars became an anthem within my heart, I found myself drawn back toward familiar shores. Valoria lingered on the edge of my thoughts, its memory entwined inexorably with the lessons of adventure and alliance. I longed to return, not as the trader who once tread its floating platforms, but as one who had embraced the endless sky and its indelible wisdom. When at last Valoria appeared upon the horizon, emerging from the misty embrace of the clouds, I felt a profound sense of homecoming. The city lay resplendent under the heavens, its towers and sails swaying gently in the rhythm of the wind, a beacon of hope and history where my journey had first begun. As my ship descended, finding its berth within Valoria's bustling port, I was met with a familiar landscape seen anew through eyes that had wandered the heavens. My story, like the city itself, was interwoven with the dreams of those who dared to seek beyond the ordinary. Together, Valoria and I stood poised for a new chapter, a testament to the power of exploration and the endless dreams that could stir to life among the clouds.